Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. I hope you're having a great morning, day, or evening wherever you are. Let's get back into it. Um, it's gonna be, well, I actually don't know if it's gonna be like a shorter stream or not, but yeah, I really wanted to continue playing Elden Ring, and so I just decided to start up the stream. So let's do this. We still have a little bit of caelid to go through. Yesterday I stopped in this particular cave, the Dragon Barrow Cave, so I still need to do sort of this upper portion of caelid. And then potentially go back through and take a look at a couple of other things I might be able to do here, and then hopefully move on with what I consider to be sort of the main story of the game, at least for me currently it is. And check out the big meteorite or whatever it was that fell on the Mistwood. But yeah, let's just get into it. Let's clear out this cave and see whether or not this also has a very, very strong boss that has been, or that is on a higher level than the rest of caelid for some reason. And then, yeah, I want to continue this way and kill that weird winged black angel or whatever that is, and potentially go back here. I might just, with this particular encounter, if the AI is bugging out, either I'm just going to do it on my own, although that's going to be a little bit annoying. The thing is, I really want to find a Somber Smithing Stone 6 at this point, right? Or no, wait. 7, not 6. I'm already on +6. So that I can upgrade my weapon all the way to +9. That would be pretty awesome. It is a bit strange how the game is giving out these upgrade materials, especially that you can miss some of them. I mean, obviously, I'm not claiming to have actually cleared everything. I'm sure that I've missed places throughout my playthrough so far, places that have, that have certain materials in them. But I did find it curious that they're giving you Somber Smithing Stones 8 and 9 literally at this Divine Tower without giving you the previous one first. I don't know. As I said yesterday, it's the balancing of this upper portion of caelid, or northeastern portion of caelid, is a bit strange. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? It's just surprising is all. And, well, while I very much like that Elden Ring doesn't tell you that much in terms of, well, anything really, right? So putting like a level requirement, or, well, most other sort of typical RPGs would probably show you enemy levels while you're fighting them, to give you a rough idea of, hey, am I supposed to be here or am I not supposed to be here, right? And I get that people don't necessarily want that, and I don't necessarily want that either, right? It's kind of cool figuring out a couple mysteries here and there. The problem is, how are you doing that? Now I'm starting the stream with a rant again, but whatever. But I think it's just those kinds of things are a very, very interesting discussion to have, honestly, because however you're doing it, it needs to have a certain it needs to be communicated in a way where the player understands that what is going on, right? So it's completely fine not to show the strength of a monster. Or rather, let's go back and look at, well, why do other RPGs show that? Let's say in The Witcher 3, for example, you can encounter enemies early on, depending on where you go, right, that are way, way above your level. And even though combat in The Witcher 3 is sort of not that great and you don't have that many options, you have a lot of options in terms of your build, But during combat, you actually don't really have that many options. And yeah, as I said, it's also, it's not that great, right? It's sort of average to bad, I would say. In large parts due to poor like the animations are good, but the way they work and stuff. But that's a discussion about The Witcher. But what I'm trying to say is, right, very early on in The Witcher, depending on where you go, you can encounter monsters that are way, way above your level, right? They are level, like, I don't know, 32, while you're still level 15. And the reason why the game is essentially immediately showing, hey, this monster is way above your level, is because you're not really meant to fight it. Of course you can potentially beat it, but it'll one-shot you, and you won't deal a lot of damage to it, right? And the game showing you, hey, this monster is way above your level, is just sort of an indication of, oh, I don't need to bother with this right now, right? It's just a very clear and immediate sign, hey, don't bother with this right now, just come back later, it'll still be here, and you can beat it, right? And it's just a convenience for the player, obviously, because, well, you can sort of just ignore it, right? It's cool that it's there. Maybe you're really, there are a couple of monster designs in The Witcher 3 that are just really, really good and really awesome. And if you haven't encountered a particular monster that is very strong, it'll seem like that's a very cool thing to witness, right? And so you're going to be thinking about that, and you're going to want to come back to it and explore what it is and why it's there and, everything that has to do with that particular very strong monster. So that makes sense, right? And it can be a tool to utilize to make the player either come back to those areas or have something that they're to look forward to that they can deal with later on, right? And that in and of itself is a good thing, right? But obviously there is an argument, well, if you want your game to be, or sort of to have maximum immersion, let's say, right? Then putting like a number or an indicator above a monster that tells the player immediately, hey, this is way too strong for you, it's a little bit of it can take you out of the immersion. Yet at the same time, I would argue that in a game like The Witcher 3, Geralt would have that knowledge, right? Geralt is very, very knowledgeable about those monsters, about his surroundings, about the environment in general, right? And all things within it. So while the player might not recognize that it's a very, very strong foe, Geralt definitely would, right? So arguably, including an indicator like that is more sort of Geralt's mind telling him, hey, this is way too strong for you, don't engage with it, right? So arguably it fits, right? Of course for the player it's a UI element, so maybe it would be better to, I don't know, have just Geralt voice it, although obviously the main character talking to himself has also kind of become a bit of a negative trope in video games. It's not a bad way to do things, but you don't want to overdo it either. I think in The Witcher 3 it works well because it's sort of been the first game that really did it, and then just everybody else copied it, right? That can be a way to do it in a slightly more immersive way. Obviously, you could also think about other indicators, right? Giving monsters, I don't know, red eyes or something else that just tells the player, hey, this is way too strong for you, right? Now, coming back to Elden Ring here, I think the reason why I have a little bit of a problem with this in Elden Ring, I don't want indicators telling me how strong enemies are in Elden Ring. That's, I don't think it really fits with what the game's trying to do. Though it does go back and forth. I've talked about that as well. Elden Ring, for some reason, it doesn't tell you a lot of things, right? It's your typical FromSoft game. It's very mysterious in a lot of ways. Yet, for some reason, they also included Ubisoft-style, I'm calling them Ubisoft because everybody knows what that is, right? Those really, really bad Ubisoft open world designs. Or gameplay experiences, whatever you want to call them, right? And I think that, well, Elden Ring does contain a few of them as well, for some weird reason, right? Where they have indicators on the map, like those statues or the silver sort of branch things where you just follow a ghost to a cave. And in 95% of cases, those caves you could have easily found on your own if you just pay attention to the world. So it's very strange that they then opted to also include these things that are just pointing you towards a very obvious cave entrance, right? I mean, Elden Ring sort of breaks its own rules a couple of times, which is bad, obviously, right? And I don't know why they do it. It's completely unnecessary. They literally, and that's actually a theme of Elden Ring, they literally could have cut certain things and it would have made the game better, right? It's a bit of a weird thing to say about a game, but that's how it is. And in terms of enemy strength, I think that the game also does a couple of weird things, because, at least in my opinion, right, it would be completely fine to integrate very, very strong enemies that are meant to be fought later on. Or, I mean, obviously you can always fight anything as a challenge if you want that, right? So that's completely fine, and that's a cool thing that they allow you to do that. But, if you don't want to do that, it's very, very hard to tell. The problem is Elden Ring is very inconsistent in terms of telling you what a strong enemy actually is, right? Because enemies that are sort of quote-unquote too strong for you are only slightly too strong for you, right? So when I first ventured into Stormvale, I was able to get through the castle, but I had trouble with a couple of particular enemies. And then obviously when I got to Margit? Yeah. He was not really too strong for me, but he had a pretty big HP pool, to the point where I said, I'm probably not meant to do this right now, or I'm meant to get some other upgrades first or something, right? But the problem is, as I said, that the line there is very, very hard to recognize, and in certain ways inconsistent. And I wish that would be a little bit different, right? I wish that they had, if they want to go for it. So there are multiple options, obviously. Either they just make complete zones have more or less the same level, right? I mean, enemies can still get slightly stronger throughout the zone, right? If you think about, well, most players will enter Caelid from the west, and so you could put, like, slightly easier enemies sort of in the western parts of Caelid, and slightly stronger enemies in the eastern parts of Caelid, right? That would be fine. Or, and that's sort of my argument here, if they want to have specific encounters with specific very, very strong enemies, perfectly fine, right? For example, the basement of the Divine Tower could be like a very special boss, right? That drops a really cool sort of end game material or weapon or whatever, right? And it'll be very, very tough to fight, right? It'll almost one-shot you, it'll have like really, really high HP. So it would be clearly, very, very clearly stronger than the rest of the surrounding area. But unfortunately, that's not how they've done that, right? And that's sort of where my argument comes in, and where I think that it's not that well designed, in my opinion, or rather I would have done it differently. And the problem is that the boss in the basement of the Divine Tower, he's just sort of slightly stronger, right? He does, I don't know, 30 to 40% more damage with his attacks. Maybe not even 40%, right? Just slightly, just that little bit more that makes him able to two-shot me instead of three-shot me, right? It's just this tiny difference that ultimately makes a big difference for me as the player. And then he has a slightly higher either defense or HP pool, right? Which makes him, I don't know, which prolongs the encounter to a point where I would say that it gets boring, right? And that is, I honestly, maybe I should actually go back and look at my footage and look at how long sort of the best, not even Elden Ring footage, but also go back to other FromSoft games and look at, well, how long does a really, really good boss encounter for me personally actually take, right? Because that's sort of the thing here, right? Bosses have a certain amount of animations and attacks and things that you need to learn, right? And at least for me, it works in a way where, you know, I learn certain things and there comes like a point where I've learned most of it and I just need to execute it. And at that point, it can get boring if the fight doesn't have such a great design. And what I mean by that is, for example, if the bosses have like very long attack patterns where you just need to disengage, or where they're punishing you a lot for healing, stuff like that, where it takes a long time for you to find an opening to heal, right? There are certain cases, especially here in Elden Ring, where bosses just do a lot of things while you sort of either just evade or passively just stand around and wait for them to finish. And that's boring, obviously, right? And, well, there is like a certain time frame that boss encounters can take and a certain just amount of time that you are actually actively engaged in the fight, right? Not just passively evading or defending yourself, but actively also attacking and sort of having an active back and forth between you and the boss and attacks and everything like that, right? And there's like a certain, if you count all that time together, I think there's like a certain optimal, of course that can vary depending on boss design and depending on how complex the boss is as well. Obviously a couple of bosses are less complex than others. Depending on their complexity, I would say there's like a certain time frame that's optimal for fun, right? If it gets any longer than that, the boss just becomes boring because he will just repeat attacks, right? And it might take you too long to chip away its health, and it's just boring, right? If I have to bait out the same attack, let's say 10 times, and evade it the exact same way every time, just to deal enough damage to push the boss to its next phase or something, that's boring, right? It needs to have variance in it, and it needs to have like a certain length where it's not boring. And that's obviously a highly complex thing, right? And it would actually be interesting probably to actually watch a certain boss fight back and really identify which parts are really fun, which aren't, and why, right? And think about, well, how could we improve a certain encounter? Maybe that's something I'll do at some point in time, but that's just what I'm talking about. And the problem is, right, if a boss is slightly too strong, you have this annoying feeling of, hey, I should be able to beat this, but I'm only able to beat this if I also accept at least a certain amount of boring time during the fight, right? Because it takes me slightly longer to push certain phases, or it takes me slightly longer to damage the boss, simply because he's slightly over-leveling me, right? And I don't really like that design. I would much prefer they would include bosses that really overlevel you, that are clearly meant to be fought later on, right? People who want to have that challenge can engage with it and try to still beat it, and hopefully they'll also get rewarded with a really, really cool thing that otherwise they wouldn't really be able to get at that point in time, right? And then I, for example, could come back at a later point in time and say, okay, this is clearly a boss that is meant to be fought later on, and I can come back later and have an actual enjoyable boss fight at that point in time. But the problem is, as I said, instead of really over-leveling you, these bosses are just slightly over-leveling you, to the point where you kind of feel, hey, I should be able to beat this, yet at the same time you have to accept a certain level of boringness because it will take you longer to fight the boss, right? Not because it's more challenging, but because their health is too high for your current weapon damage, or their attacks will two-shot you instead of three-shot you, right? Which can be a big impact on how fun a boss is. So yeah, that's sort of my thing. And I just don't like how they've sort of decided to increase certain values in certain areas, because it just feels kind of bad, right? It feels like you have a choice of, hey, I can sort of come back later, or I accept a certain amount of boringness. And I don't think that's the choice you should have to make, right? Because again, if the boss is clearly stronger than you, then it's an actual challenge, right? Then you can go in and say, okay, this is really, really tough to beat. It's going to be boring. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be like a very, very tough thing to do, but it'll also feel great when you overcome it, right? But if you just slightly make a boss, make a boss slightly better or too good, right? Then you have this awkward stage where it doesn't really feel like an accomplishment that you beat it, because it feels like, I was only slightly underleveled for it, right? Yet at the same time, you do have to accept a certain amount of boringness during the fight. And that's, I think, not a choice that players should have to make, right? That's not a choice that should be implemented in the game like this. And maybe it can be entirely different for other players. Maybe it's my specific playstyle, maybe it's my specific leveling choices that led to me having this issue. I don't really know, right? Elden Ring is a very big and complex game, and so it's really, really hard to gauge things like that. You definitely need multiple playthroughs to figure out, well, is this well designed or is it not well designed? Obviously, the designers themselves, right, the developers do have a very, very hard time with this, because players can take so many different choices, right? But that's just my 2 cents, right? I do wish that the boss encounters, or that the strength of bosses would sometimes not be so awkwardly different from time to time. It's very, very weird in a couple of cases. Also, since we're entering this cave, I did just notice that I actually have a bunch of runes still left. I could have leveled one more time yesterday, I think. So let's do this first, actually. I've talked a very long time, haven't I? For fuck's sake. This not letting you teleport inside a cave is slightly weird as well, I feel like. Oh, hopefully it's not dark out. No, it's not. I should probably mark this place, right? So that I don't forget that there's this other encounter here still. Oh shit, do I actually have enough? I still need another 7,000 souls. Souls. Runes, I mean. You never heard that. Wait, these are the exact same, right? I think one of them, like, lasts slightly longer. Okay, wait a second. Let me see. Is there stuff that I still need to... I can craft a couple of these. I should just craft... Honestly, sometimes I don't really know with this kind of stuff, right? I mean, item discovery, I have more, yeah. Let's craft these. Just to see that I actually use the crafting stuff, right? Immunizing white cured meat. Boosts immunity. Wait, which one was the, lasts longer than traditional cured meat, but with reduced effectiveness. So I probably want this then, right? Also, this would be very beneficial as well. Pending blood loss, I just want to make sure that I'm not selling like crafting materials that I still need. I probably also should engage with these a little bit more. Throw it at enemies to cause buildup of frost. Yeah, that might be really beneficial, right? Since the other ones... this is just... causing summon spirits to assail them with a rapid fervor. A red shadow... I probably want to craft these then. I wonder actually, I could also craft these and sell the stuff, right? Although then again... Actually, let's craft 3 more of these to have 5. Sometimes they do come in handy. It's very, very rare, but sometimes they do. Sleep Bolt, Cold Bolt... I still have these, right? Let's actually craft a couple more of these. That's with hefty beast bones. Inflicting sleep, inflicting frost, blood loss. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I can't really use these, right? Crystal darts. These unfortunately need FP, which is not a great. Dragon wound grease. These were also always really beneficial. Do I need cracked crystals and crystal buds for anything else? Probably, right? Yeah, I need the crystal buds. Technically, maybe. I don't know, the greases in this game, they're very cool. But, I mean, you can sort of get the same effect by just... changing the affinity of your weapon, right? So... Okay. Let's see if there's stuff that I can sell. I don't have any sort of double gear pieces at this point, right? I don't think so. I have double these. A bunch of arrows. I could technically probably just sell arrows. At least the normal ones, right? Oh, are you kidding me? You can't sell them when they're equipped? Seriously? I just want to sell the normal ones because I'm not using arrows currently anyways. I could probably also sell these, right? But then again, I kind of want to keep the more special ones as well. Nothing double here either. No double weapons. Oh, I have 2 of these. Well, the problem is with the 2 weapons, although then again, I don't know. I don't think that it's necessarily too beneficial to use 2 of the same weapon. I mean, there might be sort of niche cases where you would want that, but... I don't think so. Also, I don't have any duplicate of these, right? I mean, I never duplicated any of these, so I don't think duplicates actually drop in the world itself, right? Maybe? Not too sure about that. Okay, yeah, let's see. Do I still have, after all the crafting that I just did, do I still have crafting materials that I definitely don't need that much of? These ones, for example. Sell like 100 of these. I always, you know, I just wanted one level. Yet it takes like a really long time. Yeah, unfortunately, I actually don't really have that many crafting items that I could sell. I could sell a bunch of this stuff if I really wanted to, right? If I think that I don't really need it. I don't really need that much of it. This, for example. But I still need 5,000 runes. That's a bit of a problem, right? Yeah, I probably also could have just sold this, but honestly, I need 5,000 more. Can I just, like, kill some stuff? Wait. Am I missing something? Was he always this strong? Wait. Drop a hell of a lot of runes. Wait, did I, like, get weaker? I mean, I know that the Great Rune isn't active currently, but I literally, like, I only needed about... Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. He killed the goat! Wait, did they? Maybe I never realized this or something? Why do these guys have so much health all of a sudden? I pressed circle, but okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course. Wait. They have like triple the health that they had before. Or did I actually never fight these? Because I'm like on the place... That's weird. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, as I said, obviously the Great Rune isn't active currently, but just pick them up for fuck's sake. But it feels like they have like at least triple the health. Aw, these fucking goats, seriously, man. Ugh. They also deal way more damage than me. Did I miss something? Was there some... the tracking on that. Was there some, like, event or something? Oh, I pressed fucking circle! What's going on? Didn't remember these guys being this annoying. Oh, for fuck's sake, why is his attack like 1 frame too quick? Oh, these things are annoying as fuck, holy shit. I'm really annoyed at the fact that suddenly it takes me like 3 times as long to kill them. For no apparent reason. Also, I pressed circle. What's going on? Did the game overnight suddenly decide, oh hey, I'm completely changing up my timings and completely changing up everything necessarily? I pressed circle. I don't know what's happening. What the fuck? Did they do like an update or something that massively changed in, like, what the hell is going on? See, this is what I mean. These, is it just because I'm here? Why are the dogs here 3 times as, as strong as the dogs here? Yet they look exactly the same. The hell? The fuck is going on? That is just weird. Well, now it worked. What the? I don't know what's going on with the timings. I pressed circle at the exact same time that I did for the other attacks before it. What is going on? See, I pressed circle with the exact same timing. Why does it sometimes work and sometimes it just doesn't? That is... What is going on? I feel like... The hell? I feel like I sort of awkwardly missed some update that I wasn't aware of. Oh, for fuck's sake, why do I still need that much? I'm honestly really... What the fuck? I guess I must have never really actually engaged with these specific dogs then, right? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, whatever. 47,975. That dog was literally almost stronger as the guardian spirit that I fought yesterday. The fuck? The hell did they do here? You know what? I have more than enough of these. Let's just sell this. I have more than enough magic stuff. Let's just sell these, to be honest. At least a couple of them, right? 47,697? 975.
Anything else?
Nine. Okay, like this, and then just a couple more of these, I guess. Or these, doesn't really matter. What did I say, 975? Oh, for fuck's sake, that was one too many. Oh, whatever. I just wanted to level, and the game just tells me, nope, you're not gonna level. Not on my watch. Okay. I have 2 more points for Vega. See, but that's what I was just talking about. What the fuck is up with these dogs? Why are they 3 times as strong as the ones that are literally standing, I don't know, 200 meters away from them? Okay, this is really tripping me up. Let me go back here. And actually, like, did something change in Caelid? Or is that literally just the difference between one zone to the next? Okay, let's see. Let's fight this one. Nope. It's just literally... What the fuck? Okay, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is dumb. Okay, you can increase enemy stats over the course of a zone or whatever, right? But this is dumb. To have the exact same enemy, I'm standing here, right? That's where the other one was. The difference from here to here is, I think those dogs here are even stronger, right? So this one took me like 3 hits. These ones take me, I don't know, 12. So it's almost 4 times as strong. I know that no, that doesn't count. There is like a path here, right, where you can jump over. That is completely ridiculous. What the fuck did they think there? And again, I wouldn't mind it if the other dogs looked different, right? If they had like bulging eyes or like a frenzied look to them, or whatever the fuck, right? Put something on them. Make it obvious, hey, this is a stronger variant of the same enemy. But don't put this literally same enemy 200 meters away from the other one and make him 4 times as strong. That just doesn't feel great to discover, because there is no way for the player to tell, hey, this is a strong foe that you're not meant to engage with at that point in time. Right? There's no way for the player to know. So you might walk, especially, I mean, at this point in time, I kind of know because I've been to that place of Caelid, and I kind of discovered, oh, for some awkward reason, the northeastern upper portion of Caelid is way higher level than the rest of it. I don't know why, but it is, right? But yeah, that's just not great design. It's really bad, in fact. There needs to be an indication. I mean, the dragons, right? The fact that that region has, I don't know, 10 dragons roaming about it, and then one really, really big one lying on the ground, that does tell you, hey, this is a strong zone, right? You might want to come back later. I get that, right? That makes sense. But no, don't put the fucking exact same enemy there without explaining why it's way stronger than the other ones. Try Scarlet Rot? Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? I hate fighting these things in, like, really, really small caves. Also, this guy is probably gonna have an insane amount of HP as well, right? I feel like I could try poisoning him, maybe. Wait, do I have... Do I want to try this? I mean, it said, let's trust one of the messages and try this. Why did that hit me? Oh, great. Nice. Nice. A fucking bear in a cave that just two-shots me. Are you kidding me? What the hell were they thinking with this northeastern portion? Well, to a degree, now... this kind of tells you, hey, this cave is not for your level currently. Because I think that bear's gonna take a fucking eternity to take down, right? Well, I'm kind of glad that I spent my runes now, though. I just... like, what the fuck were they thinking? What is the significance here? Is this zone just meant to be insanely strong, even though that doesn't make sense? Great! I don't even know why that item exists in game, to be honest. He has fucking more HP than... That is so dumb. Why would you put, like, a really, really cool thing, like the dragon rod, whatever the fuck that is, into the game, and then make the animation lock on it so long that it's literally unusable against 99% of enemies? What's the point? Also, his HP. What the fuck is up with that? He has more HP than probably 90% of the bosses that I've fought in this game so far. And it's just a random bear in a cave. I mean, I could try sneaking by it. I could also just cheese him, right? From here. He probably can't run through this, like, entrance or whatever. which is not really a great prospect either. Also, I have a feeling, well, even if I could traverse this cave, at the end of the day, I feel like, oh right, I could probably, let's try the lightning strike. Or do I, whatever. No, let's try it. I just want to try what it does. Where the fuck did you go? Oh, now he's coming back. I know he... Yeah, okay, now he's coming back. What a fucking weird cave, honestly. What the fuck? Okay, what the hell was that? So I was casting my lightning strike out of cover, right, while being hidden. And the animation of his attack was literally too quick for me to cast out of a hidden stance. The hell? Why even give me the option then? Also, this just doesn't work, probably because I'm in a cave or something. Wow, this is insanely fun. Look at this fun gameplay standing in a corner like this, because I mean, what the fuck is up with this? Look at his fucking health! That was 2 entire MP bars. Also, what is that attack, for fuck's sake? Of course that doesn't fucking poison him. That animation is so dumb, like, holy fuck. Okay, no, never mind. Poison does actually work on me. Is he poisoned? Yeah, he's poisoned. Well, at least that works then. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is up with his attacks? Are you... What the hell? I want to know what the fucking frame delay on that was. That was literally, I don't know, 6 frames of attack animation or something? That is so dumb. You literally, it's impossible to hit him. It's just impossible without, like, ranged attacks or something. That did damage through the fucking wall. God, this is probably one of the dumbest designs I've ever seen. I would have laughed if he would have been able to grapple me through the fucking wall. Yeah, of course it didn't hit. Maybe I'll get the bleed proc at some point. This is fun gameplay. This is awesome. This is what I wanted out of Elden Ring. How is he doing now? I could try hitting him with these, right? Also, the fucking poison already wore off. Where the hell are you even going? Fuck. That attack is so dumb. Can you stop doing that and come here, you fucking idiot? Why the hell... why did I decide to start my day with this? That is just insane. How much HP does he have? Why did that hit me? He clipped through the fucking wall! Oh, for fuck's sake, now I didn't pay attention to him. I'm literally behind a wall and he's still killing me. I'm running out of healing items here. Okay, what the fuck am I doing now? I still use my bolts, I guess. Why doesn't it... What? Why didn't it change my... What? Oh, for fuck's sake. I pressed R3 and it still didn't target him. Can you... Why is it de-targeting him when I'm moving, like, from behind cover, not into cover? This is one of the dumbest things I've seen in this game so far. I mean, I've seen bosses that had, or mobs, whatever the fuck, that had massively inflated health pools, but this is just dumb. And now his AI is bugging out. Great. That's what you want to see. How much HP does he have? Like 15,000 or something? Look at this. Why the fuck does that hurt me? What the hell is wrong with this fucking cave? Why? Why do this? And then he doesn't even drop anything. What's the point of this? Golden Rune 12, great. Didn't even drop that many runes. I don't know, like, what, why? What the hell are you trying to tell me here? That I need to level, like, I don't know, to level 130 to kill him? Or what's the deal here? I'm level 90. Wait, am I? Yeah, I'm level 90. What do you need to be in to actually fight him normally in terms of weapon damage? Probably 130, something like that. I don't even want to continue going through this fucking cave. What's the point? I don't have any kind of healing left, and whatever I'll encounter is probably going to be equally as strong. I mean, maybe you're not meant to fight him. Maybe it's literally meant as, oh, hey, you know, sneak by him. I mean, that's why they're giving you this cover, right? And he's sort of slowly walking through the cave. Maybe that's supposed to be the point, but that's just weird, honestly. And then the rest of the cave is sort of friendly. That's, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of awesome, right? So there are all these, like, really friendly enemies, animals is what I wanted to say, in here. And like a really beautiful scene with a tree. Bull Goat's Talisman. So I guess that's the point. I don't really... What a fucking weird cave. Talisman depicting the horns of a bull goat raises poise. Bull goats are associated with the stout and mighty Tragoth. Said to be unflinching in combat. Now a silent comrade to those who fight. Tragov? Never heard that name before, to be honest. I don't know, that's just weird. Sometimes I just don't get Elden Ring, to be honest. Because, well, what's the point of this cave, right? At the end of the day, I'm playing a game that needs to be fun. Yet, they've taken the fun out of this cave. And you're sort of left standing here wondering, well, why? Why did they decide to, hey, we just want to put a cave in this game that is meant to not be fun? Okay, so this is the way to continue then, right? That is, that's the entrance, so that's literally the right path. I'm just gonna rest here real quick, and then just gonna try to sneak my way to that thing. I kind of think this is what you're meant to do, yet at the same time, well, the problem isn't necessarily that you're meant to sneak by him, right? I mean, that can be like a fun design choice, I guess. But the problem is that if you decide to engage him, he shouldn't be, well, what he is, right? The issue isn't necessarily even his strength per se, but the fact that... Wait, what? Oh. And then you have a wolf that dies with 2 spells and still drops about 1/5 of the runes that the bear dropped. What? See, those are just problems with this, right? I'm not even against necessarily putting such a strong bear in here, but make the runes that he drops actually correspond to his strength, right? So compared to these wolves, if it takes, I don't know, 30 times as much hits to take the bear down compared to the wolf, then he should also roughly, obviously that also depends on resistances and stuff, but he should roughly drop 30 times the amount of runes as well, which he obviously didn't. So that's a big problem. And yeah, I don't know. And the same thing is also, again, he just didn't really look like that much of a strong enemy. I mean, obviously he was. Is the screen shaking because the bear is above me, or what? Probably, huh? But, yeah, I mean, as I said, I think that... Why did that not go through? Why does the AI have so many problems in caves in general? It's just weird, isn't it? Man, I just don't know. The problem is also, yeah, it's just what it's always coming back to what I was talking about in the beginning, right? The problem is how the game presents these challenges, because especially without the messages necessarily, you would... I don't know, it's just visually not telling you enough about this, right? It's just not telling you why this happens. It's not telling you why this bear is so much stronger than everything else in the game. And it's also, it kind of invalidates, I would say, so the bear that I just fought, right? I get that enemies need to get stronger throughout an RPG, right? Obviously, there's always this kind of discrepancy between logic and presenting a challenge for the player. But considering that this bear probably had more HP than Godric and Margit combined, is a little bit of a problem, I would say, right? Logically, obviously, it's a big problem because it just doesn't make sense that would be the case. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you need to ground that a little bit more in your world, right? So either make it that the bear is some beefed up version, right? It could literally be, I mean, we're in Caelid, right? Let's say he would exude, like, we fought so many very well designed enemies here, designed in terms of how they look, right? So I'm thinking, for example, about that weird flying death bird that only spawns at night. What if the bear also had some sort of black, scraggly hair and like a white aura about him that clearly tells you, hey, this is some sort of undead, weirdly twisted version of a bear, right? Or alternatively, actually make him a boss fight, right? With a boss health bar and stuff. That would also tell you, hey, this is a very strong enemy. But to just put a random bear in a cave that looks like any other bear, I mean, he looks like a Caelid, quote-unquote Caelid bear, right? In Caelid, they have like white fur. They definitely look different to their big counterparts in Limgrave, which that's all right, but yeah, there needs to be other stuff that clearly indicates, hey, this is, you know, this is supposed to be a stronger enemy. So is this the boss fight or what? Maybe not. It is, okay. Oh, I hate this game sometimes. They literally just one-shot me because, I mean, I did heal a little bit too late. Alright, I give it that. But there was no way for me to get out of that. I mean, maybe there was. Maybe I should have just rolled through the back hit or something like that. And now I have to run back there. What the fuck? See? I would bet, even though the bosses still have, they're definitely on the higher side in terms of HP for me currently, right? In terms of my weapon damage and stuff. But I think, honestly, I don't even need to bet on that. I'm pretty certain that the bear in front of this cave in the first room definitely has like 1.5 times as much as HP as both of the bosses combined. Right? And that just doesn't make any sense. right? I mean, I get why they've done this, right? They wanted this bear to be some sort of weird threat that you need to sneak past, like I'm doing right now, right? I get that. But it doesn't make any more sense if you're doing that, right? It doesn't make sense that that would be the case. And that is a big problem. Oh, oops. Sorry about that. Like, you can't just do that in a game, right? It just... No. At least I do have to commend them for putting the, the fog wall up here. That is, at least, that makes sense. For a change. But still, that is just, right? I mean... This is actually kind of cool how they've designed this. Although I'm definitely not a fan at all of them pretty much supposedly increasing challenge by just placing 2 enemies everywhere. Oh, he has much less health than the other guy. Oh. Can you... Fucking hell, this is a weird design. Wait, where's the... That's the ranged one, right? Okay. Now this is going to be easier. Also, once again, my fucking thing has already changed again. Now that was awkwardly delayed. I should have realized that the ranged one had way more HP, right? Or way less HP is what I'm trying to say. Also, I can just stun him. Interesting. Flame Drake Talisman +2. Well, this was much less interesting when you kill the ranged one first. At least that's pretty awesome. I do like that design choice. That's a very, very cool choice that they deliberately give the ranged one less HP, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. And it gives you a viable sort of strategy for this encounter. The fact that they're just giving me a talisman that I already own, that's a bit... Yeah, I don't really like that. But, I mean, whatever. It's just... See, once again, not including the bear in the first room, just literally leaving him out of this cave, cutting him completely, would have made this a whole lot more enjoyable. And you know what? I really, really think, because it just, you know, it's kind of crazy. As I said, the bear, I think, I would have to look back at the footage, but I think the bear has about, I mean, at least twice as much HP as both of these bosses combined, right? So you're clearly not meant to kill the bear. You're meant to sneak by him, right? Because if you... And that's a big issue here with the design, right? Let's say the player comes into this cave, discovers the bear, tries to fight him, realizes, hey, I'm way, way too underleveled for this. decides to leave the cave, mark it as, hey, I'm going to come back to this later, and then levels up to, I don't know, level 130, 140, right? Decides to go back into this cave, defeat the bear, right? It's still going to be a tough fight, probably. And then you go down the cave, you go to the boss, and you'll completely and utterly annihilate the boss fight. Because you thought that the cave was as strong as the bear in front of it. Right? That's the reason why this design is really, really bad. And there's also a good alternative for this design as well. If you want to have something where you need to sneak by without killing things in the first room, then put in something that is literally unkillable. And I don't mean just hugely inflate its HP pool or something. I'm talking about some sort of trap, right? Like that weird chariot in the catacombs at the start of the game, right? That you can unlock by inserting the stone sword keys. That's unkillable, right? That's just an environmental obstacle. So why not? I mean, think about Wind Waker, for example, right? Zelda, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Certain dungeons in that game have like these laser turrets, right? I mean, that's just sort of the first thing that popped into my mind. Just design something that is unkillable, yet provides the same challenge that they're trying to go for with the bear, right? So why not implement some sort of magical tower device or whatever the hell that you need to sneak by in order to not be attacked by it, right? It would have the same sort of gameplay experience that they're trying to go for here with the bear, without feeling stupid or, you know, like it's badly designed. And at the same time, that could also be a cool thing, because it would be something different, right? I think in general, the game would actually, now that I think about it, profit a lot from having more environmental obstacles like that. Because it could provide interesting combinations if they put those environmental obstacles together with actual enemies. And it would work around this problem that they seem to have here, where for some reason they're just massively inflating HP and attack power of certain enemies without any rhyme or reason. But instead, what they could have done is just introduce more sort of different challenges and ideas into the game, right? I don't know, that bear just, holy shit, how would you ever, like, this is something where during testing I would say, no, this is dumb. Either cut the first portion completely, or actually introduce something where it makes sense that it works that way, right? Also, once again, so the bear in front dropped, 7,000 runes when I killed it. Remember, it has about twice as much or even more HP than both bosses combined. Yet the bosses drop 10 times as many runes. What the fuck? Why? I mean, you can't refight the bosses, right? I guess it's some sort of protection against just farming the bear for runes, but considering how long it takes to kill it, I don't think that's really a viable strategy. Also, there is still merit to that, right? You can still give bosses, like actual bosses, more runes that they drop because they're one-time enemies. That is completely fine. But yeah, if they're like, if a normal quote-unquote enemy that respawns is twice as strong as two bosses combined, then it shouldn't drop only 1/10 of the amount of runes, right? It should at least be, I don't know, half of it, right? As I said previously, if the wolf drops like 1,000 runes and it takes me, I don't know, 3 to 5 hits to kill it, the bear takes 10 times as much. Let the bear drop, I don't know, 30k, maybe 35k, something like that. Would have been about half of what the end boss dropped, right? I don't know. It's, as I said, it's just completely weird what they're doing here. It honestly feels like they, well, either didn't even test this at all, so it was just sort of randomly decided to do this, or they, I don't know, maybe they ran out of ideas of what they want to do with the later areas or something. Wait, how many do I need? I think does this give me enough? It actually does. Nice. But yeah, this is just weird at this point. It is just weird. Okay, now I'm vigor at 40. I still don't think that this is enough for what they're doing with the inflation of attack power all of a sudden. The problem is, I thought about leveling something else as well, but I don't really know what, since, well, I have the Somber Smithing Stones, right? So I think that once I find the Somber Smithing Stone 7, my attack power will increase by a lot. At least my weapon attack power, not necessarily the... Well, I don't know. Should I go for more intelligence? It's honestly a bit hard to say. Or should I try getting vigor to 50? I don't know. Because I'm trying, like, what would be the most enjoyable at this point? Probably vigor to 50, right? Because it means that I wouldn't necessarily get two shot by enemies. But honestly, I don't really know. See, that's also the weird part, right? That completely confuses you in terms of, like, what do you want to do? The boss in this particular instance, right? The actual boss fight in this cave was a little bit annoying with the first attempt because of the weird boomerang that one of the werewolves was throwing at me. But ultimately, it needed about, I don't know, 5 attacks of them combined to kill me. Like, I think I was hit by the ranged attack or by the boomerang about 5 times, and then +1 melee attack, and only that killed me, right? So, see, this is a problem now with how I'm thinking about this game. If I increase my vigor further, it might completely take the challenge out of some of the boss fights. Well, then, I have to level something, right? I would go with Arcane to 17 if the dragon attacks weren't so bad. That's honestly really disappointing. Like, the dragon attacks are really, really cool, yet at the same time, they take so long that they're completely pointless against most enemies, because most enemies in this game attack way too fast to make a dragon attack like that viable. Unless I have safe aggro, or rather my spirit summon has safe aggro on something. I could go with a little bit more mind. Just to be able to cast a few more spells, I guess. It's hard to tell. Also, it's just strange that for large portions of the game, I didn't really get runes at all. Like, enemies were dropping very, very little, and suddenly I get almost 2 levels from a random cave. That's weird. Honestly, that really makes me think about what they were doing with the development in this area, because it honestly feels like they were sort of saying, oh, hey, we need more challenge in the later parts of the game. Okay, how can we provide more challenge for the player? let's just massively inflate all of the stats of enemies. So it is more challenging for the player. But then, maybe the game is too hard in endgame or something. Oh, let's just massively inflate the runes that you get so that you can level a lot more at the end of the game as well. Also, why does this exist here? The fuck? Huh? I was honestly wondering when I went up to the church where I found Millicent. Who conjured this ball? Are these just sort of random leftover traps from Celia sorcerers that at one point existed here? Because it doesn't make any sense that this trap would exist here, right? I mean, there's nobody to cast it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like FromSoft really had a big problem with coming up with ideas of how to make an open world game more challenging, right? Instead of introducing interesting mechanics into their fights, they instead opted to just increase stats by a lot for some weird reason. I don't know why. Oh, I guess these... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. These traps are probably originating from the tower, right? I don't know. I can think of so many really, really interesting things that you could do in terms of challenges, right? I mean, you could design bosses where you need to... In general, the game is definitely lacking in... I wouldn't necessarily call them puzzle bosses, but in bosses that require actual strategy, right? Especially with a game this big, there is just so much opportunity to have like really, really different designed encounters in it, right? Yet, I would say that most of the boss encounters are, or like in general enemy encounters are sort of the same thing, right? You evade enemy attacks, you hit them when there's an opening, and that's pretty much it. And I kind of wish that there would be, well, not necessarily puzzle bosses, but certainly bosses that require strategy, right? Lenny's Rise. Who the hell is Lenny? Also, now that I'm thinking about this, considering the amount of sort of different stats and so you have like poison and blood loss and holy and magic and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, I kind of wish, with how big this game is, I kind of wish they would have made it easier to run different setups on the same character, maybe even with the option of saving certain gear sets, and designing bosses in a way where you kind of have to have multiple different gear sets for your character, right? So, a magic set, let's say, right? Maybe something with like a special effect like fire damage or lightning or frost damage, right? One set that is more ranged oriented, one set that is more melee oriented. I think if you're slightly changing the way that leveling works and balance the game around that, that would have provided way more interesting opportunities, in my opinion, to the point where you could have designed bosses more around recognizing weaknesses rather than just inflating their stats, right? Make it more RPG, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I wish they would have made it more RPG. Dastard? Spirit spring ahead. So this is usually the statue that tells you the puzzle with how to enter the place. So I guess in this particular case we need to figure out the puzzle or what it's wanting from us by ourselves. Don't expect this to be too difficult, honestly, but guess you never know. I do wish that these sorcerer towers would be a little less copy and paste in terms of their design. Especially considering that Ranni also sits in one and she's kind of an important character. So, I don't know. Huh. I halfway thought that this would lead to a small secret or something, but apparently it doesn't. Time for jumping? Are you supposed to just enter it by force? If that's the case, it's kind of lame. I guess so. I mean, there is nothing here, right? I like the color scheme that we've currently got going on. Because it's very sort of grayed out, yet at the same time pretty unique because it has this gray reddish undertone. It's very unusual color grading, I would say. Okay, yeah, I think you're literally just meant to jump into it. And that's kind of disappointing, but okay. One thing that I actually also wish, although I kind of talked about that last time as well, right? But I wish that the game would also allow for, I guess, more defensive styles. And what I mean by that is allow me to not only level vigor, but also level some sort of defensive stat, right? I mean, I already talked about that. I don't like the fact that your defenses are raised automatically with your level. I think your defensive stuff and damage negation should be a conscious choice. One that would potentially allow you to go for a character that might not have that much health, but is very good with their defenses. Potentially even introducing, specific magic or whatever that also can strengthen that. I mean, obviously that would require large changes in the game's design, but yeah. Man, there's still so much potential left in this game. So much stuff that I wish they would have done differently. It's way too much like Dark Souls. That's Elden Ring's biggest issue, I think. It's they were sort of stuck with, I don't know why. Maybe they thought that people wouldn't gonna like this game if they deviated too much from their traditional formula, or maybe it's something else. I don't really know, but I wish that they would have changed stuff a lot more, right? Instead of just making it quote-unquote Dark Souls. Oh, for fuck's sake, why did that not hit him? I wonder if this guy can be bled. It's such a weird enemy design, right? Since he doesn't really do anything, and it's just emitting this weird mist. He seems to have pretty high bleed resistance, all things considered. Oh. What is up with these crystals? They look completely different to the ones outside. Looks like somebody experimented with, like, dark magic here, right? Sort of corrupted these crystals? It's actually rather interesting. So is there no way to open this place up? I mean, I guess there is no need for it if you kind of get an item from this place or something. I halfway expected there to be some sort of special NPC here. I mean, maybe there is, but... Okay, that's the usual elevator. Yeah. I really, really wish they would have changed these things a little bit more. The copy and paste is a bit too strong in certain cases, unfortunately. Oh. Yeah, it literally just seems to be this chest. Memory stone. It's also kind of insane to me. I mean, well, there are like a million different sorceries in this game, right? So having like a fairly large number of attunement slots does make sense to some degree. I mean, the issue there as well is that the game really suffers from its UI, right? The fact that you have to cycle through fucking everything, that's really, really bad design, right? They should have designed it in a way where you have at least like 2 different slots, one for incantations, one for sorceries, I think. Or just in general, I don't know. You know what? Something that they could have done. Yeah, definitely the game needs a massive redesign in its controls. It really does. So, for example, let's say I have my staff in my left hand, right? Now I should be able... So instead of making left D-pad switch between weapons, I think now, with the staff equipped, I should have the option to essentially hold the left D-pad button, and it would give me 4 quick access spells on the face buttons, right, on triangle. So while having the staff equipped, left D-pad plus triangle plus circle plus X or plus square should give me the option to cast 4 different spells that I can slot in the menu, right? Something like that. So this tower literally just has a memory stone. That's even more underwhelming than I thought it would be. That's unfortunate. But yeah, the game needs a lot of redesigns in a lot of different ways. Let me actually check. What is below the elevator in this case? Oh, it's just the... Oh. Just the, the first room of the whole thing. Okay, then. I wonder how much more stuff is up there, because, I mean, it can't be that much, honestly, right? The area is not that big. There seems to be like a smaller portion here as well. I mean, obviously there's this one enemy in front of this place. kind of wonder what they potentially put in here as well. It's also really strange that it seems to be so specific in how you get here, yet they also allow you to teleport to it. Quite an interesting choice, isn't it? Okay, let me just check that there's nothing sort of below the bridge here. Doesn't look like it, does it? What did people die to? What? Why are there bloodstains here? They're clearly fighting something. But the dragon is there. Can the dragon fly over here, or what's the deal? How strange. The hell? Sometimes in those particular cases, I feel like I'm missing things. Did people just drag an enemy back here? And that's why they died there? Or can the dragon potentially just fly over to the other bridge? Oh, hi. You guys are here. Oh, fuck. What the hell? Okay, well, in my defense, one of them stepped onto the trap. Yeah, I guess people fought these guys and just sort of guided them back to the bridge, I guess. Okay, I didn't expect, like, 5 of them at the same time. I should have known that they're here because I saw them next to the clergyman's... I don't even know what that is. Like a castle as well? They're actually much more hidden than I thought they would be, right? That's pretty awesome. I do like their design because it is somewhat unique, because they... Not only are they very hard to see, they're very sneaky, but they're also... They're very unique in a lot of ways, aren't they? Also, it's kind of funny that if I sneak up on them, I'm actually able to one-shot them as well. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's really, really hard to see them. That's pretty awesome. Where the heck are the other ones? I think there's one hiding here. Yeah, I saw you. I wonder what their affiliation is with the Beast Clergyman, though. Though I would say that... there is one bigger issue with them, and that's that they appear so much in different places. That makes it hard to pinpoint where they're supposed to belong, right? I feel like it's very unclear where these guys are supposed to belong and why they're at certain places at all. Okay, yeah, there's a couple more on the other side of the road. Also, the sheer amount of traps on this path is kind of insane. Holy hell! There's like at least probably, I don't know, 40 of those like grenades or whatever they are on the path itself. I mean, I guess there's no real need for me to actually fight all of them. Obviously, I could just go back. I could go back down the path on the other side. There's definitely still a couple of them that I could engage with, but... Oh, I was wondering about the sound. Ooh, it's a giant waterfall that I don't really know why it exists. Looks a lot more impressive from up close, doesn't it? It's also quite high. There has to be significance to it, right? Okay, so we have, how many? Like 4 of them? There's also a couple more hiding back here, I guess. Huh. Looks kind of awesome, not gonna lie. The sort of overall concept of the world is really, really impressive, right? The fact that the way it's sort of built up, and yeah. I really like that. Oh, right, they dropped the kukris. Problem is I don't really want to fight all of those guys at once. I wonder if it... Can I kill this guy to the right without alerting the other ones? What did the other one do? Why was he, like... Oh, for fuck's... I hate that so much! Oh, I hate stun locking in this game. It is so bad! Because it also... There is no rhyme or reason as to why attacks can stun you and others don't. I mean, these small guys, they shouldn't be able to stun me, right? I mean, I know that I don't have that much poise, obviously. But, I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of weird in general, because I don't really know what the other guy was doing. First of all, he was sort of flying away from me for some awkward reason. I don't know what that was about. Like, how the hell did he get flung away? Because it looked like I hit him. It didn't look like that was a deliberate choice by him. So no idea what that was about. And then... I don't know, it looks like they have some sort of small... ranged attack or something that they're employing. Don't really know what's supposed to be up with that. Are they still following me? Nah. Well, now we're back with these weird gravestones that look like... I mean, it looks like beasts have been buried inside of the stones for some weird reason. Also, do you think that the dragon on the bridge is some sort of special dragon? I'm just wondering if it's worth it to engage with it. Because overall, this place honestly looks fairly empty, except for the big boss fight up ahead. Other than that, it looks like there's mostly these small guys here. I don't know, it's hard to tell from the outside, right? Once again, problem with enemy design. Is he stronger or different compared to the other dragons in Dragon Barrow? He looks a bit bigger, to be honest, but that might also be sort of misleading me visually. But I could just try and fight him since there is this point of grace here. So is the whole point of taking the lower bridge then literally just to avoid the dragon on the bridge? I mean, it makes sense to some degree, but it's also a bit underwhelming. It seems like this area, I don't know, is a bit weird in a couple of ways. Farum Great Bridge. That's also why I was so confused why the enemies up here are suddenly so much stronger than the rest of Caelid, because it's, you know, when you look at it, I mean, well, physically, in terms of the space, it's about maybe a third of Caelid, probably, right? Depending on how much you count the desert. But because of that, it's kind of weird that there is this big difference in terms of not only enemy strength, but also this entire Dragon Barrow place is fairly empty, right? I mean, there isn't that much here, to be honest. I mean, there was this one cave, but then, I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely a more special dragon as well. Probably an annoying one to fight, considering that he's on a bridge, and therefore potentially, I mean, it's probably harder to deal with him on a horse, right? Because you can't really run past him. But then again, he also can't really fly away that much, or rather, can't really land in sort of awkward places. Since it's really only the bridge that is giving him space, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that they can sort of see you for some weird reason. Hi. Why the hell am I finding a Somber Smithing Stone 9 again? I need the fucking 7! The hell did I miss? Okay, this... Oh, right, so I'm on this sort of outer portion here. This looks like there should be... maybe an additional cave or something here? It's just a bit hard to tell what this area is even supposed to be. It's completely separated from the rest of Caelid. It's clearly something to do with some sort of beast. I mean, it seems like a large beast graveyard. To some degree, right? Oh no, never mind. I thought this was leading towards those structures, but it doesn't. Wait, that's strange. Likely dead end. It honestly looks like one. Huh. Okay, these guys are annoying to fight on horseback. What's the deal with the side area, then? See, yeah, this is also what I mean. This honestly feels like a very large and almost empty portion of the map. I mean, when you look at it, of course, well, there's the minor tree. There's a cave here. There was this big dragon. And then we get a fort that didn't really have that... well, it had a couple of things in it. It has the Divine Tower as well. I mean, there are definitely a couple of things here, but it seems... You know what? Maybe this place is part of a quest later on. I mean, I was able to already go to the Beast Clergyman, but it does feel as if this sort of entire upper portion of Caelid... I don't know. It does feel like it's somehow connected to, like, another quest or something, right? Because it seems such a big and empty place. There has to be some other significance to this. Okay, so now I've looked at the left portion of it. Before I venture up, do I want to try and fight the dragon? The problem is that I'm getting a lot of runes now, and... yeah, I don't know. Let's craft these. They might be beneficial against it. I mean, it's probably not too hard to get the runes back, all things considered. Oh yeah, I also completely forgot about those. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna try and fight the dragon. Don't really know what his deal is. Oh, for fuck's sake, before I do that, though, I need to change to my horseback equipment. Yeah, I wonder how well this is going to work, honestly. Okay, he has a lot of HP. And he also has flames, apparently. Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously? Oh, no, he's already poisoned. Yeah, that's annoying, that he can fly away so much. Honestly feels a bit unnecessary. What? What hit me? Are you kidding me? Did the fire somehow appear behind him? Oh yeah, this fight is exactly as annoying as I thought it would be. The poison isn't doing much, is it? 10 years later. Why do they constantly have to fly up, for fuck's sake? Wait! Of course. What the fuck? He literally just... No iframes? Yeah. Forgot about that. Stop fucking flying into the air! Stop making this encounter as fucking boring as it could be! I don't want to fight you while you're like a million years in the air! Oh, for fuck's sake. Also, it's completely glitched out because he's sort of, like... Can you... Okay, how to make an encounter as boring as possible 101. Make a boss fly into the air a million different times. Ooh, shit, I thought it was a tail attack. Oh, for fuck's sake. How the hell did I avoid that? How? Oh, for fuck's sake. That was... That was a very fortunate bleed prog. And another dragon heart. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, the dragon fights get really boring really quickly. The problem is, they need... The dragon fights definitely need some way to... I don't know. The problem is they just have too much downtime, right? While the boss is in the air, you're sort of just left there not doing anything. And, like, logically, as I think I mentioned this before as well, logically it doesn't make any sense that the dragon would come back down. Clearly just being in the air is way superior. Also, this bridge didn't help because the dragon... I mean, it did help for me, but logically as well, it doesn't really make any sense because he's sort of... As soon as he's standing... what's the word? Perpendicular? To the length of the bridge, his attacks become a lot less threatening because sort of he's only really hitting the outer edge of it. I don't really know. Oh man, there are so many problems with an encounter like this. Also, the amount... Why do the enemies deal so much damage? I hate that they can two-shot me. And certain attacks can anyways. Why is there nothing against that? Like, what are you supposed to do exactly in order to prevent that? Am I meant to wear heavier armor? I mean, I know that I'm wearing the eye talisman, right? Obviously that increases the damage that I take. But I don't necessarily think, I mean, logically speaking, unless I'm misunderstanding something, if I would unequip the talisman, I think I would take between 10 to 15 less damage per enemy attack. And considering that I have 1,500 HP, the difference of the talisman should be not necessarily negligible, but certainly minor, I would say. Huh. Also, once again, with the amount of runes that he dropped, I'm now kind of once again confronted with the decision of what the fuck am I supposed to do with them. I mean, yeah, like, theoretically speaking, the only thing that I'm struggling with right now is literally enemy damage. That is the only thing that makes the game challenging for me currently. So, logically, I should work against that and try to improve the amount of HP that I have. I can't go for defensive stuff in particular because that would mean that I would lose other stuff as well. Though I'm kind of reconsidering if I should maybe change my equipment to other things. Okay, let me just go back here and quickly review what these resistances do. So immunity, right? Your resistance to various poisons and rot. The higher the number, the lower your susceptibility. So technically, I want a lot of immunity because I think that, if rot doesn't get applied as quickly, though then again, to be completely honest, being poisoned or being afflicted by rot isn't actually such a big deal. Because rot, the only thing that was ever dangerous about rot to my character was the amount of damage that I took while it was being applied, right? I never really even got to be infected by rot because at the end of the day, I was already dead by the time I was actually inflicted by it. Because the ticks that I take in terms of damage when an enemy uses rot on me are far more dangerous than the actual rot itself. And poison, well, first of all, it has been a long time since enemies actually poisoned me. I know that there are a couple of these mushroom guys here in Caelid that do it, but overall poison was never really that much of a threat to me, I feel like. Right? And typically, at least as of now, poison is only really applied by quote-unquote normal enemies, and has never really been an issue with either boss fights or anything to that degree, right? Okay, so then we have robustness. Your resistance to blood loss and frostbite. Now, frostbite, at least as of now, hasn't been a thing at all. I think I fought literally one enemy that applied it. Blood loss is another thing. There are a couple of enemies that apply it, and blood loss can be very dangerous. So I would say robustness is probably not the worst thing to have. Focus, resistance to sleep, and bouts of madness. Once again, sleep hasn't really been a thing so far in the game. Madness has been, though I would say that madness has only really been a problem as sort of an environmental, like that Tower of Madness that I went to, right? It was more a problem as like an environmental challenge, not really during fights so far. And then vitality, your resistance to death. The higher the number, the lower your susceptibility to instant death. So I think that's actually that like dark thing that exists. There is like some kind of dark, looks like a curse or something that can be built up as well. I guess that instantly kills you if it reaches 100. But I've never seen that effect so far, in action anyways. So that makes me think that, honestly, these resistances, the most important one to me probably would be robustness overall. But I think they're actually a very niche thing compared to the damage negation. So, yeah, it might not be a bad idea to try to potentially wear items with higher defensive stats. Though obviously the difference with these as well could be somewhat minor. Right, this has the slowly replenishes HP when HP is reduced effect on it. That also hasn't really... I was trying that, right? So what this told me was that if there is like a debuff on me that reduces my HP, then I slowly replenish HP. But that wasn't actually the case, at least not with Fia's debuff. Honestly, I kind of want to wear this, just because it looks really cool. Okay, so what would be the difference here? It's actually fairly higher physical defense, right? It's a bit less focus and vitality, a lot more poise, and the robustness would actually be increased. Technically, I know that I should also... I mean, I have a bunch of things that also have like additional effects, right? Which would be... strengthens glintstone sorcery skills. Though that would decrease a lot of stuff by a lot as well. Yeah, honestly, since I really like the look of this, I should potentially go for this, right? And I could... see, this is why I'm thinking about this. If I put one more point in endurance, I might be able to wear it without having to change anything else. Not that it would necessarily be such a big difference in terms of... let me... wait. Let me look at it once more. If I change to this... shit, what did I want to look at? Oh, right, the value difference here, right? So this would give me... what is my current physical stuff? 5.5. And with this it would be 11.5, yeah. So it's literally just adding the damage negation on top, right? Yeah. Honestly, let's go for it. Doesn't really fit with the hood all that well, but I might be able to change other stuff as well. Why am I running so weirdly? Is that what happens when you're heavy loaded? Okay, let's do this for a second. Still heavy load. I think now I'm making my build even weirder than it already was. Oh shit, wait. Still heavy load, oh for fuck's sake. Alright, maybe I should change up my headgear as well. Is there something that weighs less that would make sense? Because I have a bunch of things like these increase, but these are heavier than what I'm wearing. This strengthens glintstone sorcery skills. Is the thing that I'm currently using a glintstone sorcery? Like the, this thing? Great glintstone shard? It is, right? I don't know if the hat makes sense. Is there other stuff that it could wear that would also decrease my load? So these are too heavy. This would work. Oh, this increases vigor by a point. Completely forgot about that. I mean, this is way worse, though. It fits very well. Aw, fuck, yeah, I want to go with this. Holy shit, that looks cool. I mean, the 1 point in vigor obviously doesn't do that much. I could go with this hat, but it's literally even worse than what I'm now wearing. Would kind of work as well. But let's go with this. Yeah, this looks awesome, not gonna lie. Holy shit, this looks cool. Now I just need... Well, the gloves look really badass as well, right? Okay, I'm actually pretty close to heavy load, so for the time being, this is actually kind of what I want to run with. Yeah, at least that technically gives me a couple more points in... So I have, like, what? 28 poise instead of, what was it before, like 19 or something? And I definitely have higher physical defenses now. Not much, but a bit. And I would say that my resistances overall haven't been impacted too much by this change. Also, I get 1 more point in vigor, which isn't too bad. Yeah. Holy shit, I should have run with this a lot earlier on. This looks absolutely incredible. Holy fuck. Not only is the armor really awesome in terms of its detail, I like the sort of beastly stuff that's hanging from it, and the red hood just looks awesome together with it. Yeah, holy fuck, I should have done this way earlier, to be honest. Now I just need... I mean, the gloves are working with it as well, because the gloves are just looking really good, but I definitely need leg pieces that look better compared to what I have. These weigh 5.1, that's actually fairly heavy. So I might want to go with 1 more point in endurance to be able to change to something else as well. Do these look cool? Nah. They don't fit with this. Not really. Not really either. I mean, this armor that I got, it drops from the soldiers here, right? So I might actually want to farm for their footgear as well. Because in that particular area, the stuff that I have, unfortunately, doesn't look that good. This is kind of awesome. Imagine Chorus, hello. What's up? Yeah, I kinda... Do I want to farm for that? I don't know. Might take a couple of tries. Is there even... I guess I would have to go back to the lake area, right? Now that I thought about this armor so much, I have a feeling its actual impact on how much damage I take isn't going to be that big, but... whatever. Also, funnily enough, I think that with this, I should probably just... Oh, that didn't actually hit me. Okay, hit... It's honestly hard to tell. I mean, against, like, smaller enemies like this, it might actually be somewhat of a pretty good change. Oh wait, I'm literally... Yeah, I'm at the place where I started. It's actually not where I want to be. Have I already been to this tree? No, I haven't. Hi, that's cool. Fashion Souls, yeah, the true game. That is absolutely correct. I'm definitely... I was sort of trying to go for for good stats as well, for whatever I needed, but technically with my build, I probably should have gone for the increase in intelligence and stuff a long time ago, but this looks way more awesome than anything else. So, I mean, that's why I've pretty much run with my black assassin's garb since the beginning of the game, pretty much. Because it looked very cool, but yeah, at some point I just needed a change. Okay, another starlight shard. I honestly feel like there isn't that much more here. I mean, I've sort of taken a little bit of a look around when I came here originally through the teleporter. But now that I'm back, it doesn't look like there's much more here, to be completely honest. Looks over stats, definitely. Have I been behind it? Yes, I think. I think that was sort of the first thing that I did when I arrived here. Sort of looked behind it. I guess there's probably something down there, now that I think about it. Actually, that looks like there's a body down there. Can I... No, there's an enemy there. There are multiple enemies there. Yeah, I figured that was a possibility. Otherwise, this place would have been a lot... kind of, like, not a lot. It would have been sort of pointless, it felt like. Though I still think that this area is fairly large without a lot in it. Maybe that's just a feeling because you can teleport here. That does somewhat take away from the whole discovery aspect. I think if I would have sort of come up to this place at this point without having been here before, it might have felt a touch more interesting or something. But then again, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there might be some sort of quest line or something that takes me here. Honestly, no idea how to get down there. Looks like a much larger drop than I would have thought it would be. Okay, so this enemy is definitely still left, though I probably... Well, I don't have that many runes currently. I could just try this fight now. Shouldn't be too difficult. I expect this fight to be somewhat on the same difficulty as the dragon on the bridge, depending on his... Oh! Wait, he actually notices me? Ah, that's interesting. I guess I never really thought about that when I originally went here, because I came up from behind, more or less. Do I want to do this fight on horseback, or try him... Oh, hello. Didn't know you have a ranged attack. Okay, yeah, let me just reset this and do it properly. Huh. I also didn't realize that you were able to go in here on horseback. Interesting. Right, I should probably, before I forget it, I always forget about the seats. Now that I have 4 seats. Yeah, I don't know, it has a bunch of ranged attacks, so it might be easier on foot, yeah. You know, it depends. I've actually grown to like horseback combat a bit more. Well, like is a strong word. I would say that it works somewhat well in a lot of scenarios that I wouldn't have thought that it worked well in. Still a bit finicky, though. I was just slightly confused why he suddenly reacted to me at all, because I thought that when I came here originally, I actually sort of went around him, although I might have been sneaking, and maybe that's why he didn't actually react to me. Definitely didn't expect him to react to me when I was riding up to this place. Okay, so there might possibly be something behind the bestial sanctum. I need to fight this guy, and once I've done that, I'm pretty much done with the eastern part here, or northeastern part, rather. I think. Yeah, do they really not hit me? I have a feeling that that was different when I tried him last time. I mean... I guess I'm just going to try him normally first, and then potentially... Let's see what his attacks are actually doing. Because last time I was here, he literally one-shot me with everything. He still has more HP... than I thought he would. Okay, yeah. It was probably not the best idea to actually fight him on the stairs. Oh. He's still doing a lot of damage. Still... I put so many points... How the hell do they still deal that much damage to me? I'm really wondering what kind of level you're supposed to be here. Or do they really just said, well, fuck it, let's just two-shot everyone. That was a weird attack. That it went through here. Okay. Fighting him on the staircase, definitely not the best idea. Why do they always... They always do that and place enemies in locations where there's like a big elevation difference all over the place. Makes it really inconsistent. I don't like the little amount of damage that I'm dealing to him, though. Well, now that I think about it, maybe... my size is a little bit... Maybe I should actually switch to my other weapon. Let's see. See, now he... Oh, okay, he is reacting to me. I was actually... He's kind of weird with that. With whether or not he actually wants to fight you or not. That was not a great idea to heal right there. What are those attacks? What is he even trying to hit currently? Oh. Really? Why does he deal so much damage? I honestly don't get it. He's supposed to be a gargoyle? Really? I wouldn't have thought that. I don't actually want to know that kind of stuff, by the way, but, yeah. And I guess it makes sense with how he's sitting there. Could be made out of stone. I actually wanted to see whether or not... Yeah, no problem. It's just, And he has percentage health? Wait, is that a... I mean, I guess that wouldn't be too bad. I'm just... Okay, when did I last come here? I don't remember that, but I think I was like level 50 or something. He definitely one-shot me with everything at that point. I'm just kind of... What are they expecting you to be here? Like level 130 or something? I actually completely forgot with what I wanted to do. Should I have spent my runes on something? Oh, then again, it's not that much. I do want to try one thing, though, just to be sure. Where's my sword? There it is. Since he's standing in front of here, I thought for a while that he was going to be some sort of deathbird-like thing. Though I don't think he is. Let's see. No. Okay, yeah. Well... The hell was that? He ran past me and then still hit me. Okay, yeah, the holy stuff isn't doing anything. I guess it's, okay, yeah, let me change the weapon back. This doesn't make any sense. I guess the sound that the weapon makes when you hit him, that would be the hint that he's some sort of stone-like creature, although it does sound a bit more like metal for some awkward reason. Okay. It's recommended level 90 to 110. I can see that. It doesn't make any sense at all, but it makes sense at the same time. I just don't know why. That is such a random change. What is the rest of Caelid supposed to be then? Like, so the difference between here and here is, what, 30 levels for some reason? Strange. Yeah, the eye, right? I have the, what's it called? This one. I mean, yeah, he's dealing more damage to me. The reason, or the thing that I just don't get, is why there is such a big difference between 70% of Caelid, and then you just move on to this area, and suddenly everything just hits twice as hard as before. I'm really confused why they thought that was a good idea. So I guess I don't really have anything that would deal like bonus damage to him. I'm kind of inclined to just try and find a weapon upgrade thing. Because the amount of damage that I'm dealing really isn't great. Honestly, now that you mention it, I kind of wanted to try that again. Because technically, it shouldn't be that much, right? So with it on, I have 131 plus 10, or however that's supposed to work. With it off, I have 125 plus 22, if that's how it's supposed to work. Okay, yeah. Well, I guess the difference is about 10%, yeah, something like that. Though, not enough to warrant not using the seal, I feel like. Well, I mean, it could be the difference between a 2-shot and a 3-shot, definitely, but... where the hell is it? There. It also reduces my attack damage and all of that, so... Yeah, I think that... I don't know why they decided to do that. There's, like, no real indication that that's a thing, and also it just... I'm just constantly asking myself why. It's such a weird change that feels like it doesn't really make that much sense at all. The problem is this is going to be a really boring fight with the amount of damage that I'm dealing. Okay, I'm going to... Since this cave is still open somehow, I'm actually going to look for that first and just hope that for some reason there will be a Somber Smithing Stone 7 in there. Because it feels... it kind of feels dumb that I have a Somber Smithing Stone 8 and 9 in my inventory, but I'm missing the 7. So, I could deal probably a lot more damage to those guys if I just find the missing upgrade material. Okay, let's see if this dungeon is actually down here. I thought that I had actually been to most of those places here, unless it's not actually in the desert itself. Though, since I'm already here, I should probably take another look at that image. Though, no idea what this is... What the hell is it trying to tell me? That there is something on those stones, or under the stones, behind the stones? So that would be this whole place, right? Or, I mean, there might be a way to drop down to certain places. So this is the structure that's actually on the picture. Honestly, I thought there wouldn't really be anything like in the boss arena itself. It would be strange, but... Yeah, it's sort of percent based, but not really at the same time. They're still doing some additive stuff as well, right? At least in terms of the... So you have like 131 physical defense, and then it sort of adds on the percentage of that. So the difference in having 10 versus 20 is not actually double, right? Which is what you thought it would be, but it's not. It's just... like there's still something else going on, right? Because I was literally changing from 10 to 20, but his attack was still doing, instead of 60% of my health, it was doing 50% of my health. So there's still like a subtraction stuff going on. I mean, I was actually testing that when I started the game, how the defensive stuff works, and it's unfortunately typical FromSoft. They don't actually tell you how it's working, yet at the same time still put numbers in the status screen for some reason. It's a bit, yeah, I don't know. I wish they would either don't put numbers anywhere and make the player figure it out by looking at how much damage you receive, or put numbers in and actually tell you how they work. But, oh well. Huh, so there is an actual place down here. Interesting. Because I think the status screen when you go onto like the help menu or whatever it is, right? They tell you that it's supposedly percentage damage negation, which is kind of is, but it's the percentage that gets applied onto the rest of the equation after they subtracted your base defense from the enemy's attack or something, right? And then they have like a percentage stuff from the remaining damage, which means that the percentage is much less significant the higher your base damage negation is. Sort of. Which is weird because you would think, just by the way they describe it in the menu, you would think that with like 20% damage negation that you actually only receive 50% of the damage that you would otherwise receive had you only gotten 10% damage reduction. That's not... There's like a weird thing going on there. It's a bit... I feel like it's a bit unfortunate how they describe it. War Dead Catacombs. So, meaning that they're related to the battle that took place in the desert? I mean, either way, I think that the seal's still pretty worth it, because it also increases my own damage, and like that's why it's so hard to figure out whether or not you should use them, I feel like, because I mean, this literally increases my... What does it do? Like, Vigor by 5 as well? So, while it's decreasing the percentage damage negation, it's increasing my base defense by 6 points as well. So, yeah, the difference at the end is like... Probably, yeah, 10%, something like that. I mean, if it's the difference between being 3-shot by an enemy or being 2-shot by an enemy, then it might be really significant. It's definitely a finicky thing. Though, well, the big issue is just the enemy's attack power in general is a bit much. What the hell is going on there? Because I've never been such a big fan of just sort of... If you can get 2-shot by an enemy, that typically means that a fight is usually not really fun to learn, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, the difference... I don't know. I should probably, since I already... well, then again, the other one that I have that increases the other 4 stats compared to Radagon stuff, I only have the +3 version at this point. Huh. What's going on in here? Are these guys sort of continuing their fight against each other? Oh. Time for looking away. What the hell is going on? Well, he was confused for a second. Oh, these look pretty awesome. That is definitely a room that I haven't seen in this sort of configuration at this point. These are all Radan soldiers, though, I think. So I would have sort of expected there to be Malenia's soldiers as well. I guess. Where the hell are they anyways? They're all fighting down there. Those are the big dudes though. Oh, hi. How many... Are you like respawning or... Where the hell did you go? What? God, this is... Fighting sounds all over the place. Ooh, finally somebody died. Okay, I need to go up there. Oh, there you are. Oh, hi. Stop interrupting me while I'm reading my chat. Yeah, I mean, that's really obvious, right? They're clearly the ones that fought the actual battle. I mean, the catacombs are literally called that. Which is pretty interesting, because it's actually the first time that they've sort of given context to what these catacombs really are. The fact that they here make it so obvious that that's what's been happening here. Okay, now it's getting a little bit ridiculous. I knew it, obviously, that before. Can I actually get to that guy? Oh. I heard the arrow. Is he just... I hope he's not infinitely respawning, because that would be really annoying. Or is there something that I need to do in order to stop them from respawning? Okay, so this is just the boss. Well, at least you can run through that. If you want to. Somebody else died. No, wait, that's the... sort of the end. This is just... the plant? So I guess I have to go down first to then go back up again? Probably, unless there is some sort of invisible wall here. Oh, hi. Why did you decide? How? Why do they all have so much HP? The hell? It just seems unnecessary. Whoa. I did not know you were capable of doing that. That almost reminds me of that Sekiro attack, where they have this really fast two-swing. This is actually a good place to farm runes, it feels like, just because they respawn so much. Oh, wait, what? Does he have some sort of invisible weapon? Oh, he also has... I hate the timing on that. Yeah, this place is kind of a bit crazy. Oh yeah, thanks for the thanks for the help, but I haven't really done online stuff in this playthrough. I was kind of planning to do that on my second one. This dungeon is hard. Yeah, I really feel like it is. It's just, the amount of things that are spawning here. Also, if I saw that correctly, I think there's actually rot down here as well, right? Yeah. Oh, hello. So that's one of Melinia's soldiers, right? That's the gear that I'm currently wearing. Holy shit, there's a lot of you guys. So I guess the trick is to just sort of ignore everyone and everything. and get through to the end. Okay, there is definitely some sort of chest there as well. Oh, hi! You guys are here too! I heard you. Ah. Oh fuck, you also have a bunch of HP. Okay. If these guys are here though, this might look like the correct place to go. So these guys are all fighting in the middle, it seems like. Who are you? Should I know that? Be wary of behind. One of you guys, yeah. This definitely feels like somewhat of a good... well, then again, would it be fun to farm runes in here? Probably not. So I would need to go up somehow to get to the... Well, I can imagine, yeah. I mean, the outside, that black-winged gargoyle thing is already a nightmare, to be honest. Well, a little bit. I mean, he's not that bad, but I definitely need to upgrade my weapon. Which is a little bit frustrating that I found the later upgrade materials, but not the earlier ones. Which is also... yeah. Makes it even weirder that they somehow decided to make this Kaled area not only stronger in enemies, or not only make the enemies stronger, but also the materials you find are literally so far above what I had that I'm suddenly missing the stuff in between, rather than sort of being able to upgrade everything. Is there a way to jump onto something here? I thought this was the right way to go, because the spirits weren't here, but... now I think... maybe there's another room somewhere? They're still going ham on each other. That is kind of crazy. I mean, it's a very fun idea for these catacombs. Because as I said, for the first time, they actually provide some context as to what they're supposed to be, rather than just, I don't know, placing a bunch of them in here. Oh, hello! Just let me grab the item, for fuck's sake. I wonder if the chest is actually gonna stay open? Probably not, huh? Is it still aggroed onto me? Yeah. Thank you. Well... was that item really worth it? Wait, how are you... there has to be a way somewhere. Well, I mean, the dungeon in and of itself isn't too bad, right? Because I don't actually have to engage with them if I don't want to. Now one of the guys is sort of stuck up here. Wait, might there be a way to... no, I was already up here. No way to jump over. Oh! Wait, how blind was I? I didn't even realize there was another path over on that side. What's your deal, though? Why are you suddenly... fine. Ah. That timing is sometimes... okay, let me get rid of you first. Oh, that's one of the small foot soldier guys. They're here as well? Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm here, okay. Okay, that's... okay. I need to remind myself that he's gonna... oh, for fuck's sake, he's actually coming over? Ooh, that was... oh, how many of you are here? Seriously. Oh, of course I'm fucking stuck on the environment. That's always great when that happens. These little windows actually make it hard to tell where the hell you are. What a weird place. Okay, I need to remember where I needed to go. It's also rather interesting, so they always start sort of fighting up here, and then somehow they decide to not fight up here anymore and move down into the basement area for some reason. Okay, so the trick is to sort of... Wait, so... The whole thing basically leads you around the entire dungeon, right? Like one... For fuck. Why does that make such a huge knockback? Even if it's such a small arrow. Okay. Hopefully should... For fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? Okay, there's another guy to the right. That was a bullshit attack pattern. Grab these. Oh. Of course. Wait, how? What? I guess this is where I needed to go. Oh, okay, so now I'm behind the statue, makes sense. And he can even shoot through the window, technically? Probably? In a weird way, I kind of like this dungeon. It's weirdly interesting. Pretty bullshit in a lot of ways, but also weirdly interesting. Okay, let me see. Can I... Ah, well, not entirely how I wanted this to go, but... Oh, really? Smithing stone 4? Really? The hell am I supposed to do with that? Okay. Let's get you 2. Wait, really? Okay. At least I can sort of stun lock them. Okay, next one. Ooh, I almost thought he was going to do his second attack. Because I think they do have a follow-up on that they sometimes do. Okay. That they even put like a window here so that he can hit you from there as well if you don't pay attention. Holy, why the fuck are you here? Wait, is this another dead end? Are you kidding me? Wait, what? Oh! The fucking timing sometimes. Can you stop for a second? I need to... Oh. Wait, am I... Aha! Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Where the hell are you shooting? Oh, they're fighting each other now. Yeah, please do that. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess there isn't really that much point to me trying to kill everything in here, although I would like to do that at some point. Okay, well, since the door is open, I think I'm actually able to level once more. Let's see. Either that or I'm very close to a level anyways. Do I have a couple of other runes? Wait, how much was it? Oh. I wanted to use multiple. 975. And this is 901. So 1,000. Well, that works out well. Let's see. Be selected. Well, I have an awkward feeling, though, that the boss is most likely going to be almost above my level as well. 40 vigor. I wanted to... Well, the problem is I wanted to go with a bit more endurance to... potentially change up my foot gear. But I don't really have foot gear that looks cool. So I don't think I'm actually going to do that. Thanks for the help, but I really want to... That's kind of the one rule that I set for myself, is not do online co-op and stuff for the first playthrough. Because I really want to do that on the second one. Or when I play through the game, at some point, but... So it didn't get the item that I actually went here to get. Although I should have suspected that the somber smithing stone that I'm looking for wouldn't be here. I mean, I could do... Wait, give me a second. I could probably... Well, quite honestly, I just want to go with more vigor at this point. Not necessarily because I want to, but because the other stuff just doesn't really make that much sense. Because I think that... well, I should increase the potency of my spells as well. So, speccing more into intelligence probably isn't the worst idea overall. Though the weapon damage that I'm currently dealing is mostly based on faith, since it's holy damage. Hard choices to make. I mean, I could... Yeah, the stats aren't telling me that much. Kind of want to go with more vigor at this point. And then... Arcane to 17. Man, this is all... The problem is that I really, really don't know how much my weapon damage will increase once I get the upgrade material that I'm looking for. And without knowing that, I really don't want to go for anything else. Also, the amount of runes that enemies are dropping here is so insane that it's actually not that hard to just get more levels if I wanted to. And honestly, at this point, I'm slightly concerned that I might overlevel myself for the Altus Plateau stuff. At least slightly. Though I don't really know that. The only enemy that I fought there wasn't really... I wasn't really able to gauge what kind of level range that particular region has. I might just try and look for those upgrade items somewhere else and then come back once I have them. Because now I have essentially 3 bosses still left to do in this area. The one in the basement of the Divine Tower, the weird gargoyle thing in front of the beast clergyman's about, and, well, this one. Although I don't know with this one, I don't even know what kind of enemy it is. I'm just going to go with more point and vigor. And... Honestly, since I'm gonna do that. I haven't done that for a while, but I'm gonna take like a lunch break, and when I come back, I'm gonna do a bunch more Elden Ring. Because I don't want to really end the stream here, take a longer break, and then start up another one. Yeah. I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to take a lunch break here, and then when I come back, I'm going to try and deal with these guys. So, be back in about, well, hopefully about 20 minutes. Something like that. Alright, let's get back into this. Now that I've eaten, and hopefully therefore can be a bit more attentive and stronger. No, not really. Probably wouldn't really make much of a difference at all, but yeah. While I was eating, I did have some time to think over what I'm actually gonna do. And, well, at the end of the day, the issue that I'm currently facing is that my damage is just fairly low against these enemies, which is because my weapon isn't upgraded enough compared to the enemy strength here at the end of the day, right? So that's just sort of making these encounters more annoying than they need to be. The issue being that if I want to go somewhere else first, I don't really know where I should go. Well, one thing that I do want to do is take a look at this boss and just to know what I'm actually up against. But since I still have one of the, this boss here. Maybe I should actually, mark that. I still have this boss here. I still have this boss here. There is actually one here as well. And I also wanted to try these NPC invasions. But that's something that I'm gonna sort of put, a little bit to the side currently because it's just annoying to get back there. And I don't really know. I don't want to fight these giants multiple times back to back because that's boring. Well, so what I'm currently thinking is that I might just try and go somewhere else to try and find that upgrade material that I'm missing, and then come back here and deal with the bosses that I'm still missing. I think overall that's probably the best idea to move forward. That being said, another issue arises from that, and that is mainly, what the hell am I supposed to do in the meantime? Because I'm kind of on the fence of trying to continue with the story. Because I could go to Nokron, obviously, right? And maybe that would give me the upgrade materials that I'm still missing. One other thing that I could potentially do in an area that I've only really been to once and that I didn't really gauge how strong it actually was, are those flying ruins in the tornado in the sky. So maybe I'm just gonna go there, just to gauge how strong enemies are in that zone and whether or not I want to engage with that currently. Yeah. Because otherwise, the problem is, I don't really have any inclination where I would potentially find the upgrade material that I'm looking for, right? Because, well, the only real option that I have is moving on to the Altus Plateau, but that would mean essentially moving on to an entirely new level. Before I want to do that, I probably want to deal with Nokron. Well, I still have the option to go to the other Eternal City, right? What was its name? Nokstella or something? So that might be an option as well. Okay, let's just, first of all, until I'm standing around here thinking more than actually doing anything, I'm going to try and take a look at this boss to see what the hell is up with that. And then I'm going to see. Then I'm just gonna take a look at a couple of things here. Oh, for fuck's sake! Really? Of course they have this guy with rot as well. Wait, does he even? Oh, what the hell? How much HP does this thing have? Is that rot? It is. Oh, I was slightly confused. God, I hate this enemy design. It is so bad. It's glitching into fucking everything. Also, I actually find it rather interesting, because I never really noticed at the start of the game that they keep this visual consistency with the golden weak points on enemies, which is rather interesting, because that's basically sort of taken over from Sekiro, more or less. Just the amount of damage that he deals, that's the problem. I really, really don't like this enemy design at all. I didn't like the other ones, and I don't like this one either. They're way too... like, this whole flailing around stuff, it's just not fun to fight them, because at the end of the day, right, the strategy against them is more or less they attack. With one of their attacks, you need to learn their patterns, or rather, not their patterns, but their the pacing of their attacks. You just dodge roll, hit them, and do that pretty much 60 to 100 times until they're dead, right? Without messing up in between, or messing up too much, I guess. And that's just boring. They're like, because they don't 100% of their attacks, or not 100%, but 90% of their attacks are just a big sort of random flail through the room. And you can pretty much negate all of their attacks by correctly rolling at a certain point. Which is probably sort of the worst design that you can come up with for an enemy. Like, there's nothing good about them. They don't have interesting attacks. They just look awkward. So from a design standpoint, they're not even cool. I fought them how many times? 3 to 4 times already. So it's also not like the fact that it's a rotten one instead of a poisoning one doesn't make it any more interesting. That's rather unfortunate. I would have way preferred to have some sort of cool... I mean, think about it, even in lore, right? So these catacombs are meant to be where the defeated spirits and bodies from the Shattering lie, right? From that last fight between Malenia and Radahn. Where their corpses sort of have been moved to, right? And thematically, that's really awesome. And I think even though they might have done a little bit too much in terms of the enemies that spawn within, right? I mean, obviously, it's much easier to just sort of run through this dungeon rather than actually engage with all the enemies, because engaging with everything, like if you tried to actually kill everything there is in this dungeon, that would probably take a long time. Well, that's also because I haven't upgraded my weapon, but thematically it's really cool, right? I honestly really enjoy the idea of having more context for these catacombs, because that's what the other catacombs were missing, right? Obviously, we did find a lot of hints towards a lot of things, right? Mainly that they're actually doing these Erdtree burials and what that means and those kinds of things. Obviously, there were still a couple of mysteries, right? For example, some of the biggest ones are who built these catacombs? Why do they all look the same? Why don't they have sort of regional variety in them? That's really interesting, because that means that theoretically the same sort of entity or the same group of people built all of them, right, at one point. Which might hint at something like that they were established long sort of before the Shattering, and then they were just utilized later on by different parties in different regions of the world, right? So I don't want to get into it too much at this point, but there's still interesting stuff to find out about these. And again, lore-wise, this is a really cool idea to see how these soldiers that have already fought while they were still living to continue their fight in death as well, while they're spirits, right? That's really cool and awesome. Now, if I'm going to be completely honest, to have this rotten tree spirit thing as a boss does make sense, right? Because what that essentially means is that the roots in this place have also been rotten, and this tree spirit that resided here has become rotten as well, right? And has been corrupted by the rot, and now he's sort of flailing about the entire place, right? So it's not necessarily that it doesn't make any sense at all, it's just that the alternative would have been so much better, right? I mean, for example, the commander in the Scarlet Lake, right, in the middle of Caelid, I thought that was a really neat idea. Was kind of a cool fight as well. How awesome would it have been to have such a commander as a fight here as well? Potentially, even two that not only fight you, but also fight each other. That would have been fun as hell, and a neat twist on what has become somewhat stale at this point in game, where they're constantly throwing like 2 bosses at you, because apparently 2 bosses are more challenging than 1. I don't know. They were kind of running out of ideas there, right? So putting 2 bosses in here that actually fight each other rather than you probably would have been a really neat twist, and would have fit really well with the idea of this dungeon. But instead they decided to just copy and paste an enemy that we've already seen multiple times with just a slight variation. I don't know. Uh, I mean, overall, the tree spirit is unfortunately just probably the worst enemy design in this game overall, I think. It would be hard pressed to find a worse one. Mainly because he just glitches into everything, right? I mean, that's probably one of the worst designs in general that you need to avoid as a developer at all costs is when enemies don't play with the same rules that the player does, right? Or at least if you're having trouble making your enemy AI or something abide by the same rules as the player, at least program it in a way where its rule breaks um, are sort of balanced in another way, right? And that's completely fine as well, right? Obviously, AI isn't as smart as the player, so sometimes you just need a couple of tips and or a couple of tricks here and there to, I guess, mimic player behavior or counteract certain things that the player might do without actually abiding by the rules that the player has to abide to, right? And that is fine if you counterbalance it with other stuff, right? Or if you obscure it enough so that it's not really noticeable. But the fact that these worms just completely clip into everything, right? Completely clip into the entire environment and whatnot, it just, I don't know, it makes them seem funnily, ironically enough, it makes them seem like an actual bug in both ways, right? Both an insect and the computer problem. Yeah, it's just not fun fighting these things. It's just not. Ah, well, the same problem arises as well, though. My weapon damage is just way too low for these guys currently. And since honestly, there's just a bunch of enemies that I still need to fight here. So I think at this point in time, I'll actually go somewhere else, deal with that first, and then I'm going to return here and deal with the bosses that I'm still missing currently. Which brings me to the question, well, where do I go? Nokron, Nokstella, Altus, or the Wind City thing? Honestly, I want to go to the Wind City, or whatever it's called, just to see, I guess, the strength of the monsters there. Oh, also, before I do that, though, can I actually figure out what this means? Is the question. The problem is, I mean, that picture, it doesn't really focus on anything, right? Or maybe, you know what? Maybe what you're meant to do is go to the place where you have the same view, right? Wouldn't that make sense? So, I guess what you're meant to do is maybe go up to those ruins, if that's a possibility. I wonder if you're able to drop down from there somehow. Yeah. That probably makes the most sense, right? To literally be the where the picture was taken. So I guess I would want to go here to the upper platform and hopefully... Did I already fight her at some point? There is actually a giant down there. What the hell? Okay, well... That means that there definitely is more down there than I thought. Oh, what the fuck? Bye! I know that you can fly, but... Sadly, the game doesn't allow flying enemies to actually fly. Oh, hi. Wait, so this is not the correct point to drop down, though. Also, the problem is that item is a bunch of runes, and I'm just not able to grab it. Yeah, this looks like you should be able to jump down to it, but I don't think you are able to do it. So, Let me go over to the other place. Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing? Wait? Aren't you... Is that a buff that they're spawning in here? I feel like it probably is, huh? What the? It looked like you were falling down. How the fuck did you come back up? Wait, aren't they... They're usually part of the fort itself. Can they spawn in even though I was outside of the fort instead of inside it? Well, that was weird. Okay, well... Okay, yeah, those roots over there, that's where you're supposed to jump down to. Okay. Of course. I hate the... How did they mess this up? How did they make the horse control so bad? There was literally no other way for me to deal with that. Oh, for fuck's sake. How the hell did they mess this up? FromSoft, of all companies, is not able to implement horse controls that actually do what you're inputting. Well, to be fair, though, most horse controls in games are pretty bad. Well, not pretty bad, but not good. Okay. Let's do this without the horse. Maybe. Okay, so that's where the messages are? How the hell are you supposed to... I guess from here? Ooh. So that giant is definitely going to come to life. I'm just... I'm wondering what is glowing there. Oh, that's just this weapon. Okay. Now what? What a weird way to access this. The fuck, do I have to jump over there? Probably, huh? God. I hate the horse controls so much. They're so bad. Holy hell. Okay. Nope. So I have to do this with the horse then? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Platforming sections aren't getting better either. Holy fuck. And then imagine if you actually lost fighting against the giant. You have to do all this annoying stuff again. Oh, for a second. Is the rain effect bugging out? Oh no, not really. I think it was sort of just the direction I was traveling in. Yeah, honestly, Caelid was an incredible area up until this portion of it. This whole section that inexplicably gets a lot stronger in its level. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then also introduces this. This is equally as bad. Well, not as bad as the jumping section in the Divine Tower, because the jumping section in the Divine Tower literally broke its own rules, right? Whereas at least this one is consistent. But it doesn't make it any more fun. Especially once you know that that's where you're supposed to go, the entire jumping section just becomes uninteresting, right? Especially since there isn't really any kind of, what's the word? There is actually no punishment for messing it up, right? You just die and start over. So it just becomes the section that you're trying over and over again. I mean, this is fun, right? The parts that are designed well work. The problem is they have some not well designed parts in there. Like these ones, where you're forced to use the horse for some awkward reason. Okay. Okay, of course. Of course, the game still counted that. Oh my god, the fall damage. How the fuck did this make it into the final game? This would have been something, right? If I had seen this as like a game director or something, this would have been immediately removed and cut. This, like, what? How do you put something so bad into a game that's this good? What the hell? Should I just stay on my horse the entire time? Oh, what the fuck? Why did that make a difference? Did it sort of count my initial jump as additional fall distance, even though I was jumping upwards? The fuck? Why didn't they stick to how they did it in Sekiro, where the game just takes away a portion of your health and then respawns you where you fell? Would have immediately improved this section. There is no reason why the game would spawn you back at the last site of Grace visited, when you just fell down somewhere. Just because it was part of Demon's Souls and Dark Souls doesn't make it better. Right? I mean, those are old games at this point, and their bad design choices should die. And not be continued the entire time just because it's like Dark Souls and that means it has to be good. No. I mean, that also ignores the fact that Dark Souls is literally a pretty shit game. The parts that make it good, that make it a really good game, have been pretty much done a lot better in a lot of other games since then. And, yeah. FromSoft own games as well. Okay. God. The fuck were they thinking with this? Can't wait to lose against the giant and have to do this all over again. Is it just the giant? Well, I guess the painting's secret should also be here somewhere, right? Can't even summon here. Okay. Let's try fighting this dude, shall we? Can I sneak up to his head, maybe, before he wakes up? Oh god, how much HP does he have? Are you kidding me? Oh, great! You get stun-locked by them. What the fuck is that attack? Are you kidding me? Yeah, sure. Just make that a really awkward delay to make it even worse fighting this guy. Is he doing the same thing again? No. Okay. Can you just jump backwards off the cliff or something? That would be... Whoa, that was close. Oh, great. Of course he clips through walls as well. What the fuck? How does that clip through the walls so much? Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell is that range? Is that even... like, what the fuck is going on? I guess I'm gonna keep him for later too, huh? Is this gonna hit me? I wonder if I can make him fall down, although I don't even know if he would die from that. I could also just grab the item and go. I mean, I'm seeing that guy sitting over there. Oh fuck, I forgot that he clips through this. Rain of arrows. I wonder if I can somehow bait him into falling down. Don't necessarily think so, because I think I will be hit by his attacks first. Ooh, well I almost fell down. Yeah, he's sort of of course he has such a dumb attack, yeah. I guess he will probably also drop something. Not quite sure about that. Well, at least I got the item that was part of the I got the item that was part of the picture. Also, let me actually look at those. So I think the collapsing stars is the one that I found in the catacombs, right? I wonder if I could actually utilize this to pull the giant off the cliff. I wonder if that will work. Did I ever read this? Meteorite? The sorcery originates from the Onyx Lords, who had skin of stone and were called lords in reverential fear of their destructive power. Okay. Have you really heard about those? Skin of stone. Whatever destructive power means. And then the other thing that I found was an Ash of War, right? I think. Yeah, this one. Rain of Arrows. Usable on all bows. Archery skill performed from a low stance. Ready the bow, then fire bursts of arrows into the sky to shower the enemy with projectiles. That's cool. Well, yeah. That just means that I'm gonna come back here and just take take revenge on everything that has been repeatedly killing me today. Okay. Let's go back to those flying ruins. Because I definitely want to see what kind of level range that particular level has. Because if it's equally as difficult as the section of Caled that I was just in, then that means that it's going to take a bit more time for me to actually go there. If it's a bit different in that regard, potentially easier, then I'm gonna do that next, I think. If there's a point to go there now. And that's a bit of the issue here, right? Because maybe it would actually be more beneficial for me personally to try and follow the quests first before I'm doing anything else. This is the correct one, right? Yeah. Ominous Gaming, hi. How's it going? Well, it sort of depends. I feel like the game, for me currently anyway, is sort of vastly jumping between being too easy and too hard. So there are certain areas that it feels like I overlevel, and then there are certain areas that it feels like I underlevel. And I'm struggling to find the place that I'm currently supposed to be at, but... And I'm also looking for an upgrade material for my weapon. So maybe I'll find that here. Yes, I'm still doing my first playthrough. I've really been taking my time with it, to be honest. I wonder if there's any significance in having... I mean, these beasts look different though, right? Or do they? It's interesting that we have these beasts that seem to be buried in the ruins themselves here, because that's very similar to the beasts that apparently have been buried in the gravestones next to where the beast clergyman is. Which makes me wonder, if there might be a connection between them. Also, I mean, this is the place where the ruins fell from, right? Considering how far east this seems to be, I'm somewhat wondering how these ruins ended up all over Limgrave. But, I mean, looking at these tornadoes and how they're potentially very, very strong, I guess that would be an explanation as to why the ruins could end up so far away from where they originated from. Really like the music. Once again, platforming. Of course, I choose the one other level that also requires platforming to progress through. Huh. It's rather quite interesting. I mean, these tornadoes literally just seem to be wind, right? Yet at the same time... Although, yeah, I mean, that does make sense, right? Something must have held these ruins up in the sky in the first place. So if they would be built out of some sort of magical material or magical stone that can fly inherently, then it would make sense that the pieces of it, even when it's destroyed, still fly, right? I was just wondering why this sort of, for example, this broken piece just stays in the air like this. Okay, so those are two enemies. Let's see how strong they are. Oh, okay. So they have a bunch of HP as well. Funnily enough, they look almost like the boss that I was just fighting. In fact, they look exactly the same. Oh, great. What? Oh. Never mind, they are exactly the same. They're literally the same pair of... Huh. Struggling in New Game +5. I can imagine that. I think it's still the same, right? At least I've heard people playing like New Game +7, where the +7 is the like the hardest one. I wonder how the game scales that, because it feels like it's already having like pretty big balancing issues in just the normal playthrough. So I'm wondering how that's, if that's, oh well, I guess it could be better in New Game Plus, right? Since everything's a bit more equal overall, rather than these vastly sort of swinging strengths in enemies. Okay, so that is weird though. These are literally the exact same enemies that I just fought in the cave, in Caelid? Why are they here? How does that make sense? Aren't they werewolves? How would werewolves be connected to these crumbling ruins? So I need to deal with the ranged one first. I didn't actually realize that he was hitting me. Yeah, he has much less HP as well. Does he hit me from there? No, he's just hitting the wall. Well, never mind, he can hit me from there. At least that makes this entire thing somehow easier to deal with, though obviously yeah, let's just jump down. What the fuck is that tracking? Oh, okay. That goes even further than I thought it would. Ah, great. Always cool when the last attack of your combo misses just because the enemy is standing on lower ground. Ooh. Didn't expect that follow-up. And that was the bleed proc. What a random encounter. Huh. Well, I mean, that wasn't too bad. Just depends if these are normal enemies for this area or slightly, I don't know, slightly more difficult ones due to the fact that they were the first. I don't even know if I would be able to go over there. Is there some sort of... you know what? Maybe there's actually another way, because I thought that this was the actual introduction to the level, but I don't think it is. I think I completely misinterpreted this entire area, because that's what I was wondering about with the 4 Belfries, is that the other 2 teleport points, right? One takes you to the Chapel of Anticipation, where you start the game, and that in and of itself is kind of a small area, right? The third one that I activated takes you to Nokron, but only this one sort of upper section where there doesn't really seem to be much there at all, except for 1 dragon knight and an item. So logically that would mean that there probably isn't that much more here either. Though for some reason, did I even collect an item? I mean, I might have when I came here the first time. What's the deal with this? So yeah, that means that there is definitely another way to go here. Which now makes me wonder why the fuck they would allow you to teleport here. Doesn't that completely sour when you would actually discover this? The hell? Yeah, there has to be another way to go here, right? How weird. I really don't understand what FromSoft was sort of doing with... Oh, never mind, there's the item. What they were doing with the teleporters in this game. Pearl Drake Talisman. Because... I don't know. I still think that teleporters shouldn't be a thing on your first playthrough. I think they should actually be like a New Game Plus exclusive feature or something. What the hell is going on there? That's a weird texture that hasn't properly loaded in. Probably some LOD issue or something. Yeah, I mean, that does explain why I'm so far away from the entire area. So there is another way to get here then. Good to know. Okay. But that also... Okay, first of all, that means that I think I've gotten everything that I can get from the 4 Belfries. Okay. You know what? I think at this point I'm just going to follow the story and the quest that I'm supposed to follow in the first place. And I just need to remember that I need to get back to Caelid as well. And I'm just going to keep those bosses for later. I don't really know why they have that weird level increase in Caelid. Maybe I should have actually followed the quest to begin with, because maybe that's what you're meant to do. I feel like there's going to be another quest that maybe leads back into Caelid. Because that's sort of the only explanation that I have for why it would have that sudden, inexplicable increase in difficulty. Also, technically, I'm still missing stuff in Liurnia because, well, the quest that I'm currently on is definitely connected to Ranni as well. Okay. I'm just gonna go here. Huh. Though, one other interesting thing is that these stones are also still floating. So there's definitely been some gravitational impact. Also, it just looks awesome. Holy fuck. They've literally just teared up the entire place. What was here before? Not much, really, right? I think it was mainly sort of a more or less empty area. Yeah. Huh. Wow. That's honestly awesome. And something that I did not expect at all. That they would do such massive changes to the environment. Wow. Okay, so, well, we are close, somewhat close, to the Siofra River well. And that whole thing would take me down all the way to Nokron. But I think the idea here is that through this hole in the ceiling, if you will, we're now able to just jump down to Nokron, whereas the elevator would have taken us way too far, right? I wonder if the NPC in the fort itself would comment on this. Should I go back there? I have a feeling he won't. The merchant's not going to comment on this either, right? Even though he's, like, sitting right next to it. Are you concerned by the giant hole in the ground?
How nice, Lise.
No, of course. Why would he be? He's just a random NPC that FromSoft doesn't care about, apparently. I'm sorry, it's just, why, was it so difficult to just put in, like, a dialogue line of, holy fuck, what happened? I just saw a huge light, and suddenly there was a hole in the ground. You know, at least that would ground these NPCs more into their environment, because now he's just sort of a random shop merchant to me, right? He's just an NPC, something to sell stuff to. He's not an actual person inhabiting this world, right? And yeah, that's just not how it should be, right? That's unfortunately not how you're meant to design NPCs in games. So are there multiple ways to go through here, I wonder? Because it seems like it. Right? I can sort of go this way, although this might just not lead to anywhere in particular. Huh. I think I'm supposed to go that way. Though I'm not entirely sure. Doesn't actually look like there are more platforms to jump onto. Or maybe you're not actually supposed to go down here at all? Maybe I'm just supposed to go to the well and... Oh, but this looks like it might be the correct path. Aren't we sort of flooding the entire Eternal City? Oh yeah, I can just move over here. With all this water that's pouring out here. Huh. How convenient, right? That it would open up a path that literally leads to a cave entrance. And now we're just straight up in the Eternal City? Huh. Also, I kind of mentioned this before as well, and I think it's even more obvious with the other one, with Nokstella, compared to this one, but they're actually quite close beneath the surface, right? They're not that far down at all. One second. Okay. Treasure chest, yeah. Sadly, no. Just does make me wonder, right? So these structures are pretty big, and they are very, very close beneath the surface. I mean, if you look at this, right? If you look at how much further up is sort of the actual surface, if we're looking at this from here, then it becomes quite obviously that so the ceiling of this cathedral or whatever it is almost like can only be maybe 10, 20 meters below the actual ground, right? Which is rather quite strange. New game +6. Well, you're going fast. Well, I guess once you know how to get through the new game pluses, right? It's probably not gonna be that much of an issue, except for the enemies, obviously. But once you know where to go through the world, it's gonna be much faster. Okay, one more second here. I just need to. Um. Okay, give me a minute here. All right, I need to think about that a little later, but all right, let's actually continue here. I'm just wondering, the biggest question that arises here, obviously, is not only who built this, but also why it's so close beneath the surface, right? What would the implication of this be? Because it seems as if essentially the new world, everything that we see as the game world currently has almost been sort of just built on top of whatever this was, right? What build are you currently running with? Oh yeah, 7. So it's still, I think 7 was, that's the same as in all the other FromSoft games, right? In terms of where the difficulty multiplier stops. Or not the difficulty, but the, you know what I mean. Well, my build is also a mess currently. Although, did you, is that still the same character that you started the game with? Or is it a different one? Because then I could definitely see that it would be all over the place, because mine definitely is. Same, okay, yeah. I mean, you can always respec, right? Well, I mean, this is a fantasy world, right? So, obviously, structurally speaking, I guess this place doesn't necessarily need to make the most sense, right? Because it looks like if this vast of a cave system sort of existed beneath the surface, I don't know how well the actual surface level would hold up, especially considering how much water and other stuff there just is, right? Those huge amounts of stone. I mean, clearly something has destroyed these ruins as well, though, so they haven't entirely stood the test of time, I guess. So this looks like some sort of tower. Or must have been some sort of tower originally, at least judging by how far down it's going. Though it's somewhat strange that it's a tower without actual floors. Just an empty tower for some reason. 392. Okay. Well, I guess you would... Where do people usually end a playthrough? Probably like 130, 150, I would think. Maybe? Nokron. Well, there we are. Oh. This place looks a bit more desolate than I thought it would. Also, that's the elevator, right? That's the Siofra River well. Which is, by the way, a pretty awesome point of level design that they... So the well essentially starts out with not telling you much at all, right? It's just a wall. It's your typical elevator. And then they give you like this very, very brief glimpse of, hey, there is something here, right? There are these windows that you can look through while you're moving down on the elevator. And you realize, wait, there has to be something here. And then the elevator just moves like at 3 times as long as you would think it does. And ends up all the way down at the Siofra River, right? Which is such an awesome discovery when you first come here. But this nice little detail that they actually have these windows here specifically that give you like a very, very short glimpse of, hey, there's something here. And then they hide it again, right? Way too short for you to actually sort of get an actual look at your surroundings here. That is really, really awesome. Such a nice little detail when you're coming here for the first time. And then obviously also that coming back here, now that I've killed Radahn and I'm able to access the upper portion of this map, the fact that they're immediately drawing your attention to that specific detail that you remember from your first time being here, yeah, that's really, really well done. But the place has definitely sort of seen some destruction for some reason. Also, I'm still confused if, for whatever reason, the rest of the world has been built sort of on top of this. Then why are some of the towers seemingly upside down? Although technically they're really not, right? But the well definitely means that whoever built this place, I mean, the well had to have been built after the current world was established, right? I mean, clearly somebody wanted to have a connection between this place and the upper portion of the world for some reason. Yet it also seems to be as if this place has been sort of built over, which potentially wasn't originally intended to happen? Though I must say the verticality is a little bit too much, right? Logically, once again, doesn't really make that much sense, but I mean, the coolness of the place sort of gives, makes it worth it, I guess. I don't think I can make that jump. Right? That seems too far. Also, what is that, an enemy? That looks like some sort of black goo. Has to be an enemy, right? There has to be a way to get back up to that item, though. I mean, I can always come back here. That's not necessarily the issue. Ooh. Almost fell down. Is that an enemy? I can't target it. Now I can. What the hell? Oh. So they can shoot stuff. But I guess they're only doing it if you're further away? Oh. See... Man... This is what I was talking about earlier. I think now I'm actually over-leveling this area, right? I'm pretty sure that I'm over-leveling it now. I mean, I don't want to judge that too early, but... Silver Tier Husk. What the hell is that? A hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the Silver Tear, found in and around the Eternal City. The Silver Tear makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. What the hell? What is that supposed to mean? Reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. I have a feeling that that's very important, yet at the same time I can't quite make out what this is supposed to mean. Does that mean that this is sort of a building block on of the life forms that we see currently in the upper world, or is this these things definitely remind me of the weird slimes. Bird Bolt. The weird slimes at the start of Demon Souls. Their texture looks pretty awesome. I like the sort of... It's not even an oily effect, it's just sort of silvery. Almost as if there really is some sort of silver metal demon thing. Silver metal slime. Quite a cool design. But yeah, Oh, hi. There's a bunch of you guys. To finish my thought from earlier, unfortunately, and that's why I had so much problems with Caelid, right? And its design, not problems in terms of the challenge, but what I was sort of talking about earlier, that weird big gap in difficulty in Caelid is pretty problematic for a bunch of reasons, because you're gonna go through Caelid, right? Presumably, let's just assume you, quote-unquote, get lucky and take the route that I've taken first. I mean, it's not necessarily about luck. I think the way Caelid is built, the way they've placed the Rot Lake and that ravine as well that leads to the Colosseum, and also the fact that obviously other NPCs tell you about the tournament that's to be held in Radahn's castle. All of those things sort of funnel you into going towards Radahn, right? You might go to Celia first, but sort of the way Caelid is structured, the level design works in a way where it does sort of guide you towards, like sort of passively guides you towards the castle, without pushing you towards the northeastern part of it. So at the end of the day, that works out quite nicely, because that's, I guess, how you're supposed to traverse Caelid, right? Because that's the easier portion, and then there's a hard portion to the northeast. The issue is that the northeast portion, at least in my opinion, should be, or can definitely be harder than the southern portion. That's not the problem. The problem is that it's so much harder, right? It's literally, I don't know, I don't want to say twice as hard. I think it's really hard to put a number on it, but it's definitely a lot harder. It's meant for way higher level ranges. But the problem is, the game doesn't really gate that area, right? And so you might end up there just because you want to check it out. And as I also mentioned earlier, the problem is that they also don't make it distinctive enough visually, right? If the mobs that you found there, if the dogs, for example, would look a lot more ferocious, right? A lot, like visually, they would already look a lot harder to deal with. Or if the dragons would look a lot harder to deal with. right? Then you would maybe assume, oh, maybe I'm not yet supposed to go there, right? Or at least it would visually show you, hey, this area is a lot harder than the rest. The problem is they're not doing that. They just literally copy and paste in the same enemies, but just give them 3 times as much health and 3 times as much attack power. And even that in and of itself wouldn't be the biggest problem. The issue then is where it leads to, because at least for me, right, I said sort of to myself, well, now I've done about 2/3 of Caelid, or maybe 70% of it, right? Obviously, I want to do the rest of it as well. And yeah, you have this sudden spike in difficulty, but obviously one of the, I guess, inherently best things about FromSoft's game design is that even when presented with a very tough challenge, there are still ways to get through that, right? Either through very clever manipulation of the AI, or by just being very attentive, by having a very beneficial build, or by just getting good, right? By just defeating enemies and learning their patterns and all that kind of stuff. So they give you a lot of options to still get through that area. The issue being that while even though I still have to do like 4 boss enemies or something in that particular area, I also did clear a couple of boss enemies in that area. And they dropped so many runes that even though the area itself is fairly small, it gave me, I don't know, at least 10, potentially even more levels. Well, now the problem is, right? Yes, I know, after Radahn, I think probably maybe FromSoft's thought was, well, the cutscene after defeating Radahn and the whole quest line with Ranni and that huge explosion, right? Players will naturally want to check out, hey, what the fuck is that about? And go there first. But the problem is, it's an open world game, right? And you can just decide on, hey, I'm not going to do what the game tells me to. I'm just going to move to the rest of Caelid. The issue is now, I've done that, and I've put like a lot more points into my character thinking that I need to be on the same level as the monsters in Caelid. Yet the result of that has been that I think, at least obviously I haven't confirmed that yet, but it looks like as if I'm now over-leveling this area. Now, obviously that's not a big issue. That can happen in an open-world game, but it's... The thing is, I think the alternative would have been, or it would have been rather easy to avoid. I don't know why they made Caelid have 2 very distinct zones like that. You love the way I think? Oh, thank you. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, I don't know. I really like to look at stuff like that and think about the development of it. Because I don't necessarily think that it's bad or anything, right? I mean, obviously FromSoft must have thought something with that. But it does have this inherent problem. What if the player doesn't follow your intended path, right? What if the player turns their back on the cool cutscene after the Radahn fight and goes somewhere else first? Which is also, I think I mentioned that earlier. Honestly, I would have preferred, if they want to have Caelid's Northeast as a much more difficult area, that in and of itself is fine. But I think what they actually should have done is maybe make it even more difficult than what it currently is, just to really make sure that the player is not necessarily going to stay there unless they're really a masochist, right? Which, well, I guess we're talking about Souls players here, right? Oh, oops. Ow, that was a red scarab anyway, wasn't it? I mean, there's still a high chance that even if you increase the difficulty of that particular section in Caelid, that players might still want to go there, specifically because they see the challenge. What does this message say? Likely something incredible. Is it, though? I don't think I have a crafting recipe that actually uses these yet. I just... Well, I guess these are probably sort of the introductory enemy to the zone, right? So I shouldn't necessarily say that I'm really overleveled for this area, but... I wonder if increasing the difficulty of the northeastern part of Caelid even further would have deterred me from going there. Though I guess, the bigger issue might actually be how they're also rewarding you all of a sudden for that particular area as well, because for the longest time, enemies in general have dropped very little runes, I would say. It's always been actually kind of a struggle to get to the next level in terms of the sheer amount of runes that I needed for it. And, well, suddenly they just give you 2 levels per boss that you kill in that area. Might be a bit much. Though it's actually hard to say. I probably should come back to this once I'm done with this area, because then I can probably give a bit more context to that. Smithing Stone 5. I really, I hope that I'll find... Well, do I? But I hope that I find the Soma Smithing Stone 6 in this area. I probably won't, but I guess I never know. Though if I do, that would mean that I overlevel this even further. Okay, let's actually get into this area, though. I wonder if these are meant to be the original inhabitants of this place. They look different than the ones that I found in the well, though, right? These look almost like bloody corpses. Where's the other guys that I've seen? Oh. That's Frost, right? Yeah. Interesting. Also quite funny, because I was... when I was considering like a new armor, I was actually saying that nothing so far has really utilized Frost except for like one enemy, and then obviously the next area that I go to suddenly has Frost enemies. It's pretty cool. Clarifying white cure meat. These guys look eerie though. Huh. Oh, that's water, right? Already? Yeah, this is not gonna be a secret wall. I'm trying to figure out the relationship between these guys and the sort of rock-like bubble guys down in the down at the river, because they seem so close together yet so distinct and different in what they are. And I really like the design of this place. Okay. Nokron Eternal City. So now we are in this upper portion. I wonder if it'll give us access to this entire area as well, because based on the map... Well, then again, maybe we go this way? It's also rather interesting because the place where you actually find this map is, I think, somewhere down here, right? It's definitely in the lower portion. Which I guess means that you are meant to go there first. I mean, that's kind of clear, right? Because the river, or not the river, the well, or the elevator, I'm calling it a well because that's what it's called on the map, but yeah, the elevator portion is easily accessible, right? Compared to this, where you have to kill Radan first. God, I still love the way this place looks. Especially with these glittering... I still don't know what they are, because they seem to be floating in space, right? They're not just attached to the stone wall. Almost as if they're floating, glittering stones. Also, is that... Wait, what is that on top of that thing? Nothing, I guess. From far away, it almost looked like a turtle, for some reason. Also, one thing I think they've done brilliantly with these Eternal City zones is that the enemies aren't really that aggressive. I mean, sure, they will attack you if you get too close. Like this guy, for some reason. But, so he seems to be an actual soldier. Or was a soldier at some point. But they still... they do it in a way where you have a lot of time to sort of take in the entire place, right? They don't immediately confront you with very aggressive enemies, or really with enemies at all. I mean, sure, these guys are here, but they're somewhat passive, right? And they're very far apart from one another. So it really gives you a lot of time to take in the sights, so to speak. Especially considering the mysteriousness of this place. Especially when you come here for the very first time. That is such a nice choice. Ooh. So they can still be... they can still be threatening at the same time, though, right? Oh, that was the arrow. I thought that was another one of those glowing fireflies or whatever. It's just the arrow, though. I wonder where I'll find... He's not on the map anymore, right? Blaith, the wolf guy. Because he was standing... Where was he standing? Here somewhere, right? When I came here the last time? And then he moved to the castle? But he's not there anymore. I wonder if he's already here. He should be, actually. I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to get here. Also, I find it rather interesting that they do look like soldiers. Ghost glove word picker's bell bearing. Okay. Well, I don't think I actually need that, because I think I have more than enough ghost glove word at this point in time. Ooh. Really? Oh, the bell bearing literally tells you what it gives you, right? If I remember correctly? Yeah, Ghost Love Word 1, 2, 3, okay. Well, considering that I have more than enough of those... Man, I would have really preferred if they would give you these bell bearings earlier. I mean, I get that they don't, right? They want to make... Obviously, you definitely run a big risk of potentially making the items that you find throughout the world less interesting if you give the player the ability to purchase them very early on. I definitely get that, but at the same time, I think that some of the bell bearings should come just a bit earlier. Just to make it easier to swap between different things. Some smithing stone 4. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the biggest indication that I'm over-leveled for this area, because Caelid literally gave me Somber Smithing Stone 8 and 9. They were a bit hidden, but still. That does mean, though, that I've definitely made the right decision in coming here now, because otherwise I would have overleveled this place even further. And that would have probably been fairly boring. I mean, at least now it seems like it might still present somewhat of a challenge, especially when there's, like, tougher boss fights or something. Wow, the atmosphere of this place is absolutely stunning. Ooh. What the fuck is going on there? That doesn't look right. Why would somebody build a sculpture like this? If it's a sculpture, I mean, technically it could be people that have been turned to stone for some reason. Though I don't think it is. But it looks like it's been added onto the building, not necessarily been part of it originally. Would be a choice. So this seems to be some sort of central, I don't know, marketplace, potentially? Just I don't know what it is specifically. It might be the colors, because it has this sort of purplish gray color grading to it. Obviously not the plants, but the buildings and stuff, right? There is this purple mist all over the place that is somewhat reminiscent of Bloodborne. And these structures and church-like things, cathedrals, especially with the people looking like that. Yeah. It's a pretty awesome atmosphere. Wonder what this place was originally. Oh, we have more of those people on the roof there as well. I have absolutely no idea what that's in reference to, though. That could mean everything and nothing. Could mean that I don't know, that they're somehow in pain for some reason, and maybe hey, another larval tier. Not that I really need it, but whatever. Ooh, and a golden centipede. Where the hell did you come from? Wait, I've seen that shield before. These guys have the same shield that I actually found here originally. The one that I was using for a while. So they have a connection down to the river. Keen inverted hawk heater shield. The inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. So these are slaves. Okay. Did I write this down the last time I was here? Company of slaves. So this obviously immediately raises a lot of questions. Meaning that these guys haven't been here originally. If they've been ordered to explore this place, then they weren't the original inhabitants, right? So we still don't know who that was then. Or maybe we do, or... I mean, it could be those stone things with the bubble magic. Although, somehow I doubt that. And the other guys that I originally thought were these... I mean, they're literally called the Ancestral Followers, right? These bluish ghosts that we meet down in the Siofra River. They... Well, originally I thought that they were the leftover spirits of the people that lived here. They maybe still are, but we definitely also meet them in Liurnia as well, as actual people, or actual living creatures, and not ghosts. So either some of them decided to come to the surface, while the others kept to themselves down here, and their spirits remained here. I don't know. Company of slaves. I don't think that I have found any sort of hint as to who could have ordered an exploration of the Eternal City. Or who even has a company of slaves to order around at all. It does explain why they're here, though, so that's great. Great Shield Soldier Ashes. There are these guys, right? Oh, oops. I touched the bloodstain. I was confused for a second why there was a red shadow. Or red spirit, rather. Where are they? Also, I think I actually missed another one of these at some point. God, you get so many of these. At some point they become a little bit too much, obviously. Honestly. Used to summon 5 Great Shield Soldier Spirits. That are these guys, right? The ones that have been running around with a Great Shield here. Spirits of Great Shield soldiers who belonged to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Stout defenders with a steady guard. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us why they were here. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron and will attract the attention of enemies or lob Ghost Flame from the rear guard. I mean, it confirms that they are these slaves or the company of hawks or whatever, but it doesn't tell us anything more about what that means or where they came from. Ooh. More ghost love word. Should probably just heal. Yeah, I really like the aesthetics. The whole architecture of this place is really stunning. Though it's rather empty. I mean, that's obviously on purpose, but for such a huge place. What is also quite interesting is that structurally, whoever inhabited this place couldn't have been bigger than us, right? Only very, very, very slightly bigger, because the stairs and everything is practically built for humans, right? So this place was definitely built and inhabited by human-sized people. And I really wonder if they're going to tell us more about this. About where it came from. Why does this eternal city exist like that? Right? Why is it sort of beneath, like very, very close beneath the surface, yet completely abandoned, and also, I don't know. Oh. Marika. Ooh, we do get an introductory boss fight, huh? Also interesting that once again they decided to specifically place a fog gate there, immediately tipping me off that there is a boss fight here. Who the hell are you? And why are you passive? Ugh. I hate it when they just evade you. Oh! At least these blobs are very, very, slow. So who are you? Somehow I feel like I've seen this guy before. Maybe not. Maybe only sort of similar looking enemies. There's really a bunch of the silver tear husk stuff around. Also, considering how strong I am, I probably should have just activated a rune arc, right? Because I think the possibility of me dying here... Well, I probably shouldn't say that, right? If I say, hey, let me activate a rune arc so that, because there is a very low possibility of me dying here, then the very next thing that's going to happen is me dying. So that's very obvious. Also, I was actually right. We are traversing this huge aqueduct to get to the other portions. Pretty insane how high up we were, considering that I was down there at some point, right? It's really quite something. I wonder what the boss fight is going to be, though. Who the fuck is that? What the hell? Well, that's a giant. Maybe I was slightly wrong with the, in terms of the size of people living here? Wait, did they... What's going on? Who the hell is that? And why are they so big? Oh, I was wondering. That item seemed a bit too suspicious to not, you know, be close to any kind of enemy. Another larval tier. Let me reread the description on that. That seems to be suspicious that I find so many of them here. Core of a creature of mimicry, known as a silver tear. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So this thing is, I didn't make that connection earlier. This thing is somehow connected to the silver tier stuff. As much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg craggle bearer. So the amber egg that Renala holds? Does it have any kind of connection to this place, or is... Can it just somehow utilize this mimicry substance very well? Unfortunately, this item doesn't really tell us much more about it, right? Well, that is interesting. I mean, there has to be some sort of significance with rebirth to the Eternal City, right? I guess the most interesting stuff... Oh, that's neat that they actually give you crafting materials going to this corner. But what I find sort of pretty great, but also mysterious at the same time, is still this big question that has been looming over the entire game the entire time. And that's actually, what is this world, right? What are the lands between, and how do they work sort of in their overarching existence, I guess. And what I mean by that is, if this eternal city exists and something has been built on top of it, right? And there has been, I think there is one specific item that you pretty much find at the beginning of the game, which is, isn't it the rune that lets you go back to the last site of grace visited? Was it this one? Yeah. It is merely a cycle. Stand before the Elden Ring, become the Elden Lord. Interestingly enough, this is one of the first items that you get, yet it is also the only thing that has ever mentioned anything about a cycle. So I'm just kind of wondering if, is there somehow some sort of cycle where this world has been sort of pushed into the underground, and then another one has been built on top, and that just keeps happening, because that's also why there are so many ruins that make up the lands between, right? There are these really, really big structural ruins that seemingly don't really, like, from a logical perspective, they don't really make that much sense, because it almost looks as if the land itself is not, in fact, just sort of rock, right? What you would expect from our own Earth, where obviously we have built buildings, right? And we've built stuff, and we can find ruins of older civilizations. But at the end of the day, right, if you dig deep enough, it's just going to be rock. Whereas the lands between almost look the other way around, where if you dig deeper, you're just going to find ruins instead of land. And it almost looks as if the land mass itself, all the rocks, are sort of just more sticking to the ruins rather than the other way around, the ruins sticking on top of the rock, right? And I'm just wondering if that has something to do with the cycle that is being mentioned, and if these weird creatures that we find here, this silvery, apparently mimicry substance, if that might be some sort of awkward or weird remainder of what was once life. And if maybe this life force, or whatever it might be, sort of returned to its original state, right? Almost its original state of matter, where it's just this silvery substance. And out of that, and that's why the description of the silver tier as well mentions this sort of not only rebirth, but this section at the end where it says, maybe one day it will become a lord or something, right? I wonder if that's a hint towards it being a substance that then allows you to sort of rebirth life out of it, right? So it returns to its original form, but then it can also turn into new life that eventually inhabits the new upper levels of the planet or whatever. Though at this point, obviously, I don't really know that much about it, right? That's pure speculation, and there is not much to really underline my speculation in this specific instance. Nevertheless, it's very, very interesting to me if that might be what is happening here. Also, since they're giving me a Ronag, should I actually activate it? Oh, behind. That's actually a very good hint. Let's rate that. It's been a while since I rated a message. Okay. Well, it's definitely a big fog door. I guess I'm just gonna try it. I do have 16k runes. Where the hell would we end up? Oh, there was... Oh, never mind. There is a statue of Marika up there, right? Yeah. Also, once again, they sort of continue this interesting trend of placing one specific enemy, or in this case two, right in front of the boss door for some reason. Which makes me wonder why. Seems random, doesn't it? Okay. Are we gonna fight a slime monster? Can I still craft stuff? Maybe I should try a couple of holy pots, to be honest. It's been a while since I used them. Also, I honestly like this a lot, when they give you some time to, I don't know, look at the boss room and not immediately spawn in the boss itself. I really like that. I think more bosses should actually be like this. Well, let's see then. Oh! Wait, what? The fuck is this? I'm fighting myself? Oh, that's... What a cool thing. Wow. Also, my Mimic version is much better at dodge rolling than I am. Oh, hi. My Mimic version does not have a Spirit Summon, though. I can do that too, you know. Why? Shouldn't have given me the idea. 2 more larval tears and a silver tear mask. Okay, what the fuck is up with this place? Well, okay, that was awesome. This is a fight that I honestly wish would have taken longer. Oh, man. I definitely have to... Well, then again, I mean, once you know how this works, you have like a really, really big inherent advantage to this fight, obviously, because you immediately know everything about your opponent, right? Because they're literally you, and they're using the same stuff that you are using, so... What a cool thing. So these weird creatures can mimic everything they see, essentially, apparently. Now we just need to find out why they do that. Okay. Man, the amount of horny messages in this game is insane. Not that I really minded. Oh, we get another side of grace. Nice. Wait, what? Huh? What? Oh, huh? Okay, that was weird. What? What? Did they place the interact button at the wrong... How the fuck does that happen? And not only how does it happen, but why hasn't it been fixed? This game has had several patches at this point. What a weird thing. Okay, let's look at the mask that I got. The Silver Tear Mask. Mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless silver tear, supported by its hardened shed husk. Greatly increases arcane to the detriment of physical attack power. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed. That's an awesome effect, by the way. I don't really have an arcane build, so it doesn't really make that much sense for me personally, but that's pretty awesome that something like that exists. Well. Cool. Doesn't really explain why it specifically turned into me, though. Even though that was a pretty great effect, not gonna lie. I guess I just have to explore this place further, huh? Man, I really wish our Finger Maiden would talk to us here, right? That would be so awesome if there would be more dialogue with her. Huh. There's something on the outside here as well. Also, just the knowledge of having been down there, right? So cool. And that is something that you can only really do because the world is as big as it is, right? No matter how you view Elden Ring's world, right? I mean, I have read a couple of comments that pointed the fact that, you know, there have been reused environments and reused assets and reused enemies and all that kind of jazz, right? And while I can't sort of ultimately judge the game yet because I haven't played through it. But even if that is an issue, one thing that I very much like about Elden Ring, and that is interestingly also somewhat similar to Breath of the Wild, is that the size of its world really, you know, it plays a really big role in how you view it and how much of an impact these kinds of environments can have on you, right? Because the sheer size of the world, of the original overworld, right, when you start within it, can be quite overwhelming, but it's also very impressive, obviously, right? And not necessarily something that you expect, let's say, out of a FromSoft game, right? That being said, how do I put this? One of the biggest reasons, so obviously when you arrive at the Siofra River well from the Mistwood the first time, right, it's absolutely stunning. The environment is cool, the whole sort of elevator ride down, how long it takes, right, all of that is really impressive. But the reason why it has such a profound impact, or at least had a very profound impact on me, right? And I think a lot of players will feel the same, is because at that point, you've already been, at least you have probably explored Limgrave for the most part. You've probably been to the Weeping Peninsula as well. Maybe you've even been to Liurnia. And so you have somewhat of a grasp on how big the world is. And funnily enough, maybe you've even been transported to Caelid through the transporter chest. Maybe you've even been to the capital for a brief moment, because there is another transporter chest that can get you there as well, right? And so through that, they sort of hint at how big the world is. And once you know that, or even if you have like a slight understanding of how big the world is compared to what you've already done, and sort of you can extrapolate and think about, well, how long will this game take, right? How much more do I still have left to discover? And when you have even like a rough understanding of that, and then you go down here for the first time, and you realize, wait a fucking minute. There is like an entire underground section to this world as well, even though the upper portion is already as big as it is, right? Sort of the sheer knowledge of that, the impact that has on the player, that is what works so well, right? That is why it works so well. And that's only really possible because the world has the scale that it has, right? And, yeah, arguably, maybe a couple of things could have been cut or could have been reduced in a couple of ways. But the inherent size of the world is very much, well, I wouldn't necessarily say set. Obviously, it could still be changed in a couple of ways, right? Obviously, there's always a bunch of stuff that can be changed in a variety of ways, right? I'm not saying that it's permanently set in stone, that you wouldn't be able to change it, but a large part of the fascination of the game definitely stems from how the world is built up and how much it, shows you that it is this unfathomably, is that a word? Large place to explore, right? And so, yeah, that's why it works so well, and that's why. Oh, for fuck's sake! Nope. You stay. Oh shit! Could have been the next one. Oh no, never mind. I need a 7. Ignore that. I need a Smithing Stone 7. But yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting to think about, right? And also seems like a very daunting task as well. The fact that you're kind of, well, I wouldn't call it design yourself in a corner, but you definitely put like a lot of pressure on you when you start developing a world like this, because it heavily depends on your capability of actually pulling it off, right? If you somehow mess up the size of the world, it will have a profound impact on a lot of things, right? Not just game length, but sort of literally the impact that it has on the player as a fantasy world. And I would even call this, or not this specific level section, but the fact that Elden Ring can pull it off, the fact that it has this impact on the player, right? This realization that, holy shit, there is an entire underground section to this world as well. That impact on the player, honestly, is probably one of its biggest achievements. And it was, at least for me personally, was in Breath of the Wild as well, because Breath of the Wild had, it has a bunch of problems in its content structure as well. But one thing that I thought was pretty great was the world, because Breath of the Wild didn't shy away from just having large empty sections to the world. And to me, and in my opinion, that was a really, really cool decision, because it somehow, at least as I said in my opinion, it somehow made the world feel more real to me, right? Because more often than not, when you look at game worlds, oh, for fuck's sake, is he shooting something at me? Oh no, I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something there in the distance. But yeah, what most game worlds tend to do, or rather where they sort of where you realize that it's just a game world, right, is when they, and I'm not saying that Elden Ring doesn't have problems with that as well, but it does feel that a lot of open world game worlds, the Ubisoft games, obviously, but also other games like the Elder Scrolls series, for example. When you look at pretty much let's say you would theoretically uncover, which I have more or less done in the past, uncover all the points of interest in Skyrim or Oblivion, right? And then you take a look at the map, you realize that these points of interest have been very systematically and strategically placed to always keep the player engaged, right? Which obviously has been like honestly a very big, strong point of Bethesda's game design, that they created this sort of cycle or loop of how you explore their game worlds, right? And they specifically talked about that as well. I think one of the biggest points, actually, in the original Skyrim presentation, maybe it was there. I don't exactly remember at what point it was, but at some point they specifically mentioned that, and they were actually proud of it at that moment in time, because it was somewhat hard to pull off, right? I mean, you have to realize that when Skyrim came out, big open worlds were the exception, right? The fact that ultimately Ubisoft was able to sort of mass create them is actually somewhat of an achievement in and of itself, right? Unfortunately, it also led to the Ubisoft game design, where they made open worlds inherently uninteresting by the pure nature of how they designed their games. I mean, that's very unfortunate. Lord of Blood, your eminence, I beg you grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. Long live the Morgwyn. Okay, I definitely have to repeat that, but I want to finish my thought first, and that's, when you sort of take a step back and look at the map, you realize that, especially at this point in time, a lot of open world maps have this inherent structure to them, right? And that's, other games have that as well. It's not only open worlds, but a lot of games have that where they, and it's coming from a good place, right? They want to keep their players engaged. They want to make sure that the game isn't boring and that it's interesting the whole way through. And that's not inherently a bad thing, right? Obviously, that's how you should design a game in a way. The problem, though, what a lot of games ended up doing is that they created a cycle or a loop of interesting stuff that keeps happening to the player, right? So in Skyrim, the points of interest have been placed in a way where essentially you're never overwhelmed, yet you always have a place to go to, right? And the compass in that game works the same way as well, where, let's say you found a cave, right? You explored the cave, you cleared the cave, and then you exit the cave. You will have probably 2 or 3 points of interest on your compass at that specific point in time. So just enough points so that you feel like you yourself were choosing where you're going, right? You can look at that and say, oh, that looks interesting. that direction looks interesting. I'm going to go there next, right? So they will give you just enough points of interest to make you think that you have a choice. I mean, you do have a choice, right? It's not like they're funneling towards anything, but it's just enough so where you can actually make a choice, yet not so much that you get overwhelmed. And also not so little that it seems like there's nothing to do, right? You will always have points of interest on your map while you're traveling through Skyrim. So that's a very deliberate design choice, obviously. And I wouldn't necessarily say that Skyrim does a bad job with that either. It's just been repeated so many times over the last 10 years in a lot of open world games. And as I said, unfortunately, Ubisoft has been a big contributor to that problem. You know, a lot of those games have been designed in a way where they feel very systematic, right? And it's very, very easy. They don't even put any effort into hiding the initial structure of the game. At least Bethesda back in the day, back with Skyrim or Oblivion, they still designed the world in a way where even though it had this sort of systematic structure to it, they did a lot to either obscure it or to still make it very, very sort of variable in what it presented to you, to the point where it did keep you engaged. Whereas over the years, it turned into this very, very systematic, very boring, very repeatable, and very, what's the word? Well, you always know what comes next, right? It can never surprise you because its inherent design means that it's just repeating the same thing over and over and over and over again. And to come back to what I was originally saying, Breath of the Wild, for me, was one of the first open world games that actually broke with that structure, right? Where they weren't afraid to just put a big open field of grass in front of you with literally nothing in it, just to look cool, or just to make you think, hey, this is a big world, right? And it worked very well in Breath of the Wild because it was such a big departure from these other very, samey and repeatable open world structures. And I thought it was really well done in Breath of the Wild as well. Obviously, Breath of the Wild has a lot of problems, right? And Elden Ring does too, but Elden Ring takes somewhat of a similar approach, but takes it a couple of steps further as well, which is really cool. And it kind of has to, considering the fact that it released 5 years after Breath of the Wild. Is it already 5 years? I think it is, yeah. But it does it in a very good way, right? I would say, well, Elden Ring still has some of the similar structure, actually, when you look at the map, right? While it's not as systematic as Skyrim, there is still definitely a somewhat of a rule to the Sites of Grace, for example, right? They typically, they break enough from the structure that it doesn't look too planned, but there's definitely like a sort of a set distance between most of the Sites of Grace, especially the ones in the open world, right? Where they actually do show you, or they actually do have like a specific distance to them, where you can kind of, as the player, you can traverse the open world, and if there's been some time since you haven't seen a Site of Grace, you know that you've either missed one or there is one really close by, right? There's definitely like an inherent structure to this. Yet at the same time, they break it up often enough to where it doesn't feel repeated. And the whole point why I was even starting to talk about this is that Elden Ring does it very, very well, and in a way similar to Breath of the Wild, where they don't shy away from placing sort of larger structures in the world that don't necessarily mean that much. The desert in Caelid would probably be the most prominent example, yet there are also other places where I would say that let's say, just for the sake of argument, right? For example, this big open field in the Weeping Peninsula, or on the Weeping Peninsula, right? Obviously, there is the mausoleum as a point of interest, but in and of itself, this is a very big open area with nothing in it, right? Or at least nothing of interest, for the most part. And the mausoleum itself doesn't even necessarily give you anything if you haven't defeated Godric at that particular point in time, right? So it's cool, but it doesn't really serve a point, potentially. But these kinds of areas are necessary because not only do they break up the world, but they make actual points of interest really, really interesting. And they also provide to the overall size of the world, which then means that finding places like the Underground and the Eternal City in this case have a much more profound impact on the player itself. Well, that was a long rant, wasn't it? But yeah, that's what I definitely like about this. Okay, let's go back to what this guy was saying, because that was really interesting as well. Who the hell is the Lord of Blood? I think I've already heard about that guy. That's... Did he talk about that? So first of all, this guy, I think, is actually pointing towards whatever that section over there is. So that's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're capable of going there. I mean, I'm sure that we will be at a certain point in time. I'm just wondering whether or not we can go there from here, or whether or not it has another access point entirely. I think, though, that the Lord of Blood has been mentioned by, what was his name, Varay? The guy with the white mask that you meet at the very beginning of the game? I still don't really know what his deal is, really. Because he's still, let me see. He's here, right? At the Rose Church. White Mask Varay. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about the Lord of Blood. Your Eminence, I beg you grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. Whatever that means. And long live the Mogwin dynasty. Mogwin dynasty. And there is apparently a table of the dynasty. So a couple of questions. Why is the Lord of Blood here, potentially? Is Nokron connected to it, or is that connected to something else? And with that being said, yeah, I mean, I think I think that was actually my question. How is this guy connected to this place? All right, give me like a minute. I need to do something else as well. Okay. Du-du-du-du-du. Yeah. I don't know. The reason why I'm a bit confused by this is, I don't know, the Lord of Bloods, I would have maybe suspected to be in Caelid. I don't really know. In this place? Huh. Well, then again, obviously I don't really know anything about the Lord of Blood, so... Huh. Also, now suddenly they aren't spirits anymore. So what is up with that? Why are they suddenly normal enemies? Sorry guys, I didn't want to kill the animals here. Oh. Sometimes I'm really underestimating how far these guys can run when they're, like, lifting up their weapon. But yeah, I mean, this is so strange to me. So, why are they here in physical form and not spirits? Why do they also exist in the overworld? Why do they exist here at all? What is their connection to the... And then they're here, sort of outside what seems to be the Eternal City? I mean, there's definitely, like, a clear distinction between this more nature-looking place and the city proper, right? Oh, we're doing this again? Just on a smaller scale, I guess. Also, are they singing? Huh. What a strange place. So you're starting off by you know, by finding these weird mimic creatures that are made out of silver tears or whatever the hell. Then one of them actually imitates you, right? You're in this very mysterious eternal city, Nokron, with these weird slaves that have been somehow appointed to I don't know, uncover something in that city. And suddenly we're back in this sort of nature-looking place with and doing the same stuff that we were doing, you know, down below with the... Oh, he was doing something with his horns. And now we're suddenly, we're suddenly starting up the fires again. Huh. And still, you find these researcher, scholar-looking guys that sort of randomly died at certain places here. Someone or something is singing. Should I summon? I don't really know if I have to. Oh, whoops. That was faster than I thought it would be. What the? Where did you come? What the? Where did all of them come from? Suddenly there were 4 of them. I hate that you can... I really didn't want this to happen. Fucking hell. I hate when you get stun locked into things like this. It's just... That never feels great. Obviously, it was my mistake, right? I shouldn't have just, I guess, run into the place without thinking about what I was even planning on doing. Let me also just activate a rune arc. I still have so many. Also, are they sort of shepherding these animals around? I think they are, right? It's also interesting when they are raising their arm like this, right? They're actually using it as a shield, which is really awesome. He was blocking my attack with that. I mean, obviously he still took damage from it, but only like half or something. That's why I needed 4 hits to kill him compared to the other guy. Or did they already see me again? That's weird. So they see you from like a distance or what? What? Oh, that was the other guy. What? Ah. Still one of FromSoft's biggest problems when multiple enemies can stun lock you because they stagger their attack timings. That's still somewhat of an issue in these games, unfortunately. Not a big one, but definitely one that feels somewhat. I don't want to use the word artificial difficulty, but yeah. Unfortunately, FromSoft games so far have never really felt great when multiple enemies are attacking you. I think they should actually give you more options to deal with that, to be quite honest. Though then again, maybe they do and I'm just not utilizing them properly. I mean, I think I'm vastly underutilizing my weapon's ability, for example, right? The unique skill that my weapon comes with. I think I'm definitely not using that enough. There's still more guys here. What the how many more of you are here? Where the hell did that third guy come from? They're hiding all over the place. Huh, my spells don't even break that attack. But yeah, I do think that I'm probably not using my skill often enough. But then again, my skill is also very unique to my weapon, obviously, and I feel like other weapons don't even have that skill and that potential to really deal with multiple enemies. Let's just summon in my guy Oleg. I have a feeling there's going to be way more enemies around still. Okay, so this is the place where I need to start up the fires for. So I wonder if this is going to get me to another moose enemy, potentially again. Are they actually singing? Sounds kind of awesome, not gonna lie. So that's buffing them, right? Huh. Also, you wouldn't necessarily expect these guys or girls to have such a beautiful singing voice, huh? Oh, it is literally, yeah, you can... I was wondering about that, so... That was actually a female. Well, at least I assume. Ah, that's rather interesting, okay. So I guess the female warriors sing... Oh, what is that? Another one of those golden foxes. Or red foxes? So they sing and buff their fellow warriors. Oh, and they're surrounding... Oh, oops. Seems like they can't really do that much more, though. Shining horned headband. What the hell? The fur raiment I already had. Oh. So all of them dealt with, huh? Likely misfortune. That's actually somewhat sad, right? That the game forces you to fight them? Because I honestly kind of don't really want to do that. Not only do they seem pretty close to nature in general, but they also seem almost as if they're guardians of these moose-like creatures? It's actually not that easy to keep track of this entire environment. With the trees all placed like in between the structures and stuff, we really do need to keep an eye out to find everything. Hallowhorn Grounds. Yeah, so there is another moose-like thing here that I can probably resurrect its spirit when I light all the fires. It's interesting that there's a second one here, though, as well. I hope it's not just going to be a repeat of the same fight, though. That would be a bit underwhelming. Also, why are there jellyfish here as well? What does that mean? I mean, the jellyfish otherwise we've mostly seen at grave sites, right? Especially grave sites where there have been the... I don't like their name, but those who live in death. Sounds like the one who must not be named. But, yeah, that's where they usually appear, right? At graveyards of those guys. Also, there are definitely a couple points we can drop down to as well. Not only run up to these structures here, but I think there is like a path over the ruined city things where you can... Mottled necklace +1. Nice. And from here we can see into what I presume is other parts of Nokron. Large waterfall. There's a bunch more of these weird screaming people statues for some reason. I mean, the statues of those screaming people, if they're screaming, but they're very reminiscent of the slaves themselves, right? The ones that we fought so far at the start of this level. So Why would there be statues of them if they're slaves, right? Why would people build statues of them, especially statues that depict pain? So many questions. You know, when I started the whole Rani questline and got to Radan and everything, I felt like the game was finally giving me more answers than questions, but nope, we're right back to getting more questions than answers. Which I'm not necessarily complaining about, because that probably means that there's still a huge portion of the game left to uncover. Although, obviously, since it's a FromSoft game, not all of the questions are necessarily going to get answered, but at least I feel like they're going to give us hints as to, you know, what that might mean in the grand scheme of things. Or not that, but in general, what things might mean. This water looks really beautiful. Also, I have a feeling that the water is, at the end of the day, also going to have some sort of significance, because there are definitely multiple levels of it as well, right? When you think about it, the place where we currently are, well, it's not directly below the ocean, but we're definitely below the water level of the ocean, right? So it seems as if there are multiple levels of water as well. This level, the ocean above us, and then the other parts of this level are much further down, right? And even there, the cave where we fought the moose the first time, right? That seems to be even more below that as well, right? So there is this I don't know, almost these different steps to the whole thing, right? Singing is very beautiful. I like that a lot. I feel like, well, no, never mind. It has existed, or similar things have existed in other FromSoft games as well, right? Where they definitely did introduce like various melodies and stuff, which is yet another very interesting and very deliberate design choice, that most other games present you with a more melodic soundtrack, I feel like. But they don't necessarily include sections like this, where in-game, not even NPCs, but literally enemies, almost random just enemies that you find somewhere, are actually providing the melody for the game, right? It's a very, very interesting design choice. Though I actually would like to have maybe a few more melodic pieces as well in the game itself, right? Oh, they can... Oh. They can do some magic stuff. Whoa. They have very high poise, apparently. So, the reason why I found that very interesting right there is because The way they poured out the water, right? The way they poured that out and created their magic right there made me think back to the statues that I think, first seen in Stormvale Castle, actually. That have also been somewhat of a big theme throughout the entire game, where we've seen a lot of statues with roots on them, but we've definitely also seen statues that like hold a jug in their hands and are pouring the inside of the jug forward. Now, I think at one point it was definitely mentioned somewhere that what they're actually pouring out of the jugs is sap from the Earth Tree, right? I just found the imagery of this attack very similar to that, which is interesting. I don't think that the pouring sap, though, looked more like almost as if this water here is some sort of magical water. Ooh. We can walk over there. Wow. Feels like there are so many fucking secrets to this area. Holy shit. There are definitely a million different bits and pieces of where you could potentially go. Which I also need to keep in mind, right? I definitely need to sort of return to the start of the level and then try and jump down the huge sort of stone pillar structures. I just want to make sure that before I go there, I think I should light all the fires. Maybe. Hi. If I can. I don't know. Looking at this place now, I'm actually not so sure if I can reach all the fires already. Oh, seriously? Of course, the last one had to not work. Where did the fox go? Or wolf? Wait. Was that it? Weren't there more fires originally? I guess I already... Huh. Must have already lit all of them. Well, well, well. I really like the color of the water here. It's a very, very beautiful blue. I mean, the rest of the environment definitely helps, but the color that they chose here, pretty awesome. Do you want to try fighting you? Whoa, okay. You have a bunch more HP than I thought. That's... Oh, I did not expect that. Can you stop fucking attacking me? How the hell does this still keep happening? Why is there never any point in time where you can properly heal? Really? For fuck's sake. Seriously? God, I hate some of the animation delays in this game. There are so weird timings. I don't know, it's also, I don't know if it's the dodge roll or something. I've played this game for such a long time, and yet I still can't fucking figure out proper dodge timings. I don't know if it's really because they changed with any with every enemy or whatever the fuck they're doing, but it's impossible to figure out. It's really aggravating. I don't know. And it takes so much enjoyment out of the game, right? That's the biggest issue. Oh, I didn't even realize, right? We went sort of around this place. Fuck, still so much left to see here. Man, that was really annoying. That shouldn't have happened. Also, hi. Yeah. Definitely kind of come back to this in a while. Okay. Honesty, might be easier to just do this on horseback. Yeah, I don't know why I still have so many problems with timings in this game. I honestly don't know why. It's just annoying. It's just really, really annoying. I don't know what I'm doing wrong or what the solution to all of this would be. Yeah, of course. Just get stun locked off your fucking horse from normal wolves. Are you fucking kidding me? How does this... Why is this possible? Why can, like, an enemy you can literally one-shot, why can they stun lock you that much? I mean, I get the whole sentiment of, ooh, every enemy needs to be challenging, or not challenging. Challenging is the wrong word, but every enemy needs to still feel threatening even after a while, right? I get the idea behind that, but maybe it's also because I'm still unsure as to how poison stuff and stun locking actually works in these games. Really not sure about that. Okay, Foxy. Let's do this. Of course. Makes sense. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, of course this needed to be as annoying as it is, doesn't it? Okay, I think ranged attacks aren't really the solution here. Why did that hit me? The fuck? Also, am I dealing less damage to it now, somehow? How the... Can you stop jumping into the fucking tree? That shouldn't have hit me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Of course. How to design an enemy that's just annoying instead of challenging. 80% of this fight is just both of us not hitting each other. It's equally as annoying as the fight against those Black Knights. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Not a great enemy design, I would say. Oh well. Not a big deal either. Okay, let's see. I can go to the moose, since I think I activated all the fires. I can try jumping down. I can try going back into the actual proper city where the huge giant-looking guy is sitting on his throne, or whatever the hell that is. What is that even called? Ancestral Woods. Well, that's referring to this place, obviously. Let's take a look at the beach portion here first. Wait, did somebody see me? Because it looks like a more separate area, doesn't it? I also still wish that they would have actually included Sekiro's swimming. I know that having an open world game where the character can also swim, you know, comes with its whole own share of problems. Can I even get in here? Doesn't look like I would be able to access it at this point. Oh no, never mind. I think you're actually not supposed to go down here. You're meant to jump on it from up above. Okay. Also, another thing that I wanted to mention is, why the fuck are there rats all over this place? Is that just sort of a random... Ooh. That was almost bad. Just seems weird to me that they seem to have some sort of inherent connection to rats, don't they? Because that's been a thing in the other part of the level as well, in the down portion, right? There were also some rats there as well. So a lot of these butterflies here. Okay. So I need to go up again. This bridge section looks weird as well. Doesn't look like the bridge is broken. It almost looks as if this part of the building has sort of sunken, right? Because on this part, the bridge definitely still is level and not destroyed or anything, so... I would be able to jump up there with the horse, but I don't think there is an item there. Always hate these kinds of jumps. Huh. Fire. I think this is just looks like some sort of optional enemy. Doesn't necessarily look like they're different or stronger. Though, obviously you can never be quite sure with this. Fucking hell. How could that be out of range? Are you kidding me? Also, one thing that I noticed, it's It's a very small thing, and I don't think it has ever really been a problem, but there seems to be some sort of bug that at the moment where the game hides the UI, you can do inputs that actually don't really get registered, it feels like. Ancestral infant's head? Oh no. Are those babies that they're carrying around in their arms? What the fuck? That did remind me, though, about the other headpiece that I found earlier. This one. The shining horned headband. So that's what these mother figures are wearing, right? Headband decorated by a pair of shining horns, worn by ancestral follower shamans. Shamans? I think that's how you pronounce that, right? Horns with buds that also shine are ideal ceremonial items for ancestral worship. Strengthens ancestral infant's head. Okay. Wait, so then the ancestral infant's head has to be a weapon? Maybe. Or not? Wait. The hell? What is the head supposed to be? It has to be some sort of equipment, doesn't it? Oh, I never looked at this either, by the way. Boosts non-physical damage negation. Huh. Cool. Am I missing something? Where the hell did the head go? It's not a shield. It's obviously not an arrow. It's not here either. Did I just overlook it in the weapon section? What? I think I just missed it somewhere. I mean, if it can be strengthened, then it needs to be some sort of... Since when did I get 7 of these? What the fuck? Oh, those are the smithing stones. Never mind. Oopsie. What the fuck am I missing? Oh, there it is! Oh, it's one of these special items. Okay. I've actually never used any of these. Ancestral infant's head. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. Uses FP to spray spirit vapor, inflicting magic damage. So that's what they were doing to me, obviously. The vapor becomes a temporary gazier? How do you pronounce that? Gazier? Gazier? Which deals continuous damage to everything it touches until it disappears. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. That seems a weird sentence, because at first, when I thought about this, and when it was called Ancestral Infant's Head, and it says Skull of a very young ancestral spirit, you would think that this is a dead baby or something. But I don't think it is. I think they're actually birthing the ancestral followers out of this, potentially. I mean, maybe not. It's hard to tell, obviously. Yeah, no idea. Okay, well now, what do I do? So 3 options. Either we can go further into this part of the actual city of Nokron, or I can now potentially fight against this spirit, or I could actually take a look at where I can drop down on these ruins and see if they lead me somewhere. Honestly, I probably want to do that with the ruins first, because there might be a couple of items that I can find there, but I don't necessarily think that they're going to lead me anywhere too specific. Yeah, so let's start with that, honestly. I guess I'm just going to go back here. Also, wait, what? Now I'm sitting at the correct place. Is that a bug that... okay. That has to be some sort of weird temporary bug then. That it doesn't display the site of grace at the correct point. How weird. Wait, I'm still... What the hell? I'm still missing runes? Gets quite a lot, doesn't it? The amount of runes that I need. I honestly didn't even want to spec that much into Vigor, but unfortunately I don't really know what else to do in terms of mitigating damage from enemies. Because there doesn't really seem to be a way to potentially just increase your defenses or something. Oh well. I should be able to get to the next level though. I think one of these might do it. Oh, that was actually the correct one. Nice. Yeah, honestly, let's just get to 45 Vigor and... Although, oh, I just realized, I think I already hit some sort of soft cap on Vigor. With being 40, probably. Because it only increases Vigor by about 30 at this point. Ah, that's rather unfortunate. Well, I'm still gonna go with it. Just because I have absolutely no idea where else I could spec into. I mean, as I said, faith or intelligence are obviously the best choices. I mean, my weapon scales C with faith, so that might be the way to go. Or intelligence to increase the potency of my spells, obviously. Wait, what? I can't summon my horse here? Maybe because it's the boss room, huh? Now I can. Okay, I just need to make sure... to actually look at all the possible places where it could drop down. It's not that easy to discern, actually. Where you might be able to drop down and where you're not able to do that. Clearly a few people have tried to do it here, but that's too much of a drop, yeah. That's just straight up gonna kill you. That's where the spirit was. That is actually somewhat hard to tell. Oh yeah, in this case it was only 6 fires, right? And the other one was like 10 or something? Can you drop down here? I don't think so. I mean, I can always come back up, right? So let's try this portion first. This might be a viable option, yeah. That dealt damage to me? Okay. I'm still... Man, the fall damage in this game is something else. Such a weird design choice that they made there. Interestingly enough, it doesn't necessarily look like there's that much to see here. Oh. Let's turn on my light. So this is just a dead end, more or less. And... So, wait, this is where... No, it's not. That's where I dropped down. So I guess you're not necessarily meant to drop down the other way? Because there's this entire... Well, this is the entire bridge, right? Yeah, I honestly think that you're not necessarily meant to drop down there. This portion, however, is a different thing. Honestly, this entire sort of structure is so large that, yeah, it's somewhat hard to really discern where potential drop-down points are. Can you please? Thank you. I think. I think that was very, very close to dying. Is there a point to this? Surely there has to be some sort of rare item here, or doesn't? Right. Because, I mean, there has to be some sort of reward for actually taking the time to do this. Hopefully. Well, there is an item there. There's another one there. Doesn't look like there's anything up here, though. I think people are just leaving messages because they're proud that they made it to those specific pillars. Oh, never mind. Hey! Another celestial dew. Smithing stone 2? Really? Clarifying horn charm +1. Oh. Greatly raises focus. I'm still not entirely sure. I should actually... Wait, let me actually try that. Because I wasn't actually able to equip both Radagon's Scar Seal and his Source Seal. You can't equip them at the same time. So I wonder if it works differently with other talismans. So if I equip the Clarifying Horn Charm, would I be able to equip the other one as well? No. Okay. Well, that's really good to know, because that means that I should be able to just sell the talismans where I got the stronger versions already, right? I think. Yeah. Okay, this is where I already was, obviously, right? This is the lower portion. That's where I fought that weird dragon giant thing that wasn't really a dragon, yet was named Dragon something. Man, this whole place... The reason why I find this so interesting yet confusing at the same time is because they are giving you items for exploring this entire place, yet the sheer size of these places, right? I mean, this almost, in any other game, this would feel like it's almost an out-of-bounds section, yet they still reward you with items here. Holy shit. Somebody dropped down there? Okay. It's kind of crazy to me. I wonder if I've... Is this the only way to drop down here? Because, I mean, this doesn't look like you would be able to go over there. Yet... Oh no, never mind. That was just the background playing tricks on me. So... This is potentially the only section you are meant to drop down to. I mean, to be honest, I probably missed a bunch of items throughout the entire course of the game so far, so I wouldn't mind it if I would be missing something else here as well. Some other spot to drop down to that I just haven't been to or haven't figured out that that's what you can do. Though once again, I am wondering, they're also not really afraid of letting you go to places that don't really have much of a return point. I mean, I guess... Yeah, I can jump down to the right there, right, where that pillar is. I think you can jump down to the moss section and then jump further down to... Yeah. It's even indicating this. Okay. And this way it returns to the original level. But as I said, given the sheer size of these structures, there is a pretty likely chance that I just missed a couple of items as well. Does that kill me? Well, it probably does if you're jumping up, or down rather, right away. But doing this won't kill you. Yeah, and now I'm back in the downstairs section. Whatever the fuck you want to call this. Okay. Well, now I'm gonna go back here, but before I turn my view to the, what I presume is Nokron, I want to try to see what's up with this other place here. So now, once again, the spirit is glowing. Oh, really? The game still considers me to be in combat? How the fuck does that work? Okay. Ah! Okay, so we are at a different point. So the original, this moose fight from these Hallowhorn grounds was somewhere here, in like a cave presumably below the waterline. And now we're in a cave somewhere here. So I would expect this fight to be rather similar to the other one as well. Yeah, I mean, not much to say about it, right? Let's just try it. If it's... Well, I mean, it would make sense if this would be like a bit more difficult in terms of the amount of damage that it deals or something. Didn't I do something? What did I do last time that I fought it? I don't think I actually did anything too specific, did I? Regal Ancestor Spirit. Okay, yeah. Ooh. Okay, looks to be more or less the same fight. Or not. That's different. Oh. What are these things about? So he's summoning other things to help him? Ooh. Definitely. I like the music. Very Sekiro-esque. Oh, it can heal itself? Well, that is new. I thought I had the timing, but apparently I didn't. Can you kill these little guys, or is there a... Oh. Why does they always continue with one more attack than what you would assume they do? No, don't heal yourself, fucking hell. Oh. least I do have the ranged stuff as well. What the hell? Well, at least it wasn't that much this time. Can you stop doing that? I definitely timed that correctly. Okay. Remembrance of the regal ancestor. Wait, I get a remembrance for that? What? That was actually a pretty awesome fight, not gonna lie. Probably one of my favorite fights of the game so far. I mean, he's jumping away a whole lot, so... I am somewhat lucky to have a few different ranged options. So this might have been a lot more annoying when I wouldn't have been able to, fire at him from range. These weird mushroom things here on the floor. They look vaguely similar to the mushrooms that we see growing around those spirits that are all over the place. I wonder if there's some significance to that. If there is... Well, obviously I don't really know that much about these ancestral followers and this guardian spirits of theirs. So... But yeah, I liked the fight. It had a couple of really interesting things. Also, he wasn't really able to regain... There was definitely a way to stop his healing. Either you have to hit him during it, or maybe there's a way to get rid of the animals that are all around the place, something like that. I think Oleg was killing a couple of them. But I tried once and it sort of didn't work. Maybe I just missed it. But yeah, I think you could probably kill the animals, and I just didn't really realize that. And if you kill them, then they might sort of well, then obviously he doesn't get healed, I guess. But yeah, I like the fight a lot. He isn't too frantic in his movements. He does disengage a lot, so if you're a melee build, I see this fight being a lot more annoying. But for me, it was pretty good. There probably isn't that much more to do here though, right? All of the carcasses of the dead animals still lying here. Once again, you really don't want to kill these things, right? I don't know. Well, then again, I look at it more as sort of a freeing the spirit, right? As if it's been, as if it maybe was held back and couldn't move on to, well, the spirit realm or whatever, right? And so, quote-unquote, killing the spirit allows it to ultimately move on. If you look at it like that, it doesn't make it as bad. I'm really confused as to why he drops the remembrance, though, because so far I've only gotten 3 remembrances, right? Radahn, Godric, and Renala. They're the 3 big demigods. So why the hell does this thing all of a sudden get a remembrance? Especially because the other version of it didn't get one. So what makes this one different from the other one? I mean, clearly he was a quote-unquote stronger version with the self-healing and stuff. But what's the actual difference? Remembrance of the regal ancestor spirit. The power of its namesake can be unlocked with the finger reader. Yeah. Ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Earth Tree. Life sprouts from death, as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. Well, that doesn't tell me much, does it? Ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Earth Tree. Meaning that they're independent. They're somewhat independent of the Earth Tree itself. I mean, that is definitely... First of all, let me write that down. Ancestral spirits. Spirits, a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Earth Tree. Which is definitely a theme that has also been a thing, or like something that has been mentioned a couple of times in the game so far, is that although, well, the details are still a bit unclear, obviously, right? Because there seems to be a greater will, and then there's the Earth Tree. Somehow they seem to be somewhat the same, yet not really. So that's definitely something that has just not been explained that well, on purpose, obviously. But it has been a theme that, well, not only do we know about the three fingers existing, though we don't really know that much about them either, but there have been people also saying things along the lines of, well, you know, is the guidance of grace really the thing that we should do, right? Was the Golden Order really good? So people are questioning the validity of the Earth Tree and its associated, let's call them religions, for the lack of a better word. They're not really, right? Because a religion in our world is something that has just been made up, right? It doesn't actually relate to anything that really exists. Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, obviously it's based on things or on events that actually happened, but and there are reasons for why they work the way they do. It's not necessarily a bad thing. That's not what I'm saying, but they work with sort of things that don't really exist. I don't know. The point in this case is just that here these phenomena actually do exist, right? So whatever this golden grace is, it clearly exists, right? We can see it. It's guiding us towards something. We don't really know why, we don't really know how it works, but clearly it exists, right? So it's not some sort of feigned religion somebody came up with. It's something that actually exists, and somehow the Earth Tree or something within it or whatever influences it, right? But yeah, that's been a theme throughout the game, that people have been questioning this greater will and the two fingers and all of that, right? And so we have been getting more and more hints that other stuff and other forces and ideas exist outside of that, right? And this is one of them as well. Life sprouts from death as it does from birth. So somehow these ancestral spirits have potentially created some sort of cycle of life themselves without the influence of the Earth Tree. Or alternatively, since we are in this realm here below the current world, maybe the Earth Tree is the current version of the cycle of life. And this is the older version that for some reason got buried underground. Why the fuck do I get a remembrance for this, though? With all the different bosses that I fought, especially because this, as much as the other one, very much looked like just an optional boss. I wish I kind of knew more about it, because it was such a thematically... Like, this boss fight had an actual theme to it, right? With this life force of the other creatures being drawn into the spirit, strengthening it, replenishing its HP. Felt much more like this fight actually had some sort of deeper meaning to it. Okay, that being said though, this seems to be the only way to continue as of now. Which lets us go back into Nokron itself. One thing that I also find, I don't know, unnerving, definitely weird, is that the city proper seems to have been built out of this dark, marble-like stone, right? Which is a big difference compared to the more white stone of those aqueducts that we see. Almost as if two entirely different realms or ruins have been somehow thrown together and exist alongside each other down here. Okay, that being said, before I continue here, I want to go back to the round table hold and see what the remembrance actually gives me. Also, I'm quite curious if something changed here. I'm not really expecting it to, since I haven't really encountered any of the more important NPCs, right? Blaze, for example, also wanted to explore the Eternal City and hasn't really been seen there, so... Let's see. What can we get from this? We can get the Winged Great Horn. I think that's one of the axes that the Ancestral Followers are actually using, right? Or we can get the Ancestral Spirit's Horn. This is a great axe, yeah. A unique horn in which the power of ancestral spirits fiercely dwells. This large wing-shaped specimen is wielded as a weapon of spirit worship. In the ancestral spirit worshipping faith, these are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. What? Made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. It has the unique skill Soul Stifler. Raise the Great Horn's wings to summon a soul-sapping miasma. Enemies in the affected area will temporarily suffer from reduced defense. Wow. Huh. These are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. So sprouting refers to their birth methods? I don't know. Since we found that weird head of like a baby ancestral follower or whatever that was, I'm not really sure how they continue to live. Like, do they just sort of create some magical mist and that sprouts new, like, can they essentially live like plants, more or less, right? Can they grow each other? is what I'm trying to figure out here. And so, I mean, broadly speaking, this just seems to be a weapon to sort of ward off intruders, right? Beings that are unnatural, I would say. Because these ancestral followers, as I said before, they seem pretty close to nature, right? So it would make sense that they're trying to defend their realm from everything that is quote-unquote unnatural, right? Possibly mean spirits, undead beings as well, right? Something like that. Beings that experience no sprouting. Very, very interesting description. And then we have the Ancestral Spirit's Horn. Item cut from the horns of the Regal Ancestor Spirit. Restore FP upon defeating enemies. Ooh. A number of new growths bud from the antler-like horns of the fallen king, each glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. From death one obtains power. A number of new growths bud from the antler-like horns of the fallen king. Okay. So, yeah. That's what I was saying, right? So it seems to be in their nature to actually work like plants. So this big moose died, and in its antlers, these things sprout, like literally sprout like plants, like a tree that keeps on living, right? When you cut down a tree, it can just keep living. There can be a new sort of small tree coming out of the stump, right? And this seems to work the same way, which is rather interesting. This item, so that's a talisman, right? I would actually very much like to use this. But I also want to keep both the gold scarab and the Radagon icon. Unfortunate. Honestly, with the amount of talismans that you get, right, and considering that they throw, like, how many? I have 9 attunement slots through the memory stones. Honestly, I think they should just give you at least 5 talisman slots. I mean, I know that I can probably get at least one more, because it just, like, the menu looks like it, right? The menu looks like there would be maybe one more talisman pouch to find somewhere. But with the sheer amount of talismans that exist, yeah, 5 would be cool. Potentially even more. Because it always... I know that you're meant to choose, right? Obviously, you're not meant to use everything at once. But that being said... sometimes I do wish that... Let me actually upgrade her further. Sometimes I do wish that... that they would just let you use more stuff. I don't know. Man, I need a fucking Somber Smithing Stone 7. Why the fuck are they so hard to find? At least now I can upgrade this. Dingus Seal plus 14. That is so strange to me that so many things suddenly happened here in the Roundtable Hold, and now nothing's happening at all. Everybody's just sort of chilling, not really doing anything. Gideon still just, I don't know, prodding over a stable. That guy still sitting there for whatever reason. Is there actually anything that I would want from here? Smithing stones, yeah, now I can buy these for whatever reason. I don't know what I would want with them, but okay. Since both of these are actually very unique items as well, I'm just gonna grab them. Do I just want to buy a rune art? Sure, why not? Just spend a couple of runes on a couple of things. Yeah, he's just chilling here. Well, I guess that's it. Not that much more to do here. Well then, I guess let's move on towards Nokron and see what else we can find there. It's... This entire thing... Man, this entire place is so interesting. The city of Nokron, especially with all of these... Yeah, now I'm actually doubting myself. I don't know if they're meant to be statues, or if they're meant to be... I don't know... spirits that are suffering and have been turned to stone somehow? What interesting imagery. But yeah, maybe it's the architecture, or maybe it's the color of the stone, maybe it's these weird creature things, or humans that seem to suffer all over the place, but Nokron is giving me big Bloodborne vibes, not gonna lie. What an awesome place. I wonder what this guy's going to be. If he's even going to be something. Such an interesting idea as well, right? To make a place look both like a building that normal-sized people can walk into, and yet at the same time also being a throne for like a giant. It's pretty funny, funny stuff, not gonna lie. Okay, what's the objective here though? Do I just somehow try and jump down? Yeah. With these sort of back streets as well, right? I don't know. Knight's Sacred Ground. Rejuvenating boluses. I think that's the first time that I found this. Alleviates death blight buildup. Blight accumulates slowly, causing instant death once the threshold is reached. Take one of these in timely fashion to avoid such an event. Was that ever a thing in other FromSoft games? Instant death? That seems somewhat scary, honestly. Huh. Well, it's probably going to build up very slowly, right? Makes me wonder how threatening it will actually be. I wonder why they constantly insist on introducing levels like this, right? Where you sort of, instead of actually just going into the front entrance, you're always sort of taking some weird way, not only around some sort of back angle or back entrance or alley, but literally back alleys from the rooftops down. Well, now, with this blight buildup, now that makes me wonder if some of these statues are actually alive. Ooh. The hell? So those are still mimics, somehow. And they turn into... Wait. What? Wait! Did it fall down somewhere? Probably. So do they turn into, like, random NPCs, or what's the deal? Shit. Once again, I'm feeling as if I'm missing certain paths. It's like a rather big jump. Do I want to test that? I hate jumps like that. I mean, you can definitely make it, I'm pretty sure of it, but do I really want to test that now? Though, I have no idea where it would lead. Looks as if it would only sort of lead to the rooftop there, and then not really continue anywhere. Why do they have to do so, like, such a big gap? Yeah. Don't really want to do that right now. Oh, oops. Also, if these can turn... No, fuck. Nice. Shit. Well, then I could have just tried the other jump. Oh, man. Really? Well, if there's so much platforming going on here, then I really don't want to activate a rune arc right away. I can do that once I reach the bottom. You know what? I mean, again, I have nothing against these platforming sections per se, but honestly, over the course of my playthrough, I've probably lost the effects of just as many great runes to gravity as I have to enemies, which yeah. I don't know. I still think they should have... You know, honestly, it's fine having these sections, right? I don't have anything against platforming sections like this. That's not the problem. But I do wish that they would have actually do it like Sekiro has it, where you wouldn't lose the effects of your Great Rune, and you also wouldn't lose your runes, and you would just lose a portion of your health and be respawned wherever you fell down. Obviously, that would make these sections somewhat less interesting, or rather, it wouldn't make them less interesting, it would just make them... it would just make them... I don't know, less scary? How the hell did she still hit me? Why do they have a red name? And who are they even mimicking? Are those, like, people that lived here? Because the first mimicry that actually mimicked something, I mean, in that particular instance, it mimicked us. So, if these are mimicking somebody else, then who are they and why are they doing that? So many places you can jump to, for fuck's sake. Why? I mean, it's cool, but... Ah, man, these platforming sections are something else. Okay. Doesn't lead to anywhere. So this is where I need to go then. Still wonder what's up with the big guy. I mean, most likely that's just a corpse, more or less. But even if it's dead, that doesn't mean that it's any less threatening. Yeah, I guess you could just kill the mimics from up here, right? But, I mean, they don't necessarily seem like too strong of an enemy. Even the interior sections do remind me somewhat of Bloodborne. Though, one thing that I would say is slightly disappointing is that, I mean, maybe that's also done on purpose, but some of these level sections look somewhat empty. But I think that's very much on purpose. In a lot of ways. What the... Wait? What is that? Huh? What the hell kind of enemy is that? Oh, there is somebody behind it. That's one of the guys that we saw earlier, right? Before I fought myself. There was a guy that looked like that. Where I was speculating that he was potentially an inhabitant of this city. A black wet blade. It's been a while since we found one of these. Wait, that's under key items, right? Yes. Iron, glintstone, and the black wet blade. Can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using physical or occult type Ashes of War, an additional affinity of poison, blood, or occult can be chosen. So, does that mean that we would be able to... Like, can you... Can you apply instant death to enemies? I mean, I would assume that most bosses are probably immune to that. But... Oh, hi. It's been a while since we've seen an optional section like this. There is a ladder here. Be wary of rolling. So is that... Will they just push this ball onto me, or what's the deal here? Also, what is going on down there? Have people been turned to stone here, or what was going on? Wait, how am I supposed to be able to get to that item? Wait, is one of these like an invisible wall? What? What even is that that's hanging from the ceiling? That looks like small sort of marbles. Some sort of stone that's sort of roughly been turned into marbles? Oh, you know what? That's coming out of the root. Almost as if the kind of sap from these roots creates this stone marble looking stuff. Which makes me wonder if this place has been built out of this, right? I mean, the giant ball very much looks like the stone on the walls, right? And you can see that here as well. Yeah, that's definitely some sort of weird sap from these trees. They create some sort of stone or marble-like structure. Wait. Why are they open windows here? Oh. I think this is actually where I'm meant to go. Or maybe this leads to the item, huh? Let's use one of the keys. This feels like a trap. Or maybe not? Wow. That's some imagery. Holy fuck. Some coffins to the right and left. A guy kneeling, or whatever that is, kneeling in front of that flame surrounded by these stone corpses that writhe in pain. And on the ceiling, a chandelier surrounded by sap, marble sap from whatever kind of tree there is. I mean, these seem to be some sort of church maiden or something. Wait, this is an actual treasure chest? Ooh, what is this? Mimic Tear Ashes. Wait, why are they an orange item? Summons Mimic Tear Spirit. HP 660 HP. Okay. Legendary Ashen Remains. Used to summon the spirit of a Mimic Tear. Summoning consumes HP rather than FP. This spirit takes the form of the summoner to fight alongside them, but its mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. Mimic tears are the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. Okay, so some more information on these silver tears. So mimic tears are the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. Whatever that means. So did they try to somehow create a new leader for themselves? Like, what? These sound cool. So they work exactly like the boss that we fought, yeah? Seems like it. They mimic myself. I wonder if that's stronger than other ashes. I mean, the fact that they take HP rather than FP, I mean, that can be a good thing, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because you can freely swap between FP and HP flasks, right? So it doesn't really make that much of a difference what you're doing here, right? Huh. I mean, considering that it's also a golden or orange item, whatever you want to call that, makes me think that it's pretty potent. I mean, just by its sheer nature, if it really does imitate myself, having two versions of myself, even though one obviously isn't controlled by me, that does seem like a good thing, not gonna lie. It's just a question of, obviously, how strong is it really, right, compared to Oleg, for example. I mean, obviously, I would need to upgrade it, but also, yeah. I mean, I guess it's definitely worth trying, right? Why do they always have to implement these rather crude jumps? Okay, now. Okay. Oh, well, that was easier than I thought, to be honest. Huh. This one wasn't turning into anything, though. This be a bird. It's a butterfly, not a bird. Is there any reason to go down there? I don't think so. The interesting part is that these structures, I mean, they literally continue all the way to the ground, right? Almost as if they've been somewhat magically extended or something. It's so weird to me that they have these architecturally seemingly completely different structures sort of right next to each other. Nox Flowing Hammer. It does sound like a weapon. Looks a bit weird. Mace shaped like a suspended metal droplet, wielded by monks of the Eternal City. Forged from liquid metal from a silver tear. Is thoroughly tempered until hardened. And it has the unique skill, Flowing Form. Temporarily transforms armament into its liquid form. Swing the armament like a whip to strike surroundings before slamming its teardrop-shaped head down. I think I actually had Didn't I have some other... Yeah, it's this one. This one also has flowing form on it. Swordsmen of the Eternal City. Monks of the Eternal City. So these guys down here are the monks then? Is the assumption? Oh, wait, so the ball is following it, or what? What's the fucking ball doing? It's also weird to me that they only sometimes evade my magical ranged attacks. Ooh, that seems interesting. The hell is that? Also, doesn't actually have that much HP. Bye-bye. I wonder if this mist creates this blight that would instantly kill me. What a strange enemy! It's literally just a marble, like a giant marble. What a weird thing. Is everybody dead? It drops a larval tier? Okay. Man, this is getting weirder by the minute. I honestly have no freaking clue what is happening here. Are these guys real? Were they real people at one point? Were they overcome by something? Did the silver stuff turn them into corpses? What the hell? Honestly, not only does this thematically remind me of Bloodborne a lot, but the sort of overall weirdness of the place and the fact that it's really, really hard to explain what the hell is going on here is also very similar to Bloodborne. And I like it. Night Maiden Twin Crown. So I think I have the, I have one other with these. At least I thought I did. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Night Maiden Twin Crown. Twin crowns worn by the Night Maidens of the Eternal City indicates the highest clerical rank and hides the eyes with silk. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky in eternal anticipation of their liege, the coming age of the stars, and their Lord of Night. What the fuck? And they're dropping this? This is a random drop, isn't it? At least I think it is. Probably? Most likely? The hell? Okay, so, first of all, Night Maidens hide their eyes with silk for some reason. They hide their eyes with silk. And then, so the Nox, they are what I assume would be the inhabitants of the Eternal City. I don't know if they're only the inhabitants of Nokron or of both of the places, but then again, I haven't really looked at Nokstella at all, so no idea. So Nox, So the Nox long ago invoked the ire of the greater will. So they did something that the greater will didn't like. Now, I don't know if that assumption is right, but it feels as if this place, the Eternal City, potentially has existed before the Earth Tree, right? I mean, we know that at some point the Earth Tree did not exist. Or was just like a small sapling or something. And while the Golden Order, that has something to do with the Earth Tree, follows the Greater Will, I think the Greater Will seems to be some sort of overarching concept to the whole thing, right? The Earth Tree and the Golden Grace and everything, it's sort of following the Greater Will, but it's just one sort of incantation of it, right? It's the Earth. It's currently, or was at some point, the time of the Earth Tree. Yet the Greater Will probably existed before it already as well. And that's why, what I assumed, so they were banished deep underground. That does mean what I sort of assumed, which is that this entire city once was above ground, right? So this entire thing was at some point just, well, probably not necessarily a normal city, but it was definitely something like a normal structure above ground, like a normal city, right? Let's just say that for the sake of the argument. And so then they did something, and that something made it so that they were banished underground. Now, obviously, that is very interesting because it means that somehow this greater will was able to do that, right? Whereas currently, I mean, all the things that have happened with Godfrey and the shattering and all of that, that couldn't have really been what the greater will wanted, right? I mean, obviously we don't know anything about that. We don't really know that much about the greater will at all. So, whether or not that really falls under its, I mean, I guess because the shattering happened, right? Much of the world has sort of been, well, not necessarily destroyed, but certainly left to fall to ruin, more or less, right? I mean, we have the rot in Caelid, and all the other places as well. Everything's sort of fucked up, right? Nothing is actually really living anymore. And so somehow I think that is some sort of punishment of this greater will that has been brought upon the lands between because the shattering happened, right? Because somehow the demigods fought against each other. But yeah, it does sort of imply that this greater will is certainly very, very strong, right? If it can do that, if it can ban or banish an entire city underground, They're still here, though, right? So somehow underground, the greater will apparently wasn't really able to touch them anymore. They created a false night. Or at least I assume that they created it. So then, in eternal anticipation of their leech. So that's why they created these mimics. Somehow, for some reason, they wanted to create a Lord of Night. Potentially, I think, to maybe oppose the greater will. Right? I mean, That would be the assumption. The coming age of the stars. So, yeah, defeat the greater will, bring about the age of the stars. Whatever that means or entails, but that's what they want, right? It's a lot of information, although a couple of the greater points still remain somewhat unclear, right? I really like the design of these ornamental things here. It all looks rather interesting, doesn't it? Silver tear husk. Also, the fact that these materials are lying here, it does also imply that they probably just created or tried to create these mimics or things out of the mimics all over the place, right? Seems to be kind of crazy to think about. Ooh, there is a site of grace there. Cool, cool, cool. Huh. But yeah, I'm really wondering what that means. Also, this might be a great place to actually test out the mimic thing, right? God, this entire place is so weird to me. But how... that's the thing, right? Why would there be these suffering-looking human-like statues? So what are they about? What's the connection of them to all of this? Night's Sacred Ground. Okay, let me just quickly go back to the roundtable holds to upgrade the mimic thing. I really want to know how well that works. Also, can I actually upgrade it? I think I should still have enough Ghost Glove Word for everything. Hopefully, more or less. I might be missing some runes, though. Oh, it actually takes quite a few runes. Well, I mean, a +3 will be more than enough for now. I just need to remember that I potentially need to go back to the roundtable holds to upgrade it further once I have enough runes to do so. But this seems to be a great place to test it out. It's not even that much HP, is it? That's crazy. Holy fuck. Hello. Hi there. Let's do this, huh? Wait, so... Oh, hello. That was kind of unfair. Can you... He just used one of my spells, holy shit. So, I basically now have... Did he also use one of my fucking items? Why do some of them turn into something and others don't, though? So, are you telling me that my Mimic tier can also use all of the items that I currently have equipped without actually using up my items? Honestly, that thing seems a bit too good to be true. Because now he has, I mean, think about it. I have ranged sorceries, I have lightning, I have this dragon thing as well. I mean, obviously I can't force my Mimic to use that, but holy shit, the potential there. The fuck? So I guess the trick is to kill them, like, quickly enough. What the? Hello? Okay, so they can also create other stuff then, huh? Oh. Haha. Also, I think my Mimic... Well, I mean, that just makes sense, right? So my Mimic has the same weapon equipped as I do. So we're both causing blood loss buildup. Holy fucking shit. Oh. Oops. Yeah, that's... Wow. Holy fuck. That is quite something. I mean, you do have to rely on the AI, though, obviously, to make good choices, but that's always been a thing with the spirit summons, right? Well, what is the deal with this now, though? What's so interesting to me about this, obviously, is that it does imply that people of that size at one point existed. Even if this is a corpse, then... Yeah, I don't know. Because the giants that we fight, these kinds of fire giants, right, where it was so far never quite sure what they actually are or what they're made of, yeah, they're not really like humans, right? They almost look like they're made out of, I don't know, some weird cross between tree bark and metal or something. And so, even though they're clearly giants, they never really appeared as if they were like conscious beings necessarily. And they're also more used, like almost as if they're, Wait, where did that sound come from? Where's your sound of a scarab? But yeah, the fire giants were more as if they were sort of guardians, right? Not necessarily actual people. So I suspect that the teleporter is probably going to take us to the rest of the Eternal City, right? On the other side? The place that I was already able to look over to earlier? Once again, these weird marbles. Huh. God, I really like the treasure chests here. Another golden item, or orange, or whatever. Finger Slayer Blade and Great Ghost Glovewort. What is that? Strengthen renowned ashes to +10. Huh? Wait? Why do I get that without ever having found the stuff in between? That's strange. And is the other thing a weapon or what? Or is it like a talisman? The hell am I looking at? Oh, these things are talismans as well. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize. What was I looking for? The... Oh, did I ever look at... Didn't I also get... Oh, these, yeah. Never mind. Guess... Oh, here. Fingerslayer Blade. Hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron. The hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron. A blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the eternal city and symbolizes its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without a fate, but is said to be able to harm the greater will and its vessels. What? What? Fingerslayer Blade. So Fingerslayer because you can kill the two fingers, which represent the greater will. So I guess that's how they tried to fight against it, but apparently were unsuccessful. I don't know. A blade said to have been born of a corpse. Corpse of who? Blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the eternal city. Let me just write that down, but so far, still not really sure what to make of this, to be honest. Fingerslayer Blade. Proof of high treason. Said to be able to harm the greater will. Whatever that means. So this is some sort of very important item then. Absolutely no idea what I am supposed to do with it, or why it exists. I wonder. Well, it's born of a corpse. Or whose, rather, right? Whose corpse? Okay. I do need to take a very, very short break, though. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, so, to sort of come back to that, right? I think that one thing that's tripping me up a little bit here is I'm finding all these items and all these hints and interesting trivia about these places, right? Yet at the same time, it feels... So the actual reason why I came here, right, is because we're supposed to find out something about Ranni, and I know that this is somehow connected to that. I get that. But yet it also feels as if, you know, we're not necessarily finding exactly what we're looking for. We're always finding sort of adjacent things that bring with them a whole array of new questions every time, right? And that's, at a certain point, it almost feels as if your head is exploding of all the information and different kinds of things that you need to keep in mind, and things that are connected to this and that, and yeah, sometimes you even kind of lose sight of why you even came here, right? And that's really cool, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, that's the mystery of this game, and the definitely one of the sort of core aspects of how FromSoft tells stories. This, all of this sort of mysterious stuff that is very, very hard to follow, even when you're trying to keep track of all of it. Wait. What? Huh? What the... Why am I back here? Aren't we still missing this area? What? Or maybe this is what we were meant to find? Is this blade what Ranni utilized in order to kill the Death God? Huh. Is this all what we're meant to find here, or... Let me actually try and take that other route, because I felt like I was still missing a couple of optional items here. Man, this is... I don't even know anymore. How is this connected to what we were originally meant to find? And... Okay, the jump was actually easier than I thought it would be. You can really underestimate the jump distance of your character. Another celestial Jew. Huh, she fell down again. Or it, since it's a mimic. Well, that was it, huh? At least I found it. I don't even get what is the significance? This is sort of the only place where these statues seem to be destroyed as well. Almost as if somebody came in here and deliberately did that. What now? Should I try to go back to Ranni and talk to her about this? Is this what we were meant to find? But I thought that we were gonna meet Blaze. I really didn't expect the teleporter to just go back here. I mean, I guess it works, obviously, since... Huh. I guess I didn't find these items earlier on, huh? God, I really want to know what the fuck is up with this horse and why they decided to have a completely random animation that, you know, sometimes takes longer and sometimes doesn't take as long to play. Huh. Of course. I mean, this would just take you back to the cave, though. I don't know why, but... Well, I mean, clearly I'm still missing stuff because there is still stuff to be found here, right? I mean, we can literally look over there. Question just being, how the hell are you supposed to get there? Should I try to take the other elevator once again? See if it leads somewhere else? I mean, I can literally look over there, it's just that there is no way to access that area, right? Is this really all I can do here? Man, there were so many... Also, the fact that, you know, you find this blade, and at the same time, you also find the plus 10 upgrade for ghosts, for your spirit summons. Which is just so random. Why? Why is that a thing? Why do you just randomly find that? I mean, I guess... Okay, let's go back to the roundtable hold real quick, because I might be able to upgrade my mimic thing to plus 5. Which would probably be pretty good. Oh, wrong side. Yeah, What the hell am I supposed to make of this?
Greetings, are you here for...
I don't have a Ghost Glove Word 5 anymore. That's unfortunate. Well, I mean, Oleg is upgraded to plus 5 currently, right? It shouldn't be a big difference, all things considered. I am wondering... I mean, clearly there has to be another way to deal with the whole Thea questline, right? Which makes me wonder if she would comment on something like this. If she would comment on me getting this blade. Okay, let's just go back to Ranny. That's sort of... I don't know, maybe she'll comment on what I found. Though, again, I thought we would actually meet up with Blade and figure something out. I mean, we did. I guess he helped us defeat Radahn. Huh. Well. Guess we'll see about that, huh? She still looks asleep, though. Oh.
It was thee, not blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not? The hidden treasure of Nokron.
It is indeed.
My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread.
What does that mean? Tell me what that means, God damn it! I want to know more about it. So... Journey on a dark path. Was there any significance to it that I found it and not Blythe?
But before I leave, I must entrust thee with this. Take it.
Carrion inverted statue. Maybe that's how we get to the other side of Nokron? But wait, where the hell is Blythe anyway? Why haven't I seen him again anywhere?
My discarded flesh lieth beyond the seal unlocked by it, upon which is carved the curse mark of thy desire. I can fathom what thy purpose might be. Neither of us is welcomed by the brighter path, I see.
Really?
You may leave now. It was but brief, but thou gavest me fine service.
Right, that's definitely something that I sort of overlooked a little bit, right? So our purpose, or the reason why we approached Ranni in the first place, was to figure out it was more Rogier's idea, right? That we sort of were supposed to figure out more about death and the Death Lord and why the shattering happened and all that stuff. And in order to find out more about that, we approached Ranni, who then, in order for us to find her corpse with this mark on it, she in return wanted to have the secret of Nokron.
What is it? Thy purpose in approaching me was to obtain the curse mark, was it not? You may leave now. I too am to depart on a journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread. What is it? Thy purpose. Okay. You may leave. I too am...
Well, clearly this means something. I have a feeling I should know what it means, but I also have a feeling of like a million thoughts racing through my head, and I'm just not really able to figure out what all of this is really supposed to be about. So I guess now she's just gone, I would assume. Oh, what the hell? She leaves behind a side of grace? Why? Oh. I think I know why. Because this is pointing somewhere else, is it not? Is this pointing towards the other tower? Wait, did she sit on, like, a... Did she sit on some sort of elevated thing to make herself seem larger or something? That's pretty cool. So, first, like, this guidance of grace, so far throughout the game, hasn't really been one of my favorite things, because I think, in large parts, it's completely unnecessary, right? I would have honestly preferred to not have this guidance of grace anywhere, and the game just telling you where you're supposed to go, right? I mean, people are telling you anyways. So the White Mask Varay, for example, is telling you, hey, go to Stormvale, right? And go kill Godric. That's what he's saying. But in this particular instance, it is actually, for the first time, really guiding me and showing me, hey, right? So she left it behind. She left this guidance of grace behind, essentially, which, at least it looks as if it's pointing towards the third tower that so far I wasn't really able to access. So that's pretty neat. Yeah, this is open now. Aw, that's awesome. In that regard, having like a guidance of grace like this is actually pretty cool. Renna's Rise. Also, due to the fact that the game sort of over-explained how the guidance of grace works, you know, it was immediately clear what this meant. Just pretty awesome. So sometimes these kinds of gameplay elements that originally seem kind of unnecessary, they can still have like really, really cool applications that you just wouldn't necessarily always think about. A snow witch hat, rope and skirt. Is that Renala's? Not Renala's, Ranni's? Are these her clothes? Witch's pointed head, frigid and frozen through. Frozen? Of a style associated with practitioners of heretical sorcery. Strengthens cold sorcery. Okay. Once worn by the snowy crone, who the young Ranni encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Ranni's soul was modeled after her. That old witch was Ranni's secret mentor. Well, that's great and all. It doesn't tell us that much about it, though. Witch's rope in the color of snow. So Ranni encountered some sort of crone in the woods. For some reason, the doll body that she was in now is modeled after that witch. Though, I mean, did we get any kinds of hints? See, this is what I mean. I feel like maybe the game at some point threw like a hint towards me, telling me potentially telling me about who that witch might have been. But so much stuff happened in between and whatnot that, yeah, sometimes you just forget these kinds of things. I don't really know. Let's see where this goes. Fuck, I forgot to talk to Soluvis, but Einsel River, Maine. Wait, that's the other location though. Huh. Interesting. God, this place is equally as huge. Miniature Ranny? What the fuck? Huh? Doll resembling Ranny the Witch. From head to toe, every detail is perfect. This unresponsive doll seems pleasantly cool. What the hell is going on? Huh. Also, why is there this giant lake here? That looks awesome. Oh. Huh. You can also easily fall down here, if you don't pay attention, I think. Be wary of down. Yeah, yeah. Time for running. Wow, this looks beautiful, though. This gets more and more mysterious by the minute. I don't know. This is just... I wouldn't necessarily say that confusing is the right word. It's just... Huh. Also, it looks as if now I'm behind that weird thing that was on the roof earlier. Or maybe there's just a second one. What? Oh. Wait, why the fuck am I not able to hit him while he's doing that? That's just strange. I mean, I know that it makes sense, right? Because usually you can't really hit enemies, or you yourself can't be hit while that's happening. So in that regard, it makes sense. Okay, how do I deal with this guy, though? Seems as if this is another one. Guess I can just hide here, though. Really? Let's do it this way, then. I wonder if this thing is going to stay dead. Uh-oh. I think my Mimic is trying to fight it. I was gonna say, my Mimic has magic too. Oh, fuck. Bye-bye. Cool! A somber smithing stone 7. Well, well, well. That's gonna be a couple of upgrades for my weapon. Holy fuck. Oh, and Ghost Glove Word 6. Well, fuck. Now I need the 5 version again. And then I can upgrade the Mimic further as well. That's not a hidden path. Whew, okay, these places are so huge, it's almost... Are you kidding me? There's a fucking flower here? Seriously? One thing that I'm still wondering about with these rivers is why they decided to place so many of these enemies here. I mean, they're not even really doing anything, right? The concept of the Mimic tier is something that I just did not expect. And also, I mean, the way it works is just so kind of crazy to me. Ghost Glove Word 7, are you kidding me? Okay, so if I find a Ghost Glove Word 5, I can literally upgrade the Mimic tier to 7 already. Holy shit. Now they're just throwing upgrade materials at me. Fucking hell. Huh. That plant looks almost as if it can do the blight stuff, right? Because it's black. Oh! No, it does frenzy. Never mind. Wait, they can explode? They can literally just explode, holy fuck. Oh shit. I wonder why that guy doesn't get affected by frenzy though. Why do these plants always have to have so much HP? I think that is just pretty unnecessary. Okay, do I still have... It's also rather interesting that they're sort of getting into this kind of frenzy when they get attacked with flames. Ugh. So, just as that one bear in that one level, right? Oh, oops. I think I threw it in the wrong direction. Yeah, just as the bear in that one cave, I think actually that, you know, these things aren't necessarily meant to be fought. Which is weird. I don't really know. At least in this case, right, with the plants, it does make a bit more sense that they would be fairly strong, because they also can't move, right? So I feel like it makes sense that they have more HP, because they literally, yeah, I mean, as I said, they can't move, and therefore they, you know, that creates sort of a quote-unquote, I guess, special condition or something, right? Oh. Not that it makes it any less annoying to fight them. Oh, that was the wrong bolt. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I get that they have more HP than other stuff, potentially, but at the same time, I also think that they just have too much HP, honestly. Clayman ashes. I don't think this really continues anywhere, right? Okay. What are these Clayman ashes about, though? Maybe that gives us more info on them. These guys, right? Bowed with age, these spirits are sluggish but hard to stagger, the warped remains of priests who search for revelation and service of the ancient dynasty. They employ two sorceries that produce smaller and larger bubbles. I almost feel like as if I've read a very similar description at some point. That didn't really tell us much more than what I already knew about them. Okay. Feels as if I missed something here, but maybe not. This is what the plant dropped, right? Hi. Still more of you guys around? Yeah, I thought I was able to roll out of that. But apparently not. Still crazy to me how many of these guys they put in here. I mean, they're very slow, right? And they you know, if you pay somewhat close attention, they don't really overwhelm you or anything. They're not really that hard to defeat. It's just still very interesting to me just how many of these they place in here. Especially since they don't necessarily seem to have that much meaning in the grand scheme of things. Oh, oops. That's not what I wanted to attack him with. This is. I wonder where this leads though, because this was definitely not the weird worm thing that I originally encountered here. Right? What? So many upgrade materials. Well then. Where does this lead? Also, I would say that the water looks slightly weird, right? It doesn't look bad necessarily, but obviously this is not how water works. But oh well. Also, time for ants again, I guess. Bye-bye. Stimulating boluses? That looks new. Alleviates buildup of sleep. Are these ants capable of making me asleep? Strange, okay. This looks almost like sort of the other way around, right? I mean, I was already here at some point, and it looked almost exactly the same, to be completely honest. Though, these look more like bees, although I guess they're meant to be, I don't know, flying? Flying ants? Potentially? Don't seem to be that strong. Oh. That looks like a big one. Holy fuck, yeah, that's a big one. Not very susceptible to magic, but very susceptible to weapon damage, apparently. Why does this look so similar to the other path that I was already taking into this place? Who the hell are you? What are you doing? The fuck? He's looking the other way, right? Ah, that's the... I think that's the thing that I was... Ah, I knew it. I knew there was another one. So they all employ gravity magic for some reason. Huh? The fuck? What the hell was that? He kind of knew where I was, yet at the same time suddenly discovered the dead body of his friend or whatever, and decided, hey, that's probably where I should go first, and look at that. Very weird. Okay, yeah, this is the giant room that I was in originally, right? So now I'm approaching it sort of from the top side. So this is probably the path that I want to take, right? Because this would allow me to potentially fairly easily kill that worm thing. Just wondering where this leads. Okay, so this pretty much leads into the city proper right away. Considering that I've not fully explored Nokron yet, it's kind of weird that I'm also able to go to Nokstella now. Nokstella, Eternal City. Okay, so they're utilizing the ants? What the hell? They're riding on them. This place looks equally as awesome as the other one. I still feel like, shouldn't there be a map somewhere here? Okay, let's grab the, grab this. Because I kind of want to check out the other room first, not gonna lie. Before I come back here. Or is there, I don't even know what the place... I mean, the map for Nokron, I pretty much found... Well, not immediately, but it was definitely somewhat obvious where it was. Huh. Although... Now that I've found the Site of Grace, I could potentially go back and upgrade my weapon and stuff. I mean, the ants aren't really much of a threat, right? Nokstella, Eternal City. So that's the actual city. There are two different ways to approach this whole thing. Yeah. You know what? Considering that, the only enemies I would potentially have to fight again are the ants, which aren't much of a problem at all. And the huge upgrade that I can get to now, should probably do that first. Let's see.
Well, took you've no man to lay out your own.
Strength and armament. Finally. Fucking finally. So this gives me... How much does it give me? Holy shit. 209 plus 74. 175 plus 49. Bam. And now... 187 plus 47. 224 plus 83. Bam. Unfortunately, the scaling doesn't really get any better, but... This is still crazy, isn't it? So I just increased my damage output by like 100 or something. Also now it's scaling C with Dex. That's interesting. Kind of a crazy upgrade, right?
Greetings, are you here for...
I could do the same crazy upgrade for this guy if I found another Ghost Glove worth 5. Which unfortunately I do not have. I have the 6 and 7 though. Oh well. Still definitely a very big upgrade. Also, technically, I think I should be able to actually level. Let's see, 30k, so 56,393. 56,393. Let's see if I can sell stuff. Do I want to get rid of the small talismans? Probably, right? The duplicate ones? I want to keep this one though. For some reason. I don't think I have any duplicate. Oh, I have this, okay. Let's have one of these. These are all unique though. I definitely also don't have duplicate weapons or anything. I still have other ones as well. Yeah, honestly, I would really like normal weapons to work the same as the special weapons. You can still do 30 upgrade things or something, but make it so that it's only 1 stone per upgrade. I don't know. It's just a bit weird that you need so many. Well, not weird necessarily, but just... Holy fuck, how many of these things did I find? And where the hell did I get them from? What did I say? 59 something? Oh no, never mind. 56,393, okay.
Back all right, no matter.
393. Do I have stuff that I can sell? Probably, yeah, this. Bunch of these. This, right? Okay. Also, now that I've upgraded my weapon, I can actually think about potentially leveling other stuff as well, right? Though I probably want to test my weapon damage first. What was my damage before? Now it's displaying 454. Wasn't it like 277 or something? That would be kind of crazy. Oh, it didn't. I don't think it was, but... I mean, I could go with more FP always, considering that I'm using magic, but... So Faith would raise it by 2, I guess Dexterity... No, Dexterity doesn't raise it at all for some reason. That's weird. Yeah, that's the big question here, right? I'm definitely getting diminishing returns on Vigor already. So do I still want to keep leveling that? I mean, Faith would increase my damage further. I still think that... Well, I definitely just increased my offensive capabilities by a lot. But... It's very hard to tell. I mean, obviously, I kind of would be inclined to go for either mind or endurance, because endurance would allow me to wear other stuff, though currently I don't really have anything that I would like to wear. Yeah, obviously intelligence would increase the potency of my spells and sorceries. Faith would increase the potency of, or rather increase the weapon damage currently. Do we just want to go with more intelligence? Might be interesting in the long run, right? Increasing my magic damage further. I still don't really want to be two-shot by anything, though. But, I mean, then again, just increasing your level always also increases your defense, right? Meaning that no matter what I level, it'll always benefit me in some way. Well, as I said, the problem is that with Vigor, it only increases it by, 26? That's really not much, to be honest. More FP could be beneficial, obviously. I can't really do anything with the max equipment load if I'm not really utilizing anything else, right? Should I go with more intelligence? I mean, that would be the damage where I'm currently lacking, right? Considering that my weapon should deal a whole lot more damage now than it did before. Let's just go with one more point in intelligence for the time being. Just for the sake of it. And now I can just, I can just test out how good my weapon is now and just adjust from there, right? I have a feeling that I'll still put more points into Vigor as well, just because... I don't know, it felt like those bosses in Caelid were really quite unnecessarily strong. But then again, even though two-shotting or being two-shot can be a problem and can be annoying, if you deal a whole lot of damage as well, it's not necessarily such a big problem, right? So, hello. Okay. Doesn't really feel that much stronger, to be honest. Okay, can you stop flying? I want to test out my fucking weapon. Ah, whatever. Of course I'm running against some rock. Why am I always running against rocks? Let's actually craft a couple more of these. Let's see. So I should probably just equip some random other stuff, right? Because it could potentially be utilized by my Mimic. Which is kind of awesome. Let's just equip these then. Is it looking towards me? Oh yeah, it is, right? I forgot that it has this weird head. Oh, for fuck's sake. What kind of... Oh, now I get it. So, if you attack the body rather than the head, it just takes like a whole lot of damage. That's also why it didn't really take that much damage when I was originally attacking it with my magic. Now I get that. Yeah, okay. Somehow, for some reason, I'm a little bit let down by my weapon upgrades. I mean, that was literally going from, what, like a +6 weapon to a +9. And honestly, I kind of expected to two-shot the ants. Although, well, now I two-shot this guy. Where the fuck do you see me? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not able to go up there? Seriously? Why am I not able to jump there? I guess it loops back around or something? Huh. What the hell is that even supposed to be? Also, is it like floating in mid-air? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Oh, this is how you get to the item. Okay. I wonder if I can sneak attack the big thing. I mean, technically that should be possible, right? How weird that they're sort of making you go back here and not being able to jump up there. See, another person is trying that as well. Well, now I'm finding them all over the place. Are you kidding me? Well, but since I've really upgraded my weapon quite a bit now, I'm honestly wondering, yeah, whether or not I should actually try and just really rapidly upgrade my my magic and stuff. Wing of Astel. Is that a weapon? It is. A curved sword. Oh, that looks weird. Oh, it's literally like the wing of an insect, right? Sword fashioned from a delicate wing, suffused with the magic of the stars. Okay. Strong attack unleashes a wave of enchanted light. Crafted from a relic of the natural born of the void, who is said to have assailed the eternal city. Unique skill Nebula. Imbue the natural born's wings with magic to send forth a dark cloud of stars that lingers briefly before exploding. Who the fuck is the natural born of the void, who is said to have assailed the eternal city? The hell? Natural born of the void has assailed the eternal city. Okay. Sure. Drop all these kinds of knowledge things on me. Okay, so... Oh, that's what the messages are for, right? They're telling you to jump down there. Okay. Okay. So they're also giving you these gravestones as a means to escape his attack, I guess. Now that I'm looking at it closer, are these supposed to be star signs? I mean, if all of this is sort of connected to stars and whatnot, I don't think that I can actually sneak attack him, can I? But yeah, if this is all sort of stars, the fuck? Okay, so he just randomly notices you? Sure. Cool. Well, it's not really strong though. It's also an interesting sound that it makes, right? When it was hitting its head, it sounded as if I was hitting, like, literally cracking a skull, like, but an empty skull, right? Obviously not. I don't know. Shit, I have no idea what cracking a living skull sounds like, and I don't want to know, honestly. But yeah, it sounded almost as if you were, like, breaking thin bones or something. Okay. So now I can grab the rest of the stuff in here. I think. That's also interesting. I didn't actually notice that before. Oh yeah, well I kind of did. So this sort of quote-unquote secret path is also accessible from the other side, right? So there were like two entrances. You could either go to the main entrance, or you could go through like a secret cave at the side and sort of hide behind pillars and sneak up here and then go onto this path as well. So you don't necessarily have to take the teleporter at Renna's tower in order to deal with this guy. You can also do it through other means as well. Injustice? Where? The only thing that's slightly annoying here is there's like a million different of these guys to fight as well. Didn't even notice this cave earlier. How much things are here? Are you fucking kidding me? There is a merchant chilling here? The fuck? What's up with these guys? Why? How can they just chill in certain places? Completely sort of unbothered by weird and huge ass enemies that threaten to kill everything that's nearby. Well, at least now I found the map. I do find it very intriguing that they decided... I mean, I very much assume that these are places that are not necessarily connected in any sort of way. Yet at the same time, they still decided to... I don't know, make these specific sort of cutout shapes. I wonder why. Why make these specific cutouts? Okay, so that's interesting. This is Nokstella. So this portion is the city of Nokstella, and there's like a huge ass lake next to it as well. This is where the original well drops you off, right? Oops. Yeah. So this is where I originally started off from, right? And then, and these are the beautiful looking waterfalls. So this is where I got teleported to. Right, and there are these waterfalls as well that I wasn't able to I was able to see them, but obviously you're not able to traverse them. So the only way you can originally go is this way, right? And then you sort of end up here. And this is what I was talking about, right? There is like this path here that I was taking, and I was looking at this room from there. And then there is sort of the main path here. And obviously you're getting attacked by the big thing. And this is the path that I took now. Since I came from here, right? Well, this path is still left as well, and this seems to lead somewhere else entirely, interestingly enough. And, well, then the city itself, obviously. So there's definitely overall, I would say, less to explore than in this particular area, especially because this has so many different layers to it, right? Whereas this is really sort of one layer of a cave. What the fuck are you doing here?
A customer? Well, how long has it been?
How the hell do these guys survive? It must have been, I don't know how many years since anybody has visited him down here. Hermit merchant. Okay, he sells the prisoner stuff. Interesting. Perfumist cookbook? Acid spray mist. Hey, that's the first thing that I can actually use the perfume bottles for. Interesting. And then Thawfrost boluses and stimulating boluses. He also sells a celestial dew. Interesting. Well, well, well. Yeah, so now they just appear here. That is interesting. Forbidden Art of Depraved Perfumist, craftable with a perfume bottle. Uses FP to release an acidic mist from user's mouth, damaging armaments and temporarily lowering attack power. Perfumed powder is held in the mouth to dissolve before being expelled. It was once a restorative art, or so it is said. I wonder how capable this is. Like how much of an effect does this have? Because this, well, once again, the problem being that bosses can be very, very frantic, right? And so, it's honestly kind of hard to tell if it would be worth it to risk getting attacked while you're applying it to a boss, right? I mean, that's usually why these items end up not being as good as you would think they might be, because, or not as usable, rather, because, well, at the end of the day, if you're getting hit once by a boss because you're applying the spray to it, and the hit makes you take, I don't know, let's say 600 damage, right? That otherwise, if you hadn't applied the spray, would have not been taken. So what if the spray means that every consecutive attack that the boss hits you with would only deal, let's say, 500 damage instead of 600 damage? But, well, the issue obviously being that he needs to hit you with 7 more attacks to make the original application of the spray bottle worth it, right? Which, I mean, you can already see that that's an issue, right? Now, that being said, holy shit. Okay, never mind. Holy fuck. These guys are dying in 2 hits now? That was almost 5 previously, I think. Well, that certainly makes this whole area easier to traverse. Holy fuck. Hi, bots! You're dead. You know that, right? Holy shit. That's crazy. I would say that was definitely a worthwhile weapon upgrade. Oh, that was from him, I think. Holy freaking fuck. Those guys are casting too? Why? What the fuck? Why did the second one not hit? I do think that sometimes the scythe is a little bit awkwardly imprecise, even though you wouldn't necessarily think that that's the case. Okay, well, that certainly makes this easier, this area a whole lot easier to clear. Holy fuck. Okay, that path I definitely still want to check out, and this is where I had already been to, right? I don't think I need to clear this again. I'm fairly certain that I cleared this out, yeah. Because I was already sort of standing here admiring whatever the fuck that weird worm thing was. Why? That seems bad, that the second attack has such a weird... I don't know. I think the problem is that I'm sort of glitching through the enemy, so my, I guess, attack hitbox or whatever you want to call that gets applied behind the enemy rather than in front of it, or rather than hitting it, it's sort of applied behind them or something. It's a bit unfortunate. What the hell are you three doing there? Are you guys doing group shitting or whatever? Or what are you doing? Okay, I need to... Does this lead anywhere in particular? Nope. Do you actually have to take the path through that lower section to get to that whole area? Or is there some sort of way? Because I need to get over there, right? Looks as if I wouldn't really be able to do that from here, unfortunately. I mean, it's not a big deal at this point, since thankfully I'm now dealing a whole bunch of damage to them. It means that I can fight my way way quicker through them. Oh, right, I found another one of these golden centipedes earlier. I wanted to reread their description. Kept as a fetish by Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches and similar. Definitely reminds me of Sekiro. Because centipedes are sort of a thing in Sekiro. That is rather strange though. So from here, you're actually not able to get over there. Which... it's actually a little bit annoying. Fucking hell. That means I have to... or I guess it's... yeah, it's enough to... okay. It's not that far. I thought I would have to fight my way all the way back through all of the ends and stuff. Not that it would be too difficult, but... kind of want to move on. Okay. I guess I don't really need to engage with them, right? Because there are just way too many. So let's just sort of go in here. Let's see if anybody followed me. I don't think they will be. Hello. Smithing stone 1 times 3. Are you fucking serious? That's what they put here? Sometimes they do troll you with these items as well, I feel like. Okay. So I think this should mostly be it. No, never mind. There's even more of you. Yeah. I still find the sheer amount of these enemies kind of crazy. It's not a big deal, obviously, but I wonder why they decided to place so many of them here. Maybe just because the map in and of itself is really big, and so they thought that, well, it needed to be filled somehow. Okay. Well, that means that I've grabbed everything here. I've already been here as well, right? I don't think there was... Holy shit. I don't think there was anything else on this path. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Whole lot of stuff. Also, I'm pretty sure if you just jump down from here, you're gonna die. That's also why all the bloodstains are here, which, once again, does highlight that the fall damage in this game is pretty bad. I don't know, the fact that you fall down from there and are literally dead, yet you can fall down from there and it doesn't even hurt you. Yeah. I mean, I already explained why I think they did that, but it doesn't make it any less annoying or bad. As I said, I think, I honestly think that fall damage should work the same it does in Sekiro, where it just, if you fall down somewhere, it just respawns you at the top of the cliff, and it takes away a portion of your health. I think that's how it should work, honestly. Hey, there is another side of grace here for some reason. Cool. Oh, you know why? Right. So the way this path is built actually means that you would probably be able to sort of sneak your way around this whole area. Because there's a bunch of cover here, you can pretty much get here without even engaging with most of the enemies. Yeah, so you would be able to access Nokstella without having to go this way, right? That's actually pretty awesome. That is probably also one of the greatest feats of design that they've accomplished with this game, is they always give you two options to go through areas, right? One sort of quote-unquote main way that is most likely also connected to some sort of quest, and then one sort of optional way that, in this case, as you can see, can potentially be harder or involve other problems, but most likely it will get you to places and also potentially give you materials that otherwise would be very, very hard to come by. Well, these are easy to kill. Interesting that standing on these corpses doesn't actually apply rot. Immunizing horn charm. What the hell is that? 1 second. I've got a message. Okay, let's continue. Wait, so... Oh, this is the optional cave. I suspect there's going to be some sort of optional ant boss? Potentially? Not necessarily a boss, but... on the other side of the cave there was also, like a... Well, not a boss, but like a big ant, and some optional items as well. So I suspect they're sort of doing something similar here as well. Oh, what the fuck? I can literally just one-shot them. Holy hell. Okay, let's, yeah, let's check out that optional area. Probably some sort of giant ant. Hi! You are new? Now we're back in Dark Souls. Okay. So... holy shit, that builds up a whole lot quicker than I thought it would. So that instantly kills you if it reaches... If it completes the full bar. That is honestly a bit crazy to me. Where the hell does this go? I kind of just expected there to be one sort of optional ant or something. Hello. Soap. Ooh, so the soap can also... I get it. The soap can also cure you from the blight then. What the fuck am I looking at? I should potentially do that. The fuck is this place? What the hell am I looking at? What is this? Wait, where the... I guess there's more to this place. Honestly. Holy fuck, what the... What am I looking at? Is that, like, rot or poison? Or... I don't even get what this is supposed to be. The fuck? So is this some sort of teasing you, I guess? I want to go home. Turn back ahead, yeah. Let's rate this one. Yeah, absolutely no idea what the fuck this is supposed to be. Are you kidding me? Is there like an entirely different section adjacent to this as well? So this would be... There is like the small access point here, right? I guess that's the intended way to get to this. And this is just a teaser? Fucking hell. What are these areas? What is going on? There's already so much else going on that, you know, you're almost losing sight of why the fuck I'm even down here. I mean, something about Randy's original body or something. Well, okay. I guess that is something that I have to traverse at some point, potentially. I mean, it looked like a giant, pretty much poisoned swamp, which... I mean, there have been poisonous areas in this game already, but... Well, these are both, like, dead ends, or what? Why is there a respawn point here? Taking on all at once? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? You know, I'm running through these like giant tunnels and areas and whatnot, and it's just more and more and more. It just doesn't stop, right? There's constantly something new to look at. That is crazy to me. Yeah, and now we end up in Nokstella as well, though somewhere else entirely. Okay, so there is another one of these statues. And a whole lot more of these weird, creepy-ass stone corpses? That's the statue. Wait, so is this a boss room? That might be why there was a statue of Marika there, huh? Am I fighting this giant thing now? Why would there be a boss here, though? What the hell? I mean, it looks like a boss room, doesn't it? There are no other enemies here. Oh! Hello! Another one of these. I do remember your brother, or whatever it was. What the hell was that? Well... Ooh. You can do some ice damage as well. Or lightning? What is that even? Wow! Pretty stunning visually. Doesn't have that much health though. Ooh. And he also just misses. Oh, that's... Frozen Lightning Spear. For a second there I thought he had some sort of weird... ad or something that he spawned in, but that was just my mimic. Okay, yeah, well... My weapon is definitely too strong for this area now. Although, technically, this wasn't really a difficult boss at all as well. I mean, I already fought one of these. This one was interesting because it had the frost stuff, which visually looked very stunning. That was pretty cool. But obviously he was very similar to the one I already fought in Nokron. So... Dragonkin Soldier of Nokstella. Well, at least that gives me another site of grace here. So I guess if you're coming from the other direction, this area wouldn't even really be accessible, right? That's very weird stone. That almost looks like concrete, doesn't it? Huh. Strange. Very strange. Is there some sort of texture layer missing? It honestly just looks like concrete, doesn't it? Weird. Okay, so now what do I get? Oh, another one of these. Well, that is a bit underwhelming considering I already had one of the other ones, but okay. Guess I'll take it. How strange though. So they're giving you 2 plus 10s before you even have the rest of the stuff. There is another side of grace down there. Yeah, honestly, I think this is sort of just an optional boss, right? So you can go this way if you want to. So this entire section is more or less optional, if you will. Which is pretty cool. I like that. The boss room's pretty cool as well. What is up with these? Who are they? Or were they, rather? Absolutely no idea. Okay, so that does mean, though, that I've pretty much cleared out everything. With the exception of, well, Nokstella itself, right? If I approach it from here. So let's just teleport back here and then just clear out this area, I guess. Also, I don't have a Great Rune active currently, right? Not that I really need it, but let's just do it for the heck of it. I have the Rune Arc still, so... So, in this area, though, compared to Nokron, you can actually see these crystal stars that are flying through the air. I mean, here they're actually flying through the air, right? They're not just sort of background, which is rather interesting. Hello. Oh! Wait, the ant counts as another entity. What the? Oh. Wrong. Shit. Why did that deal so much damage? What the fuck? Was that some weird rot stuff that I have very low resistances to? Or what was that? Not really. Why did that deal so much damage? That was strange. Especially considering that I thought I was over-leveling this level now by quite a lot, yet at the same time... I mean, that would literally one-shot, or almost one-shot, most other people that might come here on, like, level 70 or something. Which just seems... weird, to be quite honest. Huh. Okay, also, let's look at this lake. I think the lake is more background, right? I think sort of this area isn't necessarily meant to be traversed. As much as this, right? This was also just background. So much to look at. Drawstring Holy Grease. I think that's the first time that I've actually gotten Holy Grease. Smithing Stone 6. Is he confused by his buddy dying? Nox Monk Greaves. Need to look at that description. There's a bunch more of those mimic guys. And they also seem to be electrically charged? For some awkward reason? Okay. That's probably gonna hurt a lot if you're standing in the water, right? Huh. I mean, the area looks very, very stunning, right? But at the same time, it also doesn't seem to be that big overall. I mean, it's not small, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, it's just... interesting, I guess. An interesting observation. Silver tear husk, okay. Yeah, I mean... I wonder what that is. If this glitter is maybe building some sort of cluster that looks almost like the Milky Way or something? I mean, technically they've... Wait, was it actually mentioned whether or not they completely created some sort of artificial... What are you? Why are there slugs? The hell? What the fuck is up with you? These are like the slug that I fought in as like as an enemy, right? In one of the catacombs, where it was like a ghost slug that was summoning in other enemies to fight me. Which was pretty cool, not gonna lie. What the hell is going on? I think these both Nokron and Nokstella seem to be somewhat Bloodborne inspired, right? The slugs as well. I mean, that seems to be almost sort of... It's definitely reminiscent of the... What were they called? Like the alien stuff in Bloodborne, the Great Ones. They were also... I mean, you could literally turn into a slug at the end of the game, right? Oh, hello. At least they die really quickly. I think they're probably capable of inflicting frenzy or something like that. I mean, there are a bunch more here as well. They all fell down. What? Wait, what's the point of going up this hill? So, the quote-unquote correct path, or the path where there is actually something to find, is probably going upwards, right? Into the actual buildings? But there has to be something down here as well. So, I guess you have to go through here to actually access this small lower portion that ultimately leads to that giant rotting lake, or whatever the fuck that was. Huh. Okay, let's deal with that aunt guy as well. As long as I don't die, these things are gonna stay dead anyway, so... Oh, wait. You're not dead? Huh? The hell? Wait, last time I fought the other guy, and the guy on top of the ant died, and the ant was still alive. This time it was the other way around. How weird. Okay, so there are multiple staircases, actually. There's one there. Well, that might be the one that actually leads to this section. Potentially? It's honestly quite hard to tell if you're meant to go upwards first or meant to stay down. I mean, technically, or rather theoretically, it would be more intelligent to do the upstairs part first, since that gives you information about the lower portions, right? Okay, let me check out what I found, though. Nox Monk Greaves. Long ago, the Nox invoked the Eye of the Great Will. Okay, so that's the same description that I've already read, right? Nox Monk Bracelets, they probably also have the same description as well. And now we also have this. These women are the personal guards of the Night Maidens, and the silk hides their eyes. The Night Maidens. Have we encountered a Night Maiden already? I don't think so, right? I mean, I'm very intrigued by the buildings. You know what? Let's go upstairs first. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And if I see something that looks like a boss room, I can always turn back and check out the lower portion. The lower portion first. Oh, right. Magic grease. Does that mean that they're susceptible to magic? I wonder. Wait, can I not jump over that? Weird. The aesthetics of this place are absolutely incredible. The combination, especially those rooms, right? I almost wish there were more sort of inner rooms. Hello. What the hell was she trying to do? I think she was trying to breathe that sort of silver mist that one of the items talked about at me, right? Oh, there's a bunch more of those lightning things. Lightning mimics. They're actually coming down the staircase. Are you kidding me? The hell? That looks just weird. Okay, let's actually try and fight them. Aw, that's unfortunate. Oop. Holy fuck. They have some reach. Wait, oh, they explode. Well, that's fun. So they can build up like a chain reaction. Okay, good to know. I guess, yeah, you're literally, you really just don't want to stand in the water when they do that, right? Other than that, I don't think that they're particularly threatening. Okay. Yeah, but these kinds of rooms, like the one where I found the Mimic tier in, right? The design of these places is absolutely incredible. Oh, hey, you were already looking at me, huh? What the fuck was that? Oh, right, I read the description of these weapons, right? They can sort of turn into liquid metal. Interesting. But yeah, these kinds of rooms, they look absolutely awesome. Look at this place. Especially with the lighting, right? It's absolutely incredible. Also, I like how they're sort of hiding the actual treasure chests. And skull plate. Well, that's a shield. Interesting. It's pretty awesome, I think. They usually don't really do that, but in this case, it works just well, I think. And they're still distinct enough to where if you've already encountered one, you'll still know which one it is. Ant's skull plate causes poison buildup. Oh, that's really interesting. Man, there's so many different build options in this game. That's crazy. Huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers, used without modification as a shield. The 2 underground rivers. I haven't seen ants so far in the Siofra River, to be honest. Excels at repelling enemy attacks. Giant ants are venomous creatures, granting a boost to immunity when wielding the shield. And if you shield bash an opponent with it, I suspect that they're gonna be poisoned. There is like a fog gate up there that is probably able to open up with a stone sword key, which makes me think this entire area might just in fact be optional. I mean, not Nokstella, but this upper portion of it. That's the boss room that I was in, right? Yeah. Visions of Boss Batry River. That's actually that is a very good hint. I'm appraising that message. Archer ashes. Why are they just randomly lying here? You know what? I mean, I know I said this before, but I think they went a little overboard with the amount of ashes that exist in this game. It is somewhat cool, but you're just not using them, right? Because once you have legendary ashes, there is no reason to ever go back to the other ones. Except for maybe the jellyfish, but that's a very niche application as well. Spirits of archers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Their arrows are imbued with cold ghost flame. Sadly, not giving us much more information about these hawks. Okay, so, and these guys actually have shields in front of their face, which makes them look exactly like the things in Demon Souls. Which is probably the inspiration for them as well. They still do take quite a lot of damage, even with the shield in front of them, though. Though it's quite funny. Do you see that? They actually, when they attack, they sort of turn silvery. Almost as if they're sort of getting more liquid. Quite funny. Honestly, I kind of have fond memories of these guys because, well, in Demon Souls, that's the first boss that you fight. And I think it's actually a pretty cool first boss in Demon Souls because it's not that hard, right? I do remember when I first played the original Demon Souls, while a lot of the first level was pretty challenging, right? I mean, if you've never played a game like that before and then you're thrown into Demon Souls, it can be quite challenging, but as the first boss, it has a somewhat cool introduction with the giant door opening and then this huge arrow thing being flung out of the door and landing in front of it. And yeah, it's not that challenging of a boss. And also, it takes sort of patience. It teaches you how the game wants you to play. But it also doesn't really punish mistakes all too much. So I think it works absolutely brilliantly as the first boss in Demon's Souls. Always like that. Ghost, Glove, Word Picker's Bell Bearing. Wait, this probably gives me the option to buy the Glove Word 5, right? Hopefully? 5? What? 4, 5, and 6? Holy shit, okay. Well, that'll give me the option to upgrade my Mimic quite a lot. Still absolutely no idea what this imagery is supposed to represent. Like, what the... We haven't really gotten any hints. I mean, yeah, the slaves that have been sent down there to explore, down here to explore the Eternal City, that so far we've really only found at the beginnings of Nokron. But, I mean, they can't be represented by these statues, right? That has to be something else. Something that is honestly very hard to figure out, or very hard to tell. At least as of now, don't really know what that's supposed to represent. Oh, hello. I should probably make it a habit to look up a bit more. I mean, well, they're really not that difficult to deal with, but you never know, I guess. It's interesting that they give you so many optional paths here. Or rather, paths where you don't even really know whether or not they're optional. Because this looks kind of where you're meant to go, right? Also, that weird ball is probably living, right? Okay, let's open this up. It's coming over here. It's quite funny, honestly. Especially since, you know, they've been summoned in by sorcerers the entire time, and now there's this sort of awkward... I don't even know what they're supposed to be, honestly. Oh, yeah, you did see me, didn't you? Oh. Oh, that was a whole lot stronger than I thought it was. Oh. Bye-bye. And another chest. Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets. Why do I get puppets all of a sudden instead of spirits? Is that a hint at... I mean, Seleucus had apparently quite a lot of knowledge about this place, huh? That makes me wonder, did he potentially get the ability to create these puppets from this place? Nightman, old puppet crafted in the Eternal City, used to summon the spirits of a Night Maiden and a Swordstress. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. A cold-blooded race? What the hell? Okay. Why do I hear slimes? Also, that... Yeah, that doesn't look right. Do you see that texture? I don't think that's how it's supposed to look. It seems like it's sort of awkwardly stretched. I think the ball didn't really know where to go. Wait, why does this balcony exist? Just to look at where you've already been? I think it's just moving back and forth, huh? Well, now that I've started going up here, I guess I'm just gonna continue this way. I think it's literally just moving back and forth, huh? Yeah. Well, why not? What is going on with all these statues? I really, really wonder about that. Have they been created by someone? Are they people that have been turned into stone? Very, very hard to tell, honestly. See, these... Yeah, this is how it's supposed to look. These loaded incorrectly, though they still have some sort of awkward, very low resolution material shader or something applied to it. Which is weird. Did you get stuck on the railing? It looks like it, huh? No, for fuck's sake. Well, I didn't really do any better now, did I? Oh, hello. Oh, that's... Holy shit. Okay, so people are probably gonna try and run in here to hide from the giant ball, and all they're gonna find is another giant ball. That's cruel. Typical FromSoft design. Also, they don't really seem to be too clever, huh? Oh, holy fuck. Okay, they're slow, but they do deal a whole bunch of damage. And they always drop a larval here. That is honestly strange. Okay. Do you not care? It doesn't even go into combat mode. Huh. It didn't even cost me stamina to do that, because it wasn't in combat. Weird. There is another chest here. Is there another giant ball or something else that drops down? I feel like everything here just drops down from somewhere, right? The slugs, the slimes, the balls, everything drops down. Another golden item, what the fuck? Another one? Okay, now it's getting a little bit ridiculous. If you can find this literally just in this chest, what is the significance of doing the optional boss? I feel like the optional boss should have a better reward if this is what you get here, right? I think that's a bit... That's a bit of an issue. Although, now that I think about it, if you find these very, very strong ghost glove words here, that does... I mean, combined with the fact that I now found these puppets as well, makes it seem like they experimented with, well, with puppets most likely, but also with, strengthening, like spirit summons and stuff. Also, I wonder if Rani sort of was created here, potentially. Maybe even by Soluvis? Maybe that's the reason why Soluvis knows so much, because he came from this place? And then potentially... with the knowledge that you find here, you might have utilized that to transport Rani's body into a puppet, or doll, rather, right? I mean, that seems to be where I'm supposed to go, right? Oh, there is a golden seed down there. Well, I mean, I can always check out the lower portion later. So... why are there so many awkward sort of side alleys that seemingly don't lead anywhere? I honestly think that maybe a couple of these lower portions... I wonder if they added this later in development and maybe didn't really have the time to put too much stuff into it. I mean, I don't want to... I don't want to say that these areas are bad in any kind of way. They are not. They are really, really impressive. But they do seem to lack just the slightest amount of detail compared to other areas, I feel like. Or rather, not even really lack detail, but just they're not as packed in a couple of ways, right? Which is not necessarily a bad thing, because I think it creates... See, this is sort of what you never really know about this, right? There are two different possibilities. Either they decided to make these areas a lot more empty on purpose, in order to facilitate a certain feeling, this feeling of sort of eeriness, the feeling of, hey, this is some sort of really special place that serves a special purpose and is not just another level that you go through, right? So that could be one reason, or it's what I was saying at first, that they weren't able to really fully develop them. It doesn't really matter, though, because the end result is the same, which is really interesting, right? So even if, let's say, potentially they didn't really have the time to develop these areas further, I think that it still works out in its favor, because, yeah, these sort of giant empty ruins that do have items in them, but, seem to be empty in a lot of other ways, it does create this very eerie and unsettling atmosphere where you never quite know... Oh, that's a weird camera effect. Did you see that? I think it zooms in the camera slightly when you approach the room. Yeah, just ever so slightly. Do you think this is going to be a boss room? Up? Wait. Oh, I think there's another ball at the end of it. Right? At least it looks like it. Oh, and a couple of slimes as well. Do you think that the ball would... Do you think the ball would destroy them? It's not even falling down, what the fuck? How did they still hit me? Can you just do your explodey stuff? Why aren't they doing their explodey stuff? Well, now they did. Now they're just doing a chain reaction. Maybe? What's the ball doing? Is the ball afraid of these slimes or what? quite funny though that if I attack, they can sometimes sort of just go over my head with their attacks. Bam! Well, that took out quite a few of them. Now it's an actual chain reaction, almost a chain reaction. Yeah, they're actually getting too close to me is the problem, right? Oh, oopsie. Huh, I did this wrong, actually. So if you kill them, they explode. I didn't realize. Okay. Well, that makes a whole more sense now. Was the ball afraid of them? What is the ball doing? Why is it just lying there? Are you kidding me? And another larval tier. What a weird room, honestly. I wonder if... what was going on with the ball? Was the AI just sort of confused because it didn't really have a straight path towards me? I don't really get what was going on there. Oh, I thought for a second that was like a hole in the ground. They made the water in this place really reflective. Which is kind of a cool idea, but it also... it doesn't entirely work, to be honest. How do I hear Scarab? Where the hell are you? Oh, there you are. Stay here. Another Somber Smithing Stone. I think I would be able to upgrade one of the other special weapons at least to +8 or something. It's pretty cool. +7 at least. Yeah. I mean, this sort of seems to be where I'm meant to go, potentially, although... For a second I thought this was going to be a boss room, but it actually doesn't look like it. There are normal enemies in there. Huh. How weird. This also looks pretty nightmare-inducing. This whole entrance area with all the statue thingies. Let's actually heal up. I'm able to summon here, huh? Luring out required ahead. There's another one of those thrones, but this time empty. Oh, that was actually quite dumb. I completely forgot that the Mimic takes HP instead of FP. Why luring out? Oh, because they turn into something as well. That's so fun how he always instantly just uses his... Sometimes the range on my weapon is really weird. That was quite something. He just threw a holy pot at it. That is honestly pretty awesome. I know that it's potentially pretty OP, the Mimic tier, but the fact that it actually uses even the equipped items that you have, that is so awesome. You can do probably so many shenanigans with that. Especially since, I mean, technically, I guess you could force it to just utilize a few specific items, right? If I only equip like 2 items or something, or maybe even only 1, it would probably utilize that more. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would really utilize it, but... There's so many of these orange golden items. Moon of Nokstella. What the fuck is that? Is that a talisman, or is that some sort of key item? It's a talisman. Increases memory slots. Okay. This legendary talisman is a treasure of Nokstella. This talisman represents the lost black moon. The moon of Nokstella was the guide of countless stars. Why is it lost? Wait. So the moon of Nokstella is lost? Okay. Huh. How very intriguing. I wonder what that means. Well, then again, we sort of really haven't found out at all what this whole star thing is even supposed to be about, right? I guess this just gives you the ability now to deal with this area sort of the other way around. Most likely. God, this area is so... It's interesting and almost, I would say, unnecessarily big, but that's also what makes it so awesome. The fact that it doesn't really compromise on anything, right? It's just literally a huge-ass area. Oh, this is probably also a shortcut, isn't it? I don't really know why you would use this, though, but... Did I miss a site of grace up in the, Feels like there might be a site of grace here, right? But... maybe not. Huh. Well, I also need 4 golden seeds to actually upgrade to the next, or to add a flask to my charges, so... At this point in time, a golden seed really isn't that special anymore, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. I mean, that also means that I just have 1,000,000 charges in my flask. Well, not 1,000,000, obviously, but... Which is also actually quite interesting, right? When you really think about it, the fact that the game... I mean, I know that there are a couple of incantations that can also heal you, but... The fact that the game really only gives you, I don't know, about like 11 healing charges is actually somewhat crazy when you really think about it. That's so like little compared to other games, yet it also doesn't really... I mean, so far, I think I've pretty much only really needed more healing like once, right? Which is a really... in a certain way, a testament to the game that it's designed in a way where, if you're bad, right, if you haven't really learned an enemy, no amount of healing is going to get you through that. I mean, it can. There are certain scenarios in when you can actually, quote unquote, brute force your way through enemies, but for the most part, you know, the healing is not the problem. The damage you deal and receive is, and how well you can play in order to actually deal damage and not receive that much damage, right? Okay. Oh, so the elevator is the only way to access this golden seed. I get it. there is no way to actually go up here if you don't go the other way around, I guess. Huh. How strange. I really thought this was sort of going to be the end point, but now I get a feeling that where we're actually meant to go is this next area. Because it doesn't look like this city really holds that much in terms of things that we might want at all. These guys are slightly stronger, though, compared to the variants in front of the whole shebang here. Another stone sword key. The stone sword keys are really a bit strange, to be quite honest. It feels like the game has way more stone sword keys that you can get compared to places where you actually need them. And also, they somehow... I don't know, they designed it to where you can actually always find a stone sword key in the locations where you need them, which is kind of a neat idea until you realize that they're also sold by NPCs. So now, because of that, it kind of makes me feel like I've wasted a little bit of runes. I mean, obviously, it's not a big deal, but it does feel like I've wasted runes in the beginning actually buying these stone sword keys, because it seems as if you just always get them when you need them anyways, so... Don't really know what to make of that, but... okay, I guess. But... Still somewhat wondering. I just... Yeah. Just wanted to kill that one. Why am I... oh, I think I need to two-hand in order to not bounce back on their shield. I didn't realize. Huh. Interesting. I wonder how the game actually deals with that, now that I think about it. There has to be a stat that actually governs that, right? A stat that decides whether or not you bounce back or not. I wonder if that's connected to poise? Or maybe weapon damage or something? Honestly, seems quite hard to tell. Also, I mean, at least visually, it doesn't actually look like these electro things can hurt you while you're in the water. I think it's just that when you're in the water, while they hit you, they'll probably deal bonus damage, right? I'd imagine. But if you're sort of not really doing that, then I don't think that that's an issue. I do like these chain effects, not gonna lie. It's pretty awesome. Okay, so that's the boss arena again. Okay, and that, where you can see the ant axe down there, that's the way you actually have to continue. There's also a site of grace in front of it, so that's cool. I really need to sort of remind myself of where I already was and where I still need to go in this place. I mean, it's not too hard to keep track of it, but... Huh. Oh. Wait, what? This entire room literally exists for one golden centipede? What? Yeah, what's the deal with that? Okay. Well. Yeah, they do send out little shockwaves, I think, when you potentially... Oh, that was... That was almost bad timing, because they sometimes deal more damage to you than you'd think. Okay. I do need to go up here still. There's so much ghost glove work that you find here, holy fuck. It is somewhat strange that... I don't know if that's because of a specific way that I was doing this game, like a specific way with how I traversed the areas, but I kind of find it strange. I've been running around with the +5 Oleg spirit for a very long time now, right? And suddenly you find things that literally give you the ability to upgrade them, I don't know, 3-4 times at once. Just with my weapon, right? Although I suspect that that was a little bit of an accident, because well, clearly I wasn't really meant to go into those Kaled portions that I was in, right? I mean, they definitely overleveled me by a lot. Though I was still able to sort of manage to get through most of them, but yeah. That was somewhat strange. There are so many treasure chests in this area, holy fuck. A ghost glove worth 9. Okay, let me quickly check in my inventory. Am I just imagining it? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fucking hell. I only have 1 9 though, but yeah, that means that if I would teleport back to the round table hold right now, I could actually increase the, I could upgrade the mimic to fucking +10. I don't actually know what that specifically does. I mean, does it increase their damage, or does it just increase their HP or something? I'm not entirely sure what it does, but it's just kind of crazy to me that I'm able to do that. Because honestly, I think that in this particular case, +10 does seem to be the highest that you can get them to, right? I would be very fucking surprised if you could get them even higher than that. Because that would seem like actual overkill. Though, to be honest, I mean, you never know, right? At the end of the day, or rather at the end of the game, you might actually need that, right? So, okay. I think I've been to most places. Ah, what a shame. thought it would kill the other one. Oh! That was an accidental crit. Well, that's nice, I guess. Didn't actually plan on doing that. Okay, I need to kill this guy as well. For some reason I didn't get the crit this time. Not that it really mattered. But yeah, that's a bit weird. I feel like those kinds of crits are a bit can be a bit finicky sometimes. I mean, crits in general in this game can be a little bit finicky, I felt like. Although I do very much like that the bigger enemies when they like fall down, right? They present an actual sort of crit point weakness thing to you, much like in Sekiro, where you have these red points that signalize that you can hit the enemy. With that, they also have that here, obviously. I probably want to go down real quick because there was a site of grace there, and I kind of want to unlock that first. Just because if I do accidentally die at this point, I have a whole bunch of runes with me, and also traversing through this entire area again would be really, really annoying. Hi, Spree. Yeah, that's that very much sounds like the FromSoft idea, right? Barrel roll through everything. Much like the messages always tell you. If there's something you can roll through, you roll through it. Okay, so that's the way to continue. Do I just want to... I'm just going to do a quick round. I don't think there's going to be much down here, to be honest. Another Ghost Word plus 9. That means I could actually upgrade 2 Spirit Summons to plus 10 right now. Okay. What's up? Yeah, what's up with you? I'm currently still being blown away by just how large these underworld sections, whatever you want to call them, are. It's really crazy to me. Nokron was already such a big place. Oh, thanks for the good vibes. Yeah. Though I do have to say that I'm currently pretty on the... How would you say that? Let's just say I have a big advantage in how much I was able to upgrade my weapon at this point. So at least the enemies here aren't as threatening, I guess, as they could be. Which doesn't necessarily mean that they're still not threatening. I mean, things can always kill you, I guess. Especially when multiple things are coming at you with, like, unexpected, weird combinations of attacks. Yeah, I'm doing Randy's questline currently. Looking for her, supposedly deceased body with some sort of, mark on it. That is so unfortunate that they take 3 hits to die. Oh, that didn't kill the other one? Ooh, that was actually closer than I wanted it to be. Okay, so there are two big ants here. Do I need that guy? No, not really. Probably should have used the flask, but oh well. This should kill them? Yes. Bye-bye. And that kills the last one. Another celestial Jew? Why do you get so many of those? I still... Although, to be quite honest, I haven't been back to the Church of Vows and checked whether or not I would be able to use one of them. Though, the only NPC that I feel like I've pissed off could be Saluvis, and... Well, thanks for the help, but yeah, I don't want to get spoiled on anything. Also, I mean, it's not really hard to find the right direction, I guess. It's much harder to figure out what the stuff that you find actually means, though. Ah, fuck. I had hoped I would have been able to... Can they even see? Almost seems like they're constantly missing. Are you kidding me? Is that item literally floating in the air? Can I... Please let me loot it. Seriously. How is it floating in the air? That's certainly something that I haven't seen yet. Well... I guess I'm just gonna leave it here. One more try. Just need to find the right angle. Haha! It worked. Not that it was really worth anything, but... Yeah, the whole tag thing on Twitch is a little bit... It's actually... It would work pretty well, but I think it's just a bit... Well, it's the same with the... or with not the description, but the title, right? A lot of people just don't read titles. But I also think that's because sometimes the UI is a bit finicky. I think a lot of people are actually watching Twitch on their phones and stuff, right? And sometimes they just don't actually show tags and title and that kind of stuff. Because it would be really hard to miss on desktop, right? Then again, though, people also interpret no backseating and no spoilers in a couple of different ways, right? So, I mean, the best thing is obviously always to ask, which actually a lot of people are doing. I'm honestly quite happy with that. Everybody that has stopped by has been really, really good with spoilers, where they've mostly just sort of asked, hey, do you want to know something, right? Which is also the best way to do it, because even though I don't really want spoilers, sometimes there are just sort of minor details here and there that, for whatever reason, you just run by, right? But they're still really cool to know, and they don't really overall influence stuff too much. So I think it's... you know, it's always on like a case-by-case basis. Kind of have to read the room of, you know, what would make sense to give in terms of information and what doesn't make sense. So I guess in that regard, it can also be a little bit different here and there. Yeah, see, I think a lot of people are doing that. Though I haven't really looked at data or anything about that. It's interesting to me because I very, very rarely watch stuff on my phone, but I think that's also, I don't know, in terms of you know, a lot of people might have things going on, and so the phone is the best option. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. Okay, so before I continue here, well, first of all, I'm actually quite surprised. I would have thought that this area would contain a boss. I mean, it did contain a boss technically, but not one that was actually connected to the quest line. But before I move on, I want to go back to the round table hold and actually use all of my runes and upgrade my mimic tier as well. Oh yeah, that's also... Yeah, that's why I think a lot more people are using phones to watch stuff these days. Because they've just gotten so big, right? You can... It's just very comfortable to do that. Though, that being said, I still feel like sometimes phone or mobile apps just, for some reason, sometimes display stuff weirdly, right? Where they're sort of emitting information that you kind of want, and sometimes it's hard to find out how you access that kind of stuff. Or it can also be, well, to be honest, for me, since most people are watching on their phone, I actually like to not do that because for whatever weird reason, on certain devices you get a lot less ads as well. So, for example, when you're watching YouTube on your phone and an ad is playing, you also don't see the comments, for example, right? You have to like click X once to see the comments most of the time, whereas on desktop, obviously, you see the comments right away, so you can sort of just stop the ad or just let it play in the background and already look at the comments if that's what you wanted to do. Stuff like that. It's really interesting. And funnily enough, for the longest time, the PlayStation 4 apps of Twitch and YouTube didn't really display that much ads at all. Unfortunately, they've upgraded them now as well, but I always thought that was pretty funny. Oh, right. I actually need to bring the bell bearing to the maidens first. Yeah, the Twitch app, I mean, it does what it's supposed to, right? But it sometimes can be really finicky or annoying. Oh yeah, a Note. I was always thinking about buying a Note because I really like the idea of having the big screen as well. Especially because you also get the pen, right, with it, which I always liked that idea. But yeah, at the end of the day, I haven't really done it. Okay, so now I can buy this one. It's actually quite expensive. Oh well. And that means that for some stupid reason, I will actually be able to upgrade my Mimic tier to +10 already. Although I've been running around with a +5 for the entire time.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow! Holy shit, that was expensive. That was almost 60k runes, I think, to fully upgrade that thing. I wonder what that means in terms of its strength.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arm.
Seems a bit much. Oh, wait, before I sell stuff, I should probably look at what I need to level up. 57,665.
Back already, no matter.
57,665. Let's see. I still have a bunch of these guys. 20 would be 53, right? 56. 57, and then I'm just gonna sell a bunch of this stuff. I have a lot of these. What did I say? 665, right? So that's 150. Yeah, great meeting you too. Hope to see you again. Okay, so let's level. Once again with the big question of what the hell am I even gonna level? I mean, I can always increase my weapon damage further, though I think at this point that doesn't really make that much of a difference. I mean, increasing my ranged capabilities does seem like the way to go, to be quite honest. Before I do that, though, if you go to the equipment screen and look at this, it's scaling A with intelligence, so that should be pretty good, right? The problem is I really have no idea how exactly the whole damage scaling for spells is actually working. I mean, it has to do something, right? Also, I'm wondering, but I don't think I actually have a better staff. I have a bunch that boosts like different kinds of sorcery. The difference, I think the difference is quite negligible with these, right? If I would upgrade this, for example, I don't think that it would have much more than 185 sorcery scaling, to be quite honest. And weirdly enough, I don't have anything that boosts glint stone sorcery in particular. So I could just get a staff that, so this one can't be upgraded, right? I could obviously utilize this, and I don't know if it would give me better scaling. I'm not entirely sure. Also the plus 16, well, that's the weird thing, right? My current weapon, the scythe that I'm currently using, is now upgraded to plus 9, and I think, although I don't know that, but I think plus 10 is the maximum. So technically, if I would try and get this staff on the same level as my scythe, this should be plus 27, correct? Which sounds absolutely ridiculous to say. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna spec a little bit into intelligence. Well, to be honest, the weirdest part about this is, right? Currently, I'm in Nokstella, and I do think that I'm over-leveling that bit to a degree. Not as much as I was over-leveling Nokron before, but definitely a bit. Which kind of means that there's going to come a point where stuff like in the northeast of Caelid happens again, right? Where things are just insanely strong all of a sudden. I don't know if it's going to be like that, honestly. It's quite hard to tell at this point. But let's just go with intelligence. Honestly, utilizing my sorcery to bring down enemies from afar and sort of prepare them for my melee attacks seems like the ideal way to do this. Yeah. Okay. Also, now that I've done that, since I talked about it, I'm actually going to go back to the Church of Vows for like a second and take a look if for some reason I would be able to utilize the
Greetings.
Okay, he isn't saying anything. Is there an NPC that I'm... No. How weird. I wonder what all the Celestial Dew is about. Also, I kind of want to go back to Sir Luvis for a second and talk to him and figure out whether or not he has anything new to say. Probably would make more sense to just teleport here, to be honest. One thing that I'm still kind of confused by is where the hell did Blade go? Shouldn't he be here? Or if he's not here, then shouldn't he be somewhere? Honestly, not sure what his deal is. Okay. Let's take a look what Saluvis is up to. Hi. What the fuck? Happened to you? Saluvis is bell-bearing and his stuff. I can examine him? Wait, what? Huh? I can still buy puppets if I examine his body? Well, that's strange. So somebody killed you. Question being, who? Isn't a Phaley still in the Round Table Hold? Because that's the person that Saluvis wanted to kill, right? Huh? I honestly did not expect to find him dead. Large head with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by the magic preceptors who serve the Carrion Royals. Increases mind to the detriment of stamina. Okay. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carrions remain aware of, even if their fate has been long severed from the stars. What is this whole thing about the stars? I just don't know what to make of that. Somehow the stars are important to them. Somehow the stars can predict their destiny or future. But how does that correspond to everything else that is going on in the game? That's what I don't really get. Because why would... I mean, we've seen Radahn's gravity magic influence this meteor and force it to not fall down on the Earth, I guess. But ultimately, the only thing that really did was give us access to Nokron, but I just kind of fail to see how stars are influenced by the Earth tree, or vice versa, right? Why does one have anything to do with the other? Who the hell killed you? Why can I not examine who the hell killed you? Also, I feel like a lot of NPCs are ending up dead for some reason. Wait, do you think that Pydia can actually talk about this? Does that make sense? I mean, I can try, right? Well, the weird thing is, yeah, I don't know where Blaze is, because that might be a person who could have killed him. Potentially wanted to kill him. Why the are you fucking serious? Why the fuck can I not pick that up? What? What is going on?
I love you with all I have. How could you forget such bliss?
What? What is going on? Did the puppets kill him? Wait, why am I still in a non-aggression pact here? Why? What? Dolores, the sleeping arrow puppet. This is honestly creepy. The fact that I can't kill them? I actually did not expect anything to happen to him. What the fuck? What is going on? So somebody is controlling the puppets? Is that what you're trying to tell me? But Suluvis is dead, and presumably these puppets would have been controlled by him, right? At least I think so. Do you think this has anything to do with Rani? Or is there somebody else on a killing spree? I'm almost glad that Rani is gone, because maybe she would have been killed otherwise? Dolores, the sleeping arrow puppet, one of Seleucus' favorite puppets, used to summon the spirit of Dolores, the sleeping arrow. Spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires Saint Trinus' arrows from a short bow. So it's a she that dressed in the style of a man, and it was Seleucus' favorite puppet. Yeah, I really don't like Seleucus. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Seleucus went their separate ways. So... So I think Dolores and Gideon got along very well, and Seleucus didn't like that. Does that imply that at some point Seleucus killed Dolores and made her a puppet? Because that would be beyond fucked up, right? This is, once again, right, for a long time since Thea sort of went on a rampage in the Round Table Hold, nothing really happened, and now all of a sudden a bunch of other NPCs are dying without really knowing why. Uh, though, I wonder if why. Maybe. Do you think that maybe the servant here, tried to watch over this puppet because he knew what kind of weird stuff Seluvis might do to it? I just find it very strange that I'm not capable of actually attacking these puppets. What the hell is going on with that? I mean, I guess I could shoot an arrow from them from down here. I don't know if that works. I don't know if that's a good idea either. Okay, so... Well, if everything's going to shit here, then... I definitely want to take a look at that chamber where Seluvis supposedly kept the corpses that he ultimately made into puppets, potentially. I'm honestly worrying for Blythe a bit, right? Because, well, I haven't really seen him for a long time. I don't know where he is. And, well, it seems like everybody that was associated with Rani is being killed by somebody. Wait, where the hell was Seluvis' chamber? Oh, here. Huh. Interestingly enough, this still looks the same. Aha! This must be the, this must be her, right? Dolores? Pretty sure that's her. And that's pretty fucked up. I almost would have thought that there would have been a change here. Well, now all of those NPCs are gone. Let me go to War Counselor EG. I haven't talked to him for a very long time. I wonder if he's still here. He's still here. Did you even realize what's happening up at the manor?
Oh, there you are. Have you heard?
Oh, yeah.
Lady Rani has departed on her journey.
I should have probably talked to him a bunch more, huh?
Path of Imperium, from Rena's Rise, as she calls it. It would not have been possible without you. As Lady Rani's war counselor, and moreover, her childhood warden, I express my deepest gratitude.
You know what? I like you.
And only you were Lady Rani's true champion.
I just hope that I haven't really sort of brought her onto a path where she will die, but I guess that's what she wanted as well.
Lady Rani for as long as I can remember. It has been a long and wondrous journey. Now Lady Rani is in your hands. I pray that you serve her well, and to the very end.
Whatever that means.
Lady Rani, along
Okay.
now, I pray that you...
Wait, since when does he have this? An honor said to have once been awarded to Carrion knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. Lowest FP consumed by skills. Oh, that's actually, yeah, only by skills. I was thinking about lowest FP, that's great. Or FP consumption, rather, but yeah, it's only by skills. So that's not really something that I would need. He doesn't really seem to either know or comment on the fact that both the servant and Soluvis are dead. Is there anybody else that would comment on that, or anybody else that would be connected to that? Honestly, now that I think about it, I still haven't found that other NPC that I brought, or supposedly brought into the academy with the other key. No idea where that person has gone to. I'm actually going to talk to Renala as well. I wonder if she's going to comment on me being Rani's champion. What's up?
Art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
That is so strange. That is so strange to me that Renala is not really commenting on anything. Because you would think that she would be interested in Rani's destiny, potentially, or at least in what's happening to her. I don't know. Completely forgot about this chest as well. How the fuck are you supposed to open this? Or do you think that maybe that's like some sort of special chest that doesn't actually contain an item but is somehow connected to repurposing your stats or something? Because I'm thinking about whether or not there may be some sort of special circumstance where potentially you would be forced to. So if you reallocate your stats, right, and suddenly you wouldn't really be able to wear something anymore that you were able to wear before, I wonder if it ends up in that chest. Yeah, not really sure about that. I'm still not. That is also tripping me up. I'm still not able to access the Divine Tower of the Urnia, and I'm still not able to go to this plateau. No idea how you do that. That is so weird. Huh. And I still haven't found another Shabriri grape either. You know what? It's been 11 hours already, so I don't think that I'm really going to continue with anything too specific today. So I just kind of want to make a couple of rounds and look at whether or not there's going to be other interesting stuff that I might be able to find out by talking to a couple of NPCs. Also, this particular loading screen that was just shown, I think that's been there like a couple of times, and I never realized that it was part of Nokstella.
Oh, hello again. Say, cuz, have you met Uncle Alexander?
I have, indeed.
He was here with us, but then he left to be a champion. I asked to go with him, but he said, the path of champions must be trod alone. So heroic, right? I miss him, though. If you see him, you should ask him to teach you how to fight, cuz. He's big and tough and strong.
Yeah, he really wasn't too pleased with himself after the Battle of Radahn.
Uncle
With Radahn,
Alexander
rather.
said he won't be back again. My home is of the past, and the past, as they say, is a different country. I suppose that's part of being a warrior, isn't it? So, please don't tell anyone, cuz. But I'm actually a warrior jar as well. One day, I'll be just like Uncle Alexander.
Then I'll have to leave the village to become a champion.
Yeah, I don't know if you really want that. Holy shit, that shadow is pretty creepy.
Uncle Alexander won't come back here again. My home is off the path. I suppose that's part of...
Okay. I wonder if there's more to Alexander's questline. If he's connected to this village, which kind of makes sense that he would be. I still don't have the item to activate this, correct? Never mind. Oh! This is where you put that. I thought this, because it's the other way around, I thought that it would actually be... Huh. Well, this is going to be interesting. I thought that it would somehow be connected to Nokron or something. I mean, it might be. That's a pretty awesome animation, not gonna lie. I can remove it again. What the fuck did I just do? Did I, like, fundamentally change something? I thought this was just gonna get me access to... to the Divine Tower, potentially. What the hell? Oh. What? This entire fucking place can be turned upside down? The whole thing is turned up... What the hell? Holy shit. Well, that at least explains why those hands were sitting here originally. Well... What is that? Did someone go down there? Wait. What? It is literally upside down. Oh, hi. What are you doing? Why do you want to get to me? Wait, but what's the point of this place being completely upside down? Oh, for fuck's sake, now I kind of want to check this place out. This is honestly amazing. Miriam seems to be somewhat confused. What's the deal with this? Oh shit, that actually hit me. Why is she getting stuck on the side of that? That is weird. Oh. Are we doing that bullshit again, huh? Wait, what? Where the hell is she? Oh, she's behind. Okay. Well, now I kind of have to continue here, right? Even though I have absolutely no clue what the hell I'm doing. Mask of Confidence. That looks very similar to what Sir Lewis was wearing, right? Increases Arcane. When Radagon married Renala, he ordered the Carrion Magic Preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. Feels like somebody might have broken that, huh? The hell is going on? How did... Can you please just hit the guy? How... God, the timing on the spears is really annoying. What the hell are you doing? Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously? Can I not hit her from here? Where the hell did you come from? Why am I not hitting her? Are you kidding me? How? Oh, hi. What the fuck? You can come up here? Oh, whoops. How did that not hit her? Bye-bye. What a weird fight. Lucidity. What is that? Alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. Carrionites never waker. What a weirdly random thing to get from this. How many more of these hands are gonna be here? No! I pressed R1. Oh well. Where the hell am I even supposed to go? Oh, I guess I have to drop down onto the chandeliers? Yeah. Oh god. It's kind of a weird jump. Oh, I get it. I was... see, now I can access that button. Also, it's interesting that your character doesn't actually swing with the chandelier. Which is rather weird, but okay. Yeah, I had seen that button already, right? And I was wondering what was up with that, but... Now I have my answer. Last time I was here, I was actually trying to shoot the button with, well, that's an idea. There are a couple of things sort of floating in the sky. That looks weird. Wait. Did the game not load a couple of... No, never mind. That's weird. Why are there things that are literally floating in the air? Ooh. Holy proof dried liver. Well... Guess now we're gonna find out the secret, huh? Okay. Well. So I guess now I'm technically in the top portion of the tower now, right? Huh. This is beyond strange. Can I actually open this door while it's the other way around? Or is it gonna spin me around again? There it is. The divine tower that I wanted to access the entire time. What? Huh? What the fuck? So now the tower's turned back around or what? Huh? Well, I mean, I guess it's in its nature that it wouldn't really make any sense how this works, but okay. The Urnia Tower Bridge. What the fuck? Okay, well, I've unlocked the Site of Grace. Now I'm actually curious. What the hell happened to the tower? Did it, like, turn back around, or... Because I feel like there was a door that I wasn't able to open for some reason. It still turned around. I don't think you can actually go down here, can you? I mean, this would technically be up, correct? I guess it's just... Well, it makes sense that it would just be the inside that's turned around, right? Well... I don't really... Do want to check out this Divine Tower. That could literally be an entirely different level in and of itself. Yeah, I'm not going to do this today. Even though I really want to, and I'm really, really curious as to what awaits me there, but I'm going to do that some other time. That being said, I do want to check out a couple more NPCs. God, yeah, the stream has actually been going on for quite a long while. Not that I'm complaining, it's just that it's definitely been the longest Elden Ring stream that I've done so far. But yeah, I really wanted to make a big push in Elden Ring since I'm mostly going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV for the next week. So, yeah. I just thought that it would be cool to like do a bigger push in Elden Ring today.
Be sure to try that. I'm quite...
Okay. So I think whatever questline he potentially has for you probably only gets progressed if you actually engage in online PvP, I assume. Which is cool. But, yeah. Seems to be a thing. I am still really curious where the fuck Blade is supposed to be. I'm mad at Merchant. Let's just go to Patches real quick. Maybe he comments on the fight against Radahn. The fact that I summoned him in. What's up with you?
Hello,
any news?
Welcome to...
Spoke of you.
Great story is there's a surviving Iron Virgin at the bottom. I heard if you let your...
I still don't know what he's actually talking about there, because... I'm actually going to buy this simply because it's a unique item, and that would probably mean that I just have it in New Game Plus as well. If I'm going to do that. Also, I wonder if I buy more stuff from him, maybe he's going to give me more tips on that. Because I have been back to the Academy, right? And I've looked at what he supposedly is talking about, but I didn't find any teleporter. So, yeah, no idea what's up with that. Well, let's talk to Sorceress Selen again. I wonder if she's going to comment on Sir Lupus being dead. Because she's sort of the only other connection that I have with that. Well, she is certainly still alive, at least.
Shall we commence?
Okay. So she doesn't comment on that at all. It's a bit of a shame, but I guess that's fine. Sage Gowry, I don't really need to talk to him, I don't think. Let me talk to... I wonder if Kenneth Height is going to talk about the meteor that literally crashed into the ground right next to him. Still don't really get the significance of these forts either. The fact that they, for some random reason, have the medallions in order to access the Grand Lift still doesn't really make any sense to me. I could potentially just summon my Mimic, right? think it'll just get rid of all of them real quick. He's just chilling here. Bye-bye. What's up with you?
I must begin my sort of true and stalwart.
I have a feeling I might have missed something with his quest line. I mean, maybe not missed. There might still be a bunch of other stuff that you can do, right? It doesn't necessarily mean just because something's not progressing right now that it will never progress. Still so weird. I mean, think about how crazy that cutscene was, right? After the fight with Radahn. There's literally... It looks as if the entire world is fucking exploding. It looks as if there is an atomic bomb going off. And yet the people that are closest to the impact of it just don't comment on it at all. They just don't care. As if they slept through it. I mean, it's fine if they don't really want to involve all of those NPCs. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck? What? Oh. Well, I guess I have to check out Redmane Castle then again, huh? This also looks completely different to the last time that I was here. At this point, I actually... Okay, let me mark this as well. So, there is definitely a bunch of new things going on here. What was the other thing that I still need to check out? This Divine Tower. I don't know if there are enemies here, but I just want to mark it, that I still need to do it. And then obviously, yeah, this is where I left off, right? Holy fuck. There are quite a lot of things that I need to check out, yeah. Okay, this is gonna be it now. Fuck. Yeah, I need to come back here. Holy fuck. There are so many really intriguing things going on. What the fuck is up? So many things that suddenly changed or have, like, different things going on. Let me make one last round through the round table hold, and then that's gonna be it for now. Hoo boy. Well, these guys are still at peace. Right, I wanted to check out whether Nephili is there, because she might be the only one that I would suspect of potentially killing Seluvis. Though, I guess Seluvis could also have been killed by one of his puppets, right? Okay, so she doesn't really do anything. I mean, if the servant has been killed by the puppets, at least that is one potential explanation for why Seluvis would be dead, right? Because I don't really know what else would be going on that could potentially lead to his death. Because the thing with him is, right, that while he was a servant of Ranni, not only were the other servants very opposed to him, but yeah, I don't know. He's definitely a person that could have made a couple of enemies, right? So, I mean, honestly, that can mean everything and nothing, right? I wonder. I have a feeling Gideon is not going to comment on that, because he's still on sort of the quest line that I'm supposed to be on.
Journey to the capital,
Yeah.
then the two fingers you may be up.
So he's still going on about the Eldest
Find out
Plateau.
where she hides and she knows.
Also, he's not saying anything about the medallions.
The Academy of Renala is and her great. General Radan, the famed, he fought millennia and by my record.
It's really, really strange that his state doesn't change. Also, through all of the dead NPCs, I got a couple of bell bearings, so... Pidia's bell bearing and Sir Lewis's bell bearing. I bought most of that stuff already, so... It's not a big deal. I wonder why Pidia is on another page. Nothing of interest here, to be honest. This guy still doesn't really say anything either, right?
I asked you not to be thankful that it is all that keeps your...
How strange. No idea what is going on. Well, okay. Let me just, since this is one of the more calming scenes in the Roundtable Hold, definitely. I mean, the Roundtable Hold has a lot of calming scenes, but this, you know, it's a very calming place, I guess. Wow. That has been quite the Elden Ring stream. And I would almost like to continue. It's just that it's getting somewhat late, and I want to be ready for Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow, and still do some stuff before that, so yeah, I don't want to stay up too late. And also, the problem is that if I continue now, right, I mean, think about it. I have the Divine Tower of Liurnia that I can do now, which I think that's probably also going to be a little bit of a bigger thing. I can go back to Redmane Castle for some awkward reason. There's also a boss fight there. I wonder how that works out, because I was kind of hoping to meet Blaze and Alexander there again, right, in the sort of front portion where everybody was. Give me a second. All right. Yeah. So the portion where that one soldier dude was doing the announcements for the tournament, right? That was where the NPCs were waiting. So I wanted to check whether or not Blaze and Alexander were there, but well, who would be there now, though? Who would take over Redmane Castle if Radan isn't there anymore? That is very concerning. And yeah, it looks like... So that's why all the other doors were still closed in the castle as well. I suspect that most of them will have opened now, or rather can be opened now. So that will also be a thing that I want to look at and go back through Redmane Castle. Obviously now with my upgraded Mimic tier, I could also attempt a couple of other bosses again in Caelid. And yeah, then that huge, rotten-looking presumably poisonous lake in that weird red-bluish crystal cave next to Nokstella. I mean, that looked like a huge area, like a giant area, to be honest. So, yeah, no idea what that's about. And, well, that's probably where I have to continue, right? At least that's where Ranni's questline continues, right? And that's sort of the only questline that I'm currently on. But there is a lot of other stuff going on as well. I mean, the fact that the servant of the Carrion Manor was killed by the dolls or the puppets, and the fact that Soluvis is dead as well. Who did that? Unless Ranni did that when she left for some reason, but man, so many questions still left. And so many areas, and I didn't even go to the Altus Plateau yet, right? That's the craziest part to me. I haven't even visited that yet. And I'm, like 170 hours into the game right now, I think. Something like that. That is so crazy. And I haven't finished Caelid. I haven't even finished Nokron. There seemed to be still another area there as well. Maybe I can potentially go back there. I mean, maybe once I find out what the hell is going on in Nokstella with that weird, huge-ass, poisonous crystal cave lake, maybe that'll eventually lead me back to Nokron, where potentially something with Ranni's body is going on or whatever. But yeah, I mean, even if I do all of that, I still haven't taken the Grand Lift of Dectus. So whatever the Altus, I mean, I've been to the Altus Plateau for a brief second, but the thing is, right, you can see, not only have I gotten a brief glimpse at the capital, which also seemed, I mean, at least the size of Stormvale, probably even bigger, considering that it seems to sort of be the endgame area. And then, yeah, the Altus Plateau will be an entirely new area, which I suspect will be at least as big as Caelid or Limgrave, or something like that, right? Which is also mind-blowing to me, because that's going to be probably another, I don't know, 20 to 30 hours. Yeah, and then the capital, wherever the Erdtree goes. And then I think there has to be at least a little bit beyond that as well, because there is also the sort of the mountainous area behind the Erdtree that is sort of opposite of Caelid to the north. I don't necessarily think that is part of the Altus Plateau, or at least if it's part of it, it's definitely sort of another separate area that you can go to as well. And then there are the floating ruins that I also somehow still need to go to. I mean, that place might not be as big, but I do expect it to be on Stormvale level, or close to it anyways. That is so I never, ever would have thought that Elden Ring would be such a big game. That is so crazy to me. How the hell did they pull this off? I mean, there are a few issues here and there, but that is also, funnily enough, right? I was comparing I mean, obviously, Breath of the Wild is an entirely different game, but some of the exploration, well, isn't similar. I talked about that already, right? Where I sort of drew comparisons between Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring in terms of how they're approaching exploration and how they're approaching open world design, and how they're deviating from the more standard open worlds that have popped up over the last 10 years, right? And why both Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring feel a lot more unique compared to those Ubisoft open worlds, right? But one other thing that both Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring share as well, although I would say Elden Ring maybe not as much as Breath of the Wild, is this weird dichotomy of good and bad, right? Breath of the Wild is such a huge-ass game, although it pales in comparison to Elden Ring, honestly, but it was still, when I played it, I was blown away by how big the world actually was and how much there was to discover. And unfortunately, Breath of the Wild also has a lot of downsides, right? The shrine dungeons, or the complete lack of actual sort of traditional Zelda dungeons, definitely being a big problem. And so the weird part is that I was complaining about things in Breath of the Wild, even though the game was insanely large, right? And I sort of see the same problem with Elden Ring, where Elden Ring just contains this almost unbelievable amount of stuff and things to uncover and parts of the world to look at and explore, that, you know, it feels almost bad to criticize it for anything, because clearly a truckload of effort went into doing or designing this game, right? So it feels very, very bad if you're then criticizing it for maybe doing a bunch of niche things not as good as it could do these things, right? Yet at the same time, I also feel like in order to improve upon this, right, and improve games like this, obviously you should look at what it's where the potential problems lie, right? And where it could have been better, and where it could have been better designed or better tested or whatever, right? Just because it presents so much to you, there is still constructive criticism to be had, right? And that's not a bad thing either. I mean, constructive criticism means that you can look at those areas and design a better game in the future as well, right? But it also, right, the sheer amount of stuff in it does mean that while there are some legitimate criticisms that you can give to the game, it is also so insanely large that, you know, the criticism does somewhat pale in comparison to what it offers to the player, right? I guess that's just kind of how I wanted to look at this. Okay. Well, it's been 11 hours, 44 minutes. I mean, I did take a little bit of a longer lunch break, but it's still been over 11 hours of stream, and I also need some rest before diving into 6.1 in Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow, which is also going to be the next stream, obviously. I will be live probably as soon as the servers come up. Look at the new stuff, and as I said before, I'm probably going to start with the new Alliance raid, because that's always the most fun, when nobody knows how it works and everybody dies a whole lot. And yeah. I'm probably, well, we'll see how long the Alliance raid takes, and then we'll go from there. But tomorrow's going to be another long stream, I think, with Final Fantasy XIV. And then on Wednesday as well, because I probably dive into the main story then, and the side quest stuff. I actually wrote down what that was. Right, we get the new role quests. Right. So that's going to be really interesting as well. Whew. Well, that was it. This was a whole lot of fun with Elden Ring. And, well, we'll see when Elden Ring returns. I think I'll try to do a couple smaller streams here and there of Elden Ring as well, between the stuff that I'm doing in 6.1 and Final Fantasy. And go from there. This has been a ton of fun. Whew. I hope you're having a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. And it's been a ton of fun. I hope you had a ton of fun watching. If you have been, maybe you'll be back for the next one. Until then, bye-bye!